Hallo, hallo.
Yeah, me too. That's where I am. There's a little, I'm right across from the old FBI police station building. Super cool. Yeah, there's a nice little plaza, you credit, there's not a conference nearby, which is why I was desperate. So I lived in the US, most of my life, I lived in Texas, and I worked in Manhattan for 20 years. Right before the pandemic, I moved to Brooklyn, just on the Green. Was there when the pandemic hit, and just Texas went out for it. And I moved here 6 months ago. It's great. That's my first time.
Yeah, I was going to say, you moved for 6 months ago. That's not bad. I was going to say, okay,
I'm actually more worried about this having my first generation novel, like everything.
Yeah, we want that, right? Wherever you go. Yeah, okay, well, that was very great of you. And you'll see, you'll enjoy summer, but that shows.
We've got a few glimpses of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just out the other weekend, it was sunny. It didn't feel warm to me. I looked at the app that gave me weather, it was 62 degrees Fahrenheit. But it's not that warm. And tons of people swimming, ice on the sand.
You have to trope in Copenhagen where there's basically mountains that you see. So like on the first day where it's sunny, like everyone goes to the mountain. And it's sort of in the shade, so when the sun sort of goes down, it's like everyone is sort of I want to go cold beer and I'm trying and then everyone goes to the shade. Like, sorry, I can't come. I'm not feeling that way.
Sun going down, like
Water very expensive to use.
So what we do here is I've got the fun job of going out to all of the projects which are sucking carbon out of the atmosphere using some kind of an engineered approach. You think of things like direct air capture as part of this, but also on the other end of the scale you have biochar. And I'm joined here today with Jennifer from Agreena, Chris from Neue, Jacob from Matchmates, and then Violetta from the Youth Council. So welcome everyone. Maybe to begin with, just to wake everyone up, get the audience together. How many of you are confident you know what carbon offsetting is? Are we? Maybe a raise of hands if we are. I hope the South Pole guys do. Cool. How many of you would be confident explaining the difference between an emissions reduction and a removal? So I think this kind of shows this market's booming. You know, everyone's hearing about all these new projects going on, but we're still right at the start. And to put this into context, the market has doubled year on year recently, but we need to remove between 6 to 8 gigatons. It's expected if we look at some of the more conservative IPCC models and also what the IEA is saying in Bloomberg New Energy Finance. If we are to put a conservative carbon price on removing 6 to 8 gigatons per year, this gives us a market which will be larger than the oil and gas market is today. So what I want to say with this is, you know, it's a huge challenge. We need to scale up quickly and we need to start today. There's a huge opportunity, and I think that's what's so important. I don't know how many students we have here or how many young entrepreneurs and startups, but this is an opportunity where, as the market grows and gets bigger, there will be new niches to be filled, there will be new services that need to come out, and I think some of the panel here are really showing how they're forwarding the market. Yeah, I think alongside that, Denmark is almost a perfect place to start. You've just joined up to the First Movement Coalition, which is a John Kerry-led, who's the US Special Envoy for Climate coalition, to really push the market forward in this space. And South Pole has just become an implementation partner for the First Movement Coalition as well. And you've got a really cool project called Project Greensand, where your Prime Minister in particular is very keen on using your old infrastructure, which historically has been used for oil and gas, to do the opposite. Rather than pumping carbon up, to pump carbon back down, whereas it then can be stored for thousands to millions of years. You know, just to give a couple of examples of how South Pole is moving in this space, we're developing the methodologies. The first, what's called ICROA approved methodologies, which are the most rigorous ones on the market to actually prove and be able to say with confidence that what we're doing is that what we're selling, used to say, the removals, is what is actually taking place. And then alongside this, what we notice in this market, you know, if a company is trying to raise money in a tech removals market, it's very hard to look at past performance because there wasn't direct air capture 5 years ago. There wasn't even really biochar credits 5 years ago. So your traditional pitch has to change slightly. So we created, actually we just announced it officially last week, and we're very excited about it, the Next Gen CDR facility, which is pulling together buyers who want to make a change in this market, including names like Boston Consulting Group, Swiss Re, OSK Lines, Liechtenstein Group. And what we're doing here is we're pulling their money and offering long-term fixed price contracts for their credits. So then we give them this guaranteed revenue stream backed up by blue chip companies going forward up until mid-2030. So what we're trying to do is give this market confidence to these producers to then be able to go and raise money either through debt or through traditional VC to be able to take this forward. But before we go any further, perhaps you guys want to do some more in-depth introductions to yourselves, your companies, and why you see this topic being so important. So Jennifer, pass it over to you.
Great. Can everyone hear me? Yeah. My name is Jennifer Hanser. Hello? Great. My name is Jennifer Hanser. I joined Agreena about 6 months ago, moving to this great city to be a part of what we're doing. My past professional career involves Wall Street and working in a bunch of other different industries. You could say I'm atoning for my recent sins. I was in the cannabis industry where the governments made us grow cannabis indoors, which was not great for the environment.
and I was in Saudi Arabia, one of the biggest national polluters in the world, before coming to Copenhagen. So now I'm here atoning for my sins, and Agrina is helping me do that. This session is focusing on removals, and nature-based solutions are one of the most cost-effective forms of removal. We focus on the soil of arable land. What we're doing is innovative, so dirt is now innovative. Agrina has developed one of the first carbon certification programs for soil in the world. We're founded in Copenhagen by two awesome women, backgrounds in agriculture and technology. Our CEO comes from the banking sector. I started my career on Wall Street. And what we're seeing is the financial markets and the convergence of finance and the fight for climate change. And we're seeing these tools of the financial markets being used to facilitate the financing of important projects like the projects that we're supporting. Agrina is a fintech for farmers. We're bridging the agricultural sector and a series of old school farming practices like tilling the soil less and planting cover crops and not using as many chemicals. This is called regenerative farming. We can actually regenerate the soils. And these soils can serve as carbon sinks and actually sequester and store carbon into the ground, taking it out of the atmosphere. But these retro farming practices are expensive for farmers that are transitioning. They have to buy new equipment that doesn't till the soil as much. In the short term, they may face some yield losses as they learn how to farm in this new, old way. By unlocking this financing from the voluntary carbon markets for these farmers, we're helping to finance their transition from the conventional farming to the regenerative farming. And we work with farmers across Europe. Right now, we have farmers in 10 different countries and counting. Our team has a range of expertise. We've got soil scientists, we've got GHG accountants, policy wonks, financial services professionals, and farmers on staff. And if you're looking for a job, we're hiring. And Lakshmi is in the audience, our head of people. Please see her. What we've developed is purpose-built for European soils and the agricultural industry here, which has a range of scale. There's some small-scale farmers, there's larger-scale farmers. The farming practices and management change over time, so less consistent and more fragmented than in North America. Our program is accredited to international standards, and it's based on best industry practices. We adhere to the core credit principles of the voluntary carbon market, and we used a mixed methodology approach, so we're taking ground truth data, mixing that with IPCC-aligned GHG farm protocols developed by top-tier universities, and we're overlaying that with field-specific data and climate data. So how does this actually work in practice? Well, the farmers sign up to our program, and they give us their historical 5 years of farm management practices on that field. And we take a record of their history and establish what's called a baseline, and then from there we can see what they do in the next year and how much they've changed in their practices and how much carbon they are sequestering into the soil or how much emissions they have reduced from what would be considered their baseline operations. And the voluntary carbon markets are rewarding farmers for making this transition and helping them to finance the transition and to purchase the equipment and sustain the yield losses. We have a partner that provides us with satellite imagery and data processing that helps us to know whether the farmers are doing what they say they're doing or the cover crops being planted. I like to call them the Santa satellites, knowing whether we've been naughty or nice. And everything that we do is audited by a third party, an independent third party, DNV in this case. Based on their official audit report, Agrina can mint and issue these certificates like a financial asset and give them to the farmers. And the farmers have the choice whether to keep the certificates to claim neutrality of their grains when they sell their grains to traders, or they can sell them to the voluntary carbon markets. From a buyer's perspective, we have one of the most novel solutions that's available today. It's new. This category of project is more and more coming to market, but we're one of the first to do this at scale. Nature-based solutions are selling at a 40% premium based on other renewable energy projects, and there's plenty of co-benefits that come along with the arable farming. There's biodiversity benefits, water management benefits, and the biggest co-benefit of all is that they're providing food supply to a growing population. So by regenerating these soils, Farmers are improving food security for our future, all while fighting climate change. Agriculture has historically been a part of the problem. Over a quarter, nearly a third of global greenhouse emissions come from the agricultural sector. But today, with Agreena, farmers are front and center, serving as a solution.
Great, thank you. Jennifer, just one quick question there. It sounds like you have a huge kind of network behind you to push this forward. Can you talk a little bit about how this is impacting jobs as well, and how many jobs have been created through your programs?
Yeah, so we're building both a platform and a marketplace and providing an end-to-end solution from the farmer to the market. I grew up right next to a road called FM 1960. Now I know it means farm to market, so that's how I think about our platform and marketplace. And that requires product development, engineering, technology. We're investing in big data science and machine learning to be able to process some of the satellite imagery, to be able to do, to be able to calibrate our models so that when we actually take soil samples, which is costly to do, we can take one soil sample and figure out what that implications are for a larger area. So there's technically a lot of expertise that's required. There's a lot of sales and marketing expertise, understanding how to work with farmers and agronomists to help these farmers figure out what the right way is to transition in their market, in their environment, on their fields, because it's different in every country. It's different depending on the region of the country, the type of soil, the climate, how the farm has been operating in the past. So agronomy services and farming background are super helpful. And then we have the marketplace side. We need to help the farmers sell these certificates. So people that have a background in the carbon markets, like a lot of the South Pole folks, are hugely valuable in making sure that we get the most value for these certificates for the farmers and find the buyers that really value this project above and beyond other types of projects.
Excellent, thank you. Chris?
Chris, co-founder of Nøje. We are a purchaser of carbon removals, carbon credits, the reason why I'm here. But Nøje, we are making customized skincare, serving the 40% of people globally who suffer from certain skin issues. We're doing that through a customized approach to skincare, where you go through a skin test. We have an algorithm that matches our customers with the right set of formulations and ingredients, and then we ship that directly to our customers. So we're obviously not, in its nature, a sustainable company. We're working within an industry that for many years have been acting irresponsibly and not taking action in terms of packaging, the raw materials, the whole supply chain. That's the industry we're in, a huge industry, growing industry, that we are trying to change one small step at a time. But we're also a very purpose-driven company. We're helping people with their skin issues, but we also want to do that in the most sustainable way. And one of the ways that we're doing that is to take action and responsibility for the emissions that we do have. So we are decided to continue to do that as we move forward.
Great. And what's the customer response been to your removals?
The customer response?
Yeah.
Very positive, I would say. I think in the beginning, when we first launched Nøje in 2019, we started compensating for the shipments, and obviously that is something very visible for our customers. We're direct to consumers, and people shop online, they choose the shipment, and then we compensate for that. Then we decided to say, okay, we don't just do it for the shipments, but we actually do it for all the emissions that we have. And I think some customers understand it, but not all of them actually understand the magnitude of what we're doing. So we have sort of like a communication task also in telling them the magnitude of what we're doing. But it's also important to let our customers know that the products that they buy don't have an impact. It does, and it does leave a footprint. But we have decided to actually take responsibility for that footprint. So positive response, but I also don't think that our customers yet understand the magnitude of it.
Still room to grow.
Yeah.
Great. And Jacob, you introduced Sebastian.
Absolutely. I think I'm audible as well. You can definitely hear my own voice. So yeah, I'm Jacob. I'm from a company called Matchmakes. founded here in Copenhagen, and we're sort of, I suppose, what you would call a spin-out from the Technical University of Denmark. And depending on which mood I'm in, I would either call myself someone who is engaged in a platform that does carbon negative energy, or a platform, or carbon removal platform that is energy positive. I'll try to get into what that means in the next couple of sentences. First of all, maybe just to gauge the sort of the level of the audience. Has anyone here heard about biochar? It was mentioned, I think, in brevity. There's some hands here, but I'll take the liberty of just maybe filling you in on that in any case. So, sort of the fundamental notion behind my company is that we believe that for us to get across the finish line with the Paris Accords, we need to think about energy as something that is not just neutral in terms of the GHG emissions, but something that actually is GHG negative. And of course, it's also very fortunate that we just so happen to have a platform that can actualize that, having worked with the Technical University of Denmark. So what we actually do in my company is that we find biomass residues, and I really highlight that, residues. So this could be the leftovers from a cassava harvest, it could be the sugarcane residues left on fields in India after the cane has been harvested. It could also be invasive plant species. On a slightly longer term, we'll be looking into things like sewage sludge and other things. Everything that contains cellulose, lignin, whatever natural stuff like the biomass is made out of. We can put that stuff into our process, and then we can get a couple of really interesting, I would say, commodity products out. So we can do biofuels. We're doing that extensively in the shipping sector because we have fuels that actually sort of fit in quite well there. We can do hydrogen from the same platform, and we can also do heat and electricity. The cool thing is that then our, as it were, byproduct, and actually just as a small aside, had you asked me a couple of years back, I would say, well, we do energy, and we were actually called Mesh Energy at the time, because we were focusing on the energy. But what has come to pass is the fact that what was then our byproduct, which is the biochar, has now become in itself a very, very valuable commodity in the market. So what we're seeing is that is now competing with the energy branch of our company in terms of its volume, but also in its growth rate. And what that means is today we had to change our name because some of our carbon removal customers didn't understand what the hell we were doing, calling ourselves an energy company, right? So we're now called Meshmates. The cool thing about biochar is that essentially it's like charcoal, like it's just a carbonized version of whatever we put into our machine. When you take this stuff, something really interesting has happened to it. Of course, everything contains carbon that's biological, right? But when it's actually been carbonized in our process, the carbon that is in the biochar is no longer, it's what you called recalcitrant. That means that bacteria can no longer break it down. So if I take this carbon and I put it into the ground, plow it down into the first, let's say, foot or so soil, it stays there. The jury's out on exactly how long it stays there, but we're talking median times of something like a half-life of half a millennium. So that's quite good. It's a really nice way of sequestering carbon. The cool thing, though, and this is sort of our twist on the whole biochar concept in Meshmates, is that it also works as a soil amendment. So if that soil that we're looking at, if that is a desert, if it is an arid area that is not farmable, we can actually treat it with biochar. And if you do something like 22 tons per hectare, you can actually turn that soil around and start planting stuff. It could be natural forest, could be wheat, could be cassava, could be sugarcane. Honestly, I don't care. What I do care about is that all of that stuff will have a byproduct. And that's a residue that I can use in my process, and then I can repeat. So I hope you can see there that there's a very healthy scaling mechanism built in to the use of biochar for producing carbon negative energy. I think I'll leave it there.
Great, thanks a lot. And can you explain a bit about your project in India and
yeah, absolutely.
scale of that, and also the impact on local communities and water retention of the biochar?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, so we have been working on a bunch of different biomass residues. So one thing that we're really looking into these days, well, a couple of things. One is not cashew nuts, not cashew nut shells, but actually cashew nut shell press cake. This is an obscure feedstock, but there's actually quite significant amounts of the stuff around the world. And we've developed a process that actually extracts a very high quality biofuel from that product, but also produces biochar. So we are using that. We're now setting up our first big plant. It'll take about 70 tons of that stuff in per day, process it. It's a site that will be sequestering in the order of magnitude 20,000 tons of CO2 per year. And that's one of many sites that we intend to set up. And then it also has the energy output. But we also have another model which is focused more on immediate problem, societal problem in places like India, but also frankly in Kenya, South Africa, places like that, which is, I mentioned very briefly before, sugarcane residues. So when you've actually harvested the sugarcane, about 70% of the plant is left on the field. What happens in these places is that you set it on fire because you want to get rid of it, you want to plant the next crops. Well, we can actually take that stuff, put it into our process, produce biochar, in this case not oil, but biochar, and then we can actually hand some of this biochar back to the farmers so that they can improve on their soil quality. The rest of it we take into arid lands and try to do soil remediation there. The cool thing about that is we're not just, of course, sequestering carbon, but actually the burning of these crops on fields is resulting in the average lifespan of the Indian population is actually reduced by 5 to 10 years because of the particles created by this. So we're really trying to sort of address a core societal health problem with this model as well.
Great, thanks a lot. And then finally, Violetta, who's our youth council member on stage here, I think comes with a bit of a unique perspective as well around your work with sustainable development goals and your recent startup background. So do you want to quickly introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. So, a youth council, I guess, doesn't say a lot, so I will say what I'm coming from as a background. I'm currently chairing a youth-led foundation for SDG 12, which is Sustainable Production and Consumption, and we have members in 15 countries, including Denmark, people from 16 to 30 years old. We are, for example, partnering with the TVU Skylab, so if you're from there, give me a wave later. And we are trying to educate young people and empower to speak their voice, because the carbon emissions, actually all kinds of emissions, there are so many, one of the most worrying topic for the young people. I hear it, if not every day, every second day I do. And I have also been a part of a startup that has been working on a carbon handbrake. So that's why I'm here on the stage here. And one of the most important things that we are doing is that we are trying to be this middle person when the science, the politicians, economists, startups, and other random people can talk to each other on the equal place, in the equal session that we held every year at Åland Islands. If you don't know that, that's kind of independent part of Finland, not really. We have a festival in there, also the sustainability one. For example, last year we had people like myself, the EU Commissioner for Sustainability in the room, and the CEO of Moments, and we're sitting down and talking. So what is it exactly we are trying to reach? So I will try to create this kind of dialogue in here too, even though I'm not exactly a very technical person here. That would be it.
Great, thanks a lot. And I have a ton of questions that I want to ask you guys, but first of all, I'd like to see, does anyone in the audience have any questions or thoughts that come to mind? Yeah, at the front there. I'll repeat the question.
So happy you asked that question. So the question, just for those of you who didn't hear it, the logistics of actually collecting the biomass, how does that factor in, how is that dealt with, I suppose in our case, we do in MASH the biggest possible version of whatever they came up with at the Technical University of Denmark that still fits in a container. Why do we do that? Well, because let's say the sustainable biomass resource globally is a distributed resource. So you'll find it, actually, unfortunately, sorry to break this news to some of you, the main resource that is unutilized these days is not in Denmark, it's not in Europe, it'll be in places like Africa, it'll be in Indonesia, it'll be in India, it'll be in South America, places like that. It'll be in places where it is in some remote location, it is not in a huge pile, you need to sort of collect it. So what makes sense is for you to transport the biomass as little as possible. What does make sense is to transport the energy products or the high quality commodities, the char, from a decentralized production location. So that is fundamental to our strategy. That is to do containerized units that are deployed close to where the biomass is. And they can also be deployed in places where you have poor infrastructure. So that's really at the core of what we do. If you do the math on it, you just if you take, let's just do the energy case. If I take sugarcane residues, it'll, the amount of joules that I can transport in one truckload is about a tenth of what I can transport if it were oil. So right, I need to have 10 times as many trucks transporting the biomass if what I intend to do is transport the oil to, let's say, a harbor. So it makes so much sense to try to get the machine out there and process things and have as short distances as possible, collect it decentrally, and then transport the high-value commodity. I hope that answers the question. There are a couple of instances of this in a linguist will be able to provide some additional insight on this, but biomass in a place like Denmark means one of a couple of things. It means wood chips that have been sourced somewhere in the Baltics, but actually it comes from Russia, so it's super unsustainable, or it is South American forest that has been chopped down unsustainably, or it is used cooking oil, something like that. Whereas what I'm seeing is that there are large swaths of biomass that are not being looked at. Right? You have something like rice husk. Luckily, you're seeing big companies going into rice husk. That is by a wide margin, the largest unutilized resource in the world. But no one is fighting for that, right? Similarly, water hyacinth, right? Large parts of Africa, Middle East, are infested by water hyacinth, but no one is talking about, no one is fighting about the water hyacinth. So that would be my first response, that biomass, yes, people are fighting for the biomass, but people also have a very, very limited view of what biomass entails. And if you actually take what I perceive as being the proper view of what biomass is, the picture is very different. The other thing is, as I was talking about before, we have an inherent scaling process. So we intend to grow in, let's say, 2025, if I'm producing a biofuel, that biofuel will come from biomass that was grown on fields, on areas that in 2022 were arid, right? So we are trying to expand on the arable land area globally, not encroach on existing land.
Our farmers are producing biomass that we prohibit burning.
Well, that's excellent.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the question. Have we got any further?
I think it's for Jennifer. I'd like to understand a little bit how you work. We have invested in two Indian companies. One company is using satellite images to detect what kind of crops. So they can actually detect any crops in the world. At the moment, they can also see how you can see the volume of the crops in different fields. And the other company has a stick, so they can actually measure fertilizers, nitrogen, microbes in the ground, on the soil. Now, obviously, we are moving towards understanding what crops can sequester the best and the most. Tell me a little bit on how you do that and if you're already there.
Yeah, we're incorporating a lot of what you've invested in. So we have a partner on the satellite imagery side that is, satellite imagery itself is now a commodity. They are providing the big data and machine learning on top of it that is helping to interpret some of the low orbit imagery and determine NDVI. And NDVI, here, I'm gonna just make sure that I don't misstate. It's the normalized differential vegetation index. So it is looking at how much the plants are growing. And how much the plants are growing is an indication of how much carbon they're actually taking out of the atmosphere. And so satellite imagery combined with this machine learning data can interpret the satellite imagery and actually help determine how much carbon is being taken out of the atmosphere. So it's supporting not only our monitoring, reporting, and verification of whether there was a cover crop planted and what cover crop it is, but how much growth was there, how much biomass is there that's produced from that crop? Therefore, how much carbon is it taking out of the atmosphere? So,
The baseline is based then on if the crops has been run through a machine like Jacob's machine, so you know how much it has sequestered of carbon based on baselines of using it for biomass, for instance.
no, it's not based on using it for biomass. I'm not a scientist myself, but there are protocols that have been developed. The Cool Farm Tool Alliance is one that's been leading the charge.
Separate crop from crop and say, in average, this crop sequesters so much CO2.
Yeah, and they look at what the soil quality is. Is it sandy? Is it clay? How much fertilizers are you using? So there's hundreds of data inputs that go into the calculations, and we leverage a combination of our own proprietary methodologies that we're developing, but layered on top of the industry standard, which is the Cool Farm Alliance. DNV is our auditor, so they're an independent auditing agency. They audit across a lot of different industries, and they're auditing us to an ISO standard. But we do expect there'll be more advancements in remote sensing, which is going to scale the ability to operate these programs, because right now, operating the MRV, the monitoring, reporting, and verification, is very human labor intensive. We actually go visit not all the fields, but a lot of the fields. We use big data to detect whether there's an anomaly in what's being reported by the farmer, and then we'll go visit that field to see if what the farmer inputted is correct. Maybe check the statements to see if they've actually purchased the cover crops, if they said were on the field. Look at the satellite imagery to see if there were the cover crops there when they said they were there. So it's a combination of very human labor intensive work, as well as trying to leverage some of this remote sensing technology, including soil-based remote sensing technologies.
Thank you. I think we have time for maybe one more question in the audience. I think believe.
The largest obstacles to scaling. I'd say there's three largest obstacles that I would point to. The public sector and the private sector aligning. So we're at the forefront of a lot of what's happening, and the governments have an approach. The public sector is bringing an approach, and trying to marry them and make sure that they are aligned is important, because what's prohibiting the program and these projects from developing right now is farmers concerned that they're not allowed to participate, and buyers concerned that the governments are going to want to keep the carbon credits for the government's NDCs under the Paris Agreement. And so the collaboration and alignment between the private sector and the public sector is hugely important. So we have a regulatory affairs division that is engaging with policymakers to help advance the discussion. And then scaling, just back to the last question, how do we do what we do more efficiently? And that'll come from technology.
I think adding to that from a purchaser perspective, it's also driving the cost down. I think that's a huge issue right now in scaling, is that we need to drive the cost down for these technologies in order for more purchasers to come in and demand this. So I think that's also a main part of it.
Just to follow up on that, Chris, as the purchaser of credits on the stage, what do you look for in a project? Because you have a very diverse portfolio of different credits. You clearly haven't just gone out to look for the cheapest credits on the market. So can you explain a bit around your thought process on how you chose which projects you invested in?
Yeah, so first of all, we decided early on to only support projects that were removing carbon, so carbon removal projects, as opposed to carbon removal or carbon offsets that are avoiding emissions or reducing emissions. So that was like the first decision we made, was to say, okay, we need to actually remove the same amount of carbon equal to what we're emitting. So that was the first decision. And then we have decided to go for a portfolio approach to offsetting. So instead of just finding one project and financing only that and all the money going there, we decided to actually invest in a broad range of projects, all the way from forestry to regenerative farming as well, bio oil, biochar, and also direct air capture. these different solutions, projects, they vary a lot in price. So we couldn't support only direct air capture, for instance. We wouldn't be able to afford that and remove the same amount of carbon as we emit. And also supporting only forestry, we think it's a little bit too unambitious, and we want to support solutions that have more long-lived storage, which forestry in its nature doesn't. So for us, building this portfolio was the right solution. Finding a partner, we're working with a partner here in Copenhagen, another startup that helps us to build this portfolio. And the idea for us is to, over time, as costs are going down for these more emerging technologies, we will move our funds towards these solutions and then balance the portfolio over time.
And we're running out of time somewhat, so if we could have the answers quite concise for this one. But I just wondered, across the board, where do you see the biggest challenges at the moment, and where do you see the biggest opportunity for someone to come in with a service or a product that can help move this space forward? I won't put anyone on the spot, so whoever wants to take it first.
I'd say that it's helping companies do what you're doing. So looking at Scope 3 emissions, which regulation will probably be coming to encourage companies to do more of this, but trying to get a handle on supply chains and value chains. We help the farmer at the very beginning, and we're quantifying at the field level how much these crops are sequestering. But then these grains move through the supply chain to make beer, to make cereal, to make cosmetic products, and you really lose the carbon footprinting ability. And so understanding that complexity and trying to get a handle on it is going to be really important to help these industries that have super complex value chains get a handle on Scope 3 emissions.
I suppose. I think, as I was kind of alluding to in one of the questions that was asked before, I think that there's a somewhat myopic approach to this. There are certain topics that are being discussed without like a full view of what's actually possible out there. And I think there are a lot of possibilities that are being missed simply because of that. Like we allow ourselves to sort of, define certain things that ought to be broad as very, very specific things, and because of that, we are making poor decisions. I think another part is sort of separating the chaff from the wheat, actually getting to a point where we have, apropos what you just said, some relatively lightweight, but also direct and trustworthy methodologies for estimating, let's say, the GHG footprint of a given solution, especially the novel ones coming in. So do we have to do like an LCA for every single new thing that comes in, or do we actually have some more sort of flexible methodologies that allow us to both pin down the footprint of existing solutions, but also take in new solutions as they come in. So there's sort of a, I don't know, what we call it, like an asymmetry in the market, I think.
I think it's for us as a purchaser, it's important to support projects that we see also using technology to some extent in order to become more efficient, but also to actually measure the impact. Because obviously, when we are purchasing these carbon offsets, these credits, we need to understand the impact of it. So I think that's the importance, to drive the market forward.
Thank you. And I think South Pole is working on so many things to try to move the needle slightly. So for instance, we're developing methodologies for carbon capture storage, and we're the lead author on, or co-lead author on the upcoming BCS biochar methodology. We're also helping to build the market through our next-gen CDR facility. But I think alongside this, there's got to be a lot of advocacy work as well. We're in working groups to even define what renewables means in this space, and to lead what are the core objectives of this market. What makes a good project versus an average project? So there's still a lot of work to be done, and I think there's so many opportunities in this space for individuals and companies to get involved to move the needle further. But for the final wrap-up, I'd like to hand it over to our youth council member.
Thank you, Adam. I'm very happy to hear and to see that the industry that has been and still are to some extent demonized as energy, as fuels, as farmers even, actually acting responsibly and taking responsibility to remove the emissions. However, the topic of this panel has been how negative can we actually get. So in maybe a sentence or two, why are we going net zero if we targeted net zero while we can do the growth, or can we do the growth zero?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, why are we targeting a net zero instead of growth zero? Or in other words, how negative can we actually
So I think you
Yeah.
net zero.
Well, I get the question.
Yeah, what we're hoping to do is to help the farmers quantify their farm activities, and to the extent that they're regenerating really, really well, those farmers' practices, perhaps they're sequestering more than they're emitting, and that they can carry that benefit into the supply chain.
Well, yeah, so my opinion is, well, the very short answer is that the atmosphere doesn't care. Like, it has to be, at the end of the day, it swings and carousels, and, we need to do something about that, those pesky GHG emissions in the atmosphere. Wherever we do to address that should be a pragmatic choice. Also, like, having worked, for instance, a lot with shipping, there are some very, very hard to abate sectors that just don't have the option of just doing everything within their own scope. Maybe they do eventually, but these are hard to attain goals. So I think that the net zero, frankly, I think that there is too much, there's too much of a worry about like offsetting, removal, these types of things, and not enough focus on actually getting to safe standards and rigorous certifications and things like that. That's where the effort should be put, not in trying to find, let's say, scope 1 emissions reductions or things like that.
Great. And I think we're about to get kicked off stage, so I'd just like to say finally, we've touched on so many different areas here which are now involved in carbon communication, cosmetics, agriculture, machine learning, finance, big data. I think it just shows that what was once just seen as a problem by the financial sector and industry as a whole is now really an opportunity for innovation and for growth in any market, really. So I think that's the message we'd like to leave behind. But I'd like to thank the panel and thank everyone for joining. If you have any questions, please just reach out to us.
Hi everyone, welcome to the GI 100 live pitch finale. So we're going to have 5 startups pitching to you today, and they're carefully selected by our investor jury panel yesterday, where we had 25 startups pitching their sustainable solutions. So we've had 1 winner in each of our 5 categories, and they're going to be pitching on stage for you now today. So our lineup, you can see on the screen here, we have Circle, Wave Piston, Simple, Very Simple, Tempty Foods, and Frame. So first, I would just like to introduce our investor jury panel for today. They will also be assessing the startups to determine the grand finale winner, who will be announced at our closing ceremony later this afternoon.
Hello everyone, my name is Kim. I am a serial entrepreneur myself that has gone investor. I'm the previous chairman of the Danish business angel network called BAMBAM. My company is called OptiTeam. We're a virtual VC, so we basically have virtual funds where we work with family offices, VCs, and our own money, investing in early stage. We got offices in Copenhagen, Stockholm, London, where we source Northern European deals and help them out into the world all the way to exit. So we're an impact investor, and we love things that do good. Thanks a lot.
Nice to meet you all. I'm T. I'm a principal at Seed Capital. We do later stage investments. We primarily do agnostic VC, but also looking into what could drive green transitions as well. Just made our investment in IV, company in Denmark doing carbon accounting, and to hear all the pitches today.
Hello, my name is Valdemar. I'm from Expand's investment department, EF Venture, with a focus on agri-food and energy. I'm looking forward to hearing all the pitches today.
Hi, my name is Linda, and I come from the Danish Green Investment Fund and Expand. I do the green impact assessment.
Great, thank you very much. Without further ado, I'll welcome to the stage Circle.
Hi, my name is Henriette Kistrup. I am the CEO and co-founder at Circle. I'm pleased to be here again today. Thanks for that. We're living amazing times. We can order food with a click on an iPhone or a computer, and within minutes we can have delicious food and beverages delivered at our doorstep. But what nobody talks about is the huge problem it creates for our planet. Not only styrofoam, but also cardboard is a huge problem for everybody. Another challenge that has come along recently, especially for the companies doing the meal kits and the e-grocery, is the sharp rise in prices for packaging material. Within the last year, we have seen price increases up to 40% on some packaging materials. Upcoming is also the extended producer responsibility, where companies need to pay to get their products back or their packaging material back from the consumers. And that will come into place in 2025, and nobody really knows how to deal with that. So we've decided to do something about it. And we have come up with a system that tracks the circular supply chain, that tracks the packaging material throughout the supply chain. It consists of 2 main elements. One thing is the packaging itself. In this case, it's a crate, a box that can hold both food and beverages. It's equipped with a tag, an RFID chip, and a QR code for the consumer to scan. The chip connects with our service, it connects with our platform that consists of both a consumer app and a system that tracks and traces every box. The box itself is made out of expanded polypropylene. It's very durable and it can last at least 150 times, probably more. At the end of its lifetime, it's fully recyclable back into new boxes, so it does not get downcycled. And also, it has even better properties than styrofoam, which makes it perfect for food and beverage chilled deliveries. We call it the Do Good box. The box, as I said, is equipped with a QR code, and that QR code the consumer can scan, and they can get access to not only impact data and reporting, but also special offers from our customer, recipes, etc. The system is a track and trace platform where we can see where the box is, and we can ensure that our customer gets statistics on impact as well. The market that we operate in is really big, and we don't limit ourselves to just talking about e-groceries and meal kits. We also look into other closed loops like cups at festivals, takeaway, bowls, B2B equipment. A lot of companies within B2B have the need to track their material that gets sent out into a circular system, and it gets lost on the way. We all know the Arla crates and the Coopback crates, etc., being used within catering. So there's a need for this system not only in home deliveries, but that's where we've started. We are a team of very experienced co-founders. We have a lot of experience in many different aspects of business, but one of the things that we put most emphasis on is supply chain. Supply chain skills are needed in order to manage a circular supply chain because it's very different from a linear supply chain. I myself have experience from both Carlsberg, Arla, and Bring, and those the skills that I bring to the table is both production, procurement, and logistics. Another thing that we do in order to differentiate ourselves is that we work with partnerships. We are not a last mile distributor. We are not a box producer, and we're certainly not a washing facility, but we have partnerships within all these areas. The market itself, as I mentioned, is really big. In Denmark alone, there were 22 million drops at people's homes in terms of e-grocery and meal kits. And also on a global scale, this is a very big market. And this is just looking at the outer box of the home deliveries. When we have achieved our 24-month plan, we will have saved the planet the equivalent of 4,100 Eiffel Towers stacked on top of each other in terms of packaging material. And if we take on the global market, it's the equivalent of a return trip to the moon. Thank you. I'm gonna ask Jan, my co-founder, to join me for questions.
Okay, thanks a lot. One quick question. Your team looks really tight operationally. How do you have a board? Consisting of? Okay.
Maybe you can just, great question, love to hear about. Maybe you can just tell a bit about where you are in terms of going to market and what have your insights been on this consumer play, which I insights, and how does this actually work also with the software?
In terms of where we are, we have one customer who's live and working, and we have several pilots out in the market with other potential customers. The box that we are going to use, the one we're using now is a prototype, so that's not the one that we're going to go to market with. We only have also prototypes of that one, but that's going to come late summer. We will go live with that. So your question was about the consumer. I think that our consumers have surprised us positively. There's been a lot of positive reactions to actually want to use the service, and the customer that we have actually made it an opt-in. So you can opt into using a Readings Box, and that has been overwhelmingly positive. And if you want to, do you want to add anything? Yeah.
What do you think will be your number one obstacle going forward in the next 3 months?
First of all, as Henriette just told, that we will launch the product that is made for scale in approximately 2 months, and we believe we are ready, with the whole supply chain and making the process work. I think the main challenge is probably to get the consumers convinced that they need to return it. It is a little more hassle going into reuse systems, but we need to do it. So that's a big educational piece that we also need to take responsibility for. That's why we also work a little bit on the political scene to make sure that politicians and the communication in general talks about that reuse is better than single use or the linear model.
This is from here.
Okay, we only have 8 minutes in all. We're in our last question here and a very quick answer.
Is it this one? Yes.
Yes, I'm interested in the choice of material for your boxes.
Can we try it here, maybe? Where? Here. Oh, okay, yes. I don't try it there. I don't know if it helps, but...
Have you tested that?
Let me see.
And also, have you considered your value chain? So where do you get the materials from? How are they produced?
I'm asking the thing. Put over here.
The material, we are material agnostics because we believe that the material has to be reused so many times that that's what's important for us. And it's also important for us that there is a clear value chain from end of life back into new boxes so it doesn't get recycled. So that's clear that we have evidence of that, we have documentation for that. So that's where we've landed on that question.
Maybe that.
Okay, thanks for a great pitch.
I'll take my
phone.
When you told
the audience what we're evaluating are 4 criteria, 5 actually. Team and key stakeholders, business case, impact, innovation, and then our overall judgment. So it's not a deep diligence, it's a 4-minute pitch. We haven't done our reading. Some of these companies we know beforehand. If we are biased or disqualified,
can you put it directly there without the adapter?
Because of course many of these
if I don't use the adapter, they
so I'm going to be a bit strict on the 4 minutes and 4 minutes, so we keep the
what
agenda here now. Unless someone else is going to take time.
That's the
I'll give you guys a 30-second heads up.
Put only the
and if you go over your time, we'll be cutting on the questions. I wouldn't recommend it. Try and answer the questions.
I'll take my phone.
You can. There you go.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Michael Henriksen. I'm the CEO of Wave Piston. And at Wave Piston, we built up a strong, experienced team, both in our company in Denmark and in Spain. And we're all focusing on 2 of the largest challenges in the world. That is replacing fossil fuels with renewable energy and ensuring more fresh water. We do this by focusing on the energy of the waves. And why waves? People ask. Rightfully ask, because isn't solar and wind power enough? Well, solar and wind power are very, very good resources, cheap resources, but we need more, we need other types. And we need the waves for two main reasons. The first of all, you can see here, it is available all around the world. It's an abundant resource, and it's not exploited. It's not exploited, still not exploited. Secondly, wave energy is a very, very fine complement to wind and solar power. And it has these three advantages to wave energy. It has a high availability. It's much more predictable, up to several days in advance. You can predict the waves coming in. And third, it is the energy production is time-wise shifted compared to wind. As you know, the wind builds up the waves over a period and over an area. When the wind drops, the waves keep rolling, and they also roll when the sun is not shining. So we need the waves, and this is important. The next one is because it's not only the cost of the energy, but also when you produce it, there's a great value, which is very much known also now in the environment. And it also helps, it's much less intrusive because you don't spoil the wind. Okay, so our system, it's like a number of plates we call energy collectors on the same structure. And here is how it works. Let's see if the works here. Does it work on the video? Let's just push it. Okay. When a wave passes by, the plates move back and forth. This pumping movement drives pumps that suck in seawater, increase the pressure to 60 bars. This pressurized water is then transported to shore. And on the commercial station onshore, we have a standard hydropower turbine that converts to electricity, and a desalination system, standard reverse osmosis system, that can desalinate water. So we get two end products, clean electricity and clean water. The system will then consist of many strings. We can scale it depending on the needs of different locations, also over time. And this is our latest installation. We had a test in Gran Canaria. As you can see, next to a platform and a wind turbine, you can choose your view yourself, what you want to look at. But what we're doing right now, we're preparing the first full-scale installation for electricity production and desalination. We're preparing that, and we'll be testing over and demonstrating in 2023. For that, we're raising €2 million of equity. And the whole thing is about showing some results, get data, third-party validator, and show some results before we move into commercial stage. Thank you.
Excellent timekeeping. I'm going to let the questions go to.
Curious about your team. Who have you looked at? What do you need for key hires moving forward?
Key hires? Yeah. We started off by I'm actually one of the only non-technical guys in the company, girls and guys. So it's mainly engineers that we try to get sort of both from a young side and the experienced side. And if they have offshore experience or knows about all this harsh sort of environment we have there, that's definitely advantage. But it's a challenge because engineers are not easy to get hold of, especially not experienced engineers in the energy sector. It's really, really hard. But we have now 12 full-time employees in Denmark and Spain.
So a bit about how far you will go from 2 million.
Yeah.
Could you just elaborate a bit on where will it take you and how much you would go for actually putting into production?
Yeah. So €2 million is to finalize our ongoing projects for demonstration at full scale to sort of get the data for electricity production and desalination. Then there will be a next round will be needed to go for the commercial stage. And we actually have a pre-commercial stage in between, because this is just like selling a small piece of pencil. It's actually a huge investment for the customer. So, and it's a long-term investment. So we need our strategy is to go in and we become a co-owner of the first installations. That's what we call the pre-commercial stage. We sell the power, electricity, the water, go together with the customers and some key suppliers, a consortium for that, and then we show that before we go into commercial stage.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Could you say a little bit more about this?
Desalination, yeah. We have options to one, the other, or both at the same time. So desalination is going to work with hydraulics, with high pressure water. And what you need for reverse osmosis, that is high pressure water. So normally you use a lot of energy, you need 3 to 4 kilowatts per cubic meters of desalinated water. We just come with a high pressure. So the challenge here is not just because it's easy, the challenge here is to come with high pressure water. So we need to have high pressure filter before we put it into the reservoir. And then mix it. But that is sort of mature technology, that's not where the risk lies. That's where sort of the things that you see where we have, that's where we have our technical risk. Yeah. So that's standard hydropower turbines. We build the turbine with the seams, we build it. The biodiversity, sort of how we impact the environment.
refrigerator is opened and your washing machine goes on. So we can manage that and capitalize on that.
Okay, two simple, quick ones. We have 20 seconds. You get 10 seconds on each. I would love to see, we heard your background, your team.
Right.
If you had a picture of that, where you showed us lots of happy faces and CVs.
Yeah.
And the other would be, of course, your competitive wall you're going to build, your edge. So 10 seconds on each, and then we're finished.
Okay. Team-wise, we have a guy who can solder and program. I can program as well. And we have a COO who's done a lot on maintenance and repair, and then we have 3 mechanics at the moment. Yeah. What was the second question? Sorry. The competitive barriers are, I've worked with linear industry my whole life. It's so far removed from what they do. I mean, what we're doing here. But sure, we could. I mean, we have 2 ways. We could make a pure data play. If we end out, you know, the algorithms are determining whether this one is working or not. Right? So we can go the pure data route, if that turns out to be the most sort of viable path for us, or we could go, yeah, really.
Excellent.
Sure.
Thanks a lot. Simple.
Is it working? I actually put it on? Yeah, I think it's on. Let's see.
Okay, welcome guys. I'll give you a sign when there's 30 seconds left. You have 4 minutes.
Perfect. We're Tempty Foods, foods of the future based on mycelium. Meat and dairy consumption is responsible for more than 14% of global greenhouse gas emissions. The problem we're solving is the lack of healthy, tasty, and diverse alternatives to meat. In fact, meat replacements like plant-based burgers are often perceived as too processed by consumers, while products like tofu taste less. On top of that, everything is based on the same type of protein like soy or pea. Our solution is Tempty, a new alternative based on fungal protein, mycelium. Using mycelium gives our product great texture and low CO2 emissions. And since we're not trying to mimic meat, we can focus on making products that taste great in their own way and have good nutritional values. Since we have developed our prototype in May last year, it has been ongoingly optimized and tasted by more than 500 consumers with a very positive response. In terms of IPR, we have filed patent around our final product and acquired a trademark. In comparison to meat products like minced pork and beef, Tempty produces 3 to 40 times less CO2 per kilo. If Tempty replaces minced beef in 130,000 meals in year 1, we believe that we can help to save over 4,000 tons of CO2, which is an equivalent to the yearly energy consumption of 500 households. In year 3, we estimate it could be 19,000 households.
In terms of the market size, there are over 100 billion meals eaten by people in Europe who are trying to reduce their meat intake. Our target audience, which are vegetarians and vegans in the Nordics, and if they eat our product only once a month, that equals to more than 130 million meals a year. So far, we have been focused on creating brand awareness through a crowdfunding campaign, and the next step is to collaborate with meal boxes and restaurants who has the same values as us in order to introduce our product through defined recipes to consumers, and then scale through supermarkets. Our business model is very simple. We get all ingredients, including mycelium, from suppliers. We then produce the final product in our own production facility and then sell directly to customers. We aim for a B2B price of 150 kroner per kilo and 39 kroner for 2 portions in retail, where we expect a gross profit margin between 40 and 50%. We position ourselves on the Danish market as the only brand that are focused on creating a new alternative instead of trying to mimic meat, but also by being the only brand that are using an alternative protein instead of soy and pea to diversify the consumer diet. So far, we have raised more than 1.5 million kroner in soft funding and sold our products in a B2B sale and crowdfunding for 60,000 kroner. We have launched our product on the B2B market and started to produce ourselves. The next step is to outsource our production so that we're ready to scale through supermarkets later this year, which is also when we'll be looking for an investment. We are Anna, Cecilia, and Martina, and we have backgrounds in food innovation, nutrition, food technology, and business, and we therefore have all the relevant skills to bring this product to the market. We just recently expanded our team with 2 part-timers, and we're also supported by mentors with expertise in branding, product development, and business. So we're on a mission to provide innovative food options that are both good for the people and for the planet. So stay tempted, our products are coming. Thank you.
If you would like to...
Yeah, we have a small sample for only the jury. We have had some earlier, but I think they might all have been taken. But
Would you like some soup? Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for a great presentation. So, if I understand it correctly, your patent is on the process of making the end product, right? And you don't own the production of...
So we've been closely collaborating with our supplier, and we have made projections of how much mycelium we will need in the upcoming months and so on. And they said that it's not a problem for them to deliver that. And we're working on potentially working even more closer together, not just as a supplier and sort of their customer. So there's potential for more collaboration between our parties.
Would collaboration mean that you would also at some point go further down into the funnel, owning more of the raw products, or how do you see that? Otherwise, it's a consumer game at some point, really reaching the market. Could you explain a bit more about what you're thinking about that?
Yeah, so I honestly cannot explain too much about like what we're discussing with them because it's a bit under the NDA, but we're working on making sure that the collaboration is in a sense that we have more stake in each other's companies in that sense, if that explains.
So that we both benefit from their knowledge and they benefit from our knowledge, and in that way we can move faster and learn from each other.
I'm curious about your sourcing of mycelium. Is it a local producer? How much can they deliver in terms of scale?
Yes, so that is a producer in the Nordic countries. They are not Danish, but they're very close by. And in terms of the projections, they pretty much agreed on whatever we have projected, and it was for the next year around up to 5 tons of mycelium. But that's just the first sort of estimates for the next month.
Thank you very much. Also for the taste test. Yeah, very good. So I just want to ask you, when you do the comparison for CO2 and you calculate the CO2 impact, do you compare directly 1 kilo meat towards your product, or do you compare where you know the nutritional value of your product and the nutritional value of meat?
Yes, so the projections were made per kilo. So it was like if you need to get a kilo of this sort of meat product to supermarkets before the consumer buys it, then what is sort of the CO2 produced up till that point, and then we compared it to our projection. So it's not about the nutritional value, it's more about the kilo of the product.
Yeah, but we just started recently to do sustainability accounting, so of course there are limitations to our knowledge, but we're trying, and I think that's the way to start.
We've been working as part of Green Up Accelerator program with the footprint firm, and they've been having one-on-ones with us, and we've been trying to do everything according to the real standards that are now in the industry.
I'm wondering, competitive barrier is always interesting, right? So your patent pending, if you don't get the patent, does that mean that anyone can actually do that process then?
That could be correct, but we are not yet publishing the patent. We just have it in case we want to publish it at some point. We've been talking about it strategically with our IP lawyers. But of course, it's a food business, right? So unless you're patenting the actual production of the mycelium, there it makes more sense. But for us, we identify that around the texture of the product, there is something that hasn't been really patented until now. So we thought, why not to give it a chance, and then decide later on strategically whether we want to use that or not.
But in general, patents are very hard in the food industry because if you're a chef, it's quite easy to,
So one last question then, you have about 15 seconds. What is your biggest concern for proceeding? What's your biggest barrier, you think?
Outsourcing our production. Right now, it's really difficult when you're a small company to go from, right now we're in a small cafe producing 20 kilos, but we want to be producing 100 kilos, where a lot of the industry players requires that you can produce 300 kilos a day.
But we will go with the pilot production of a larger quantity, and we will focus first on B2B so that it's easier to actually work with the pilot batches than going directly to supermarkets. There we go after we have the production all secured and running smooth.
Okay, well, thank you for Tempty Food. And that was our final pitch. I'm thanking all judges here. We're going to go in a small conference, and sorry, we have one left. I can't count. 5 is the number, and of course, we have our last contestant. I'm going to give you 4 minutes on stage. You get a sign when there's 30 seconds left, and then there's 4 minutes questions.
Perfect. Thank you. Just waiting to get it up and running. Perfect. Thank you. Nice to be here again, and sorry for the ones that are waiting. My name is Jesper. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Frame. Frame provides a digital platform for managing sustainability in construction and real estate, from the very first idea to the finished building. We're here today to find investors to help us change the industry, to make sustainability go mainstream. The world is changing. 200,000 people are moving to the cities every single day. This means we need to double the number of built square meters worldwide in just 40 years. And for that reason, we are seeing increasing demands to comply with sustainability standards and new legislation. Buildings complex. Add sustainability, and it just makes it even more complex because it's overwhelming, it's time-consuming, and it's difficult to handle. And sustainability is now becoming mandatory in an industry that's simply not ready. That's why we built Frame, a unique digital solution that makes sustainability a central part of any chosen building project. Frame enables the actors in construction to understand, to manage, design, document, and certify sustainable buildings. The construction industry is hugely affected by these new demands of sustainability. We are currently in Denmark working to shift from handling or managing single construction projects to portfolios of existing buildings. And we also see a huge possibility and opportunity in scaling outside the borders of Denmark, initially in Sweden, Norway, and Holland. Frame is for building owners, consultants, and contractors. All of them can be our customers, but they all need to work together in order to create and build sustainably. Our most frequent users say that it would be very painful for them if they didn't have Frame to support them in their work. And that's because they save a lot of time, Frame reduces complexity, and they're able to increase their ambitions in sustainability. Even though the construction industry is currently affected by a shortage in building materials and components, products, we aim at double-digit growth every single month, as we have seen in many months up until now. Frame is a SaaS platform, and we're very successful in converting from trials to paying customers. And Frame's unique. There is no other solution that is as diverse and wide as Frame, and we focus on securing a low entry point for our users to make it easy and intuitive to use. We've tailored just the right team for changing the industry. We wrote the book on sustainability in the construction industry, and having since added world-class, hand-picked people to that team, we're now set for scaling. We've just opened our next funding round. We're raising 1 million euros to scale business outside our current territories. The time is really right now. Thank you.
Well, that was with a few seconds ago. Let's hand over to the jury for questions.
Yes, thank you very much, Jesper. So just to understand, you're scaling up, is that to go, like into BREEAM, LEED, etc.?
When going into new markets, initially Sweden, as I mentioned, we need to have a local presence and adapt to local standards. So yes, in Sweden, we'll be going for Miljöbyggnad, but it could also be LEED and BREEAM when it comes to Norway and Holland, yes.
Could you, amazing pitch and very nice to hear about. Could you tell a bit more about the use of this? Also in a life cycle perspective, having built the building and having done that, but also the project management of the building going forward. Could you tell a bit about how often is it used, and do you see the virality between the ones that is using it?
Yeah, two different answers to that. Yeah. Firstly, our current platform is a platform that supports collaboration and management of sustainability from idea to finished building. So that's one cycle. And we help the actors in the industry to collaborate in reaching their goals when it comes to sustainability. And that could be within certification, or it could just be legislation. What we are aiming at right now is going from that to also support existing buildings and portfolios of such. So working with pension funds and large asset managers, we are developing a tool based on what we have today that can keep on going in existing buildings as well, do ESG reporting, doing certification of existing buildings as well. And that's an ongoing process.
So you've also been around for several years. You have clients, paying clients, and customers that are happy. What is it that keeps other customers? What is their argument for not onboarding?
The main reason right now is that sustainability is still a very beginning in the industry. It's a traditional industry and it takes time. What we saw last year, where we actually did a pivot and started a new company, our current company, last year we saw a hole in the market. Now's the time for scaling of this. What we've seen is that being a standalone platform can be troublesome. So our focus right now in collaboration with a Swedish company is to build our first integrations into other platforms.
Are you also looking for other partnerships, such as in the CO2 analysis or lifecycle analysis of some of the projects you're doing?
Completely obvious. We are aiming at being a sustainability hub in the future. Data will be in everything. It's data-driven business. So we need plugins for a lot of things, simulations, calculations, etc. Yeah, that's the way to go.
Yeah, thank you. We have 1 minute left, so I'll give the audience, is there a good question for Frame, or are we going to round it off here now? Are we content here? Jesper, thank you very much, and all the other 5 also. A big hand.
Thank you to all 5 of our GI 100 participants for pitching on stage today. If you want to hear who won after some jury deliberation, we'll be announcing the winner at the closing ceremony this evening. Thanks. And next up, we have the future of textiles.
seldom you see. Oh.
Hello, everyone. Let me start today's discussion by asking a very simple question. How can a garment be cheaper than a sandwich? How can a product that needs to be sewn, thrown, harvested, combed, spun, knitted, cut and stitched, finished, labeled, packaged, and transported just cost a couple of euros? This depicts our take, make, and dispose model, which does not reflect the true environmental cost of the product. Support businesses in workshops and seminars looking into topics like circular business models, circular value chains, and design thinking. Our panel today is going to be discussing some of these topics. And joining me today are Kim Jarl from the Lifestyle and Design Cluster. He's the head of circular economy and the managing partner of Nordic Circular Hotspot. Then we have Marie-Josephine Muslin from the Danish Chamber of Commerce, where she advocates for the green agenda of the Danish textile companies. And of course, we have Peter Svensson, who is a serial entrepreneur and has spent 15 years in the fashion industry. He founded one of the most prominent circular brands, Vigga, and is now the co-founder of Continued Fashion. And then we have Katrin Annika Hall, who is a textile designer, educator, and researcher, and she works with Danish fashion and textile brands as part of the Resuit project. The structure of today's panel is going to be split into 3 main topics. First, we're going to look into the opportunities and benefits of the system redesign and the barriers of doing so. And then we'll look at the role of circular innovation and design in this transition. And finally, we're going to be reflecting on the challenges and opportunities that the new EU strategy on textiles raises for businesses. So without any further ado, let me start with the first part of the discussion. Marie, with your experience at the Danish Chamber of Commerce, could you please explain the economic benefits of redesigning the system? Is there an actual business case to this?
Thank you. Yes, so I think I'd like to start by maybe defining what does redesigning the system actually mean. It's a bit of a fancy word maybe. And I think we need a whole systemic economic societal change. We need to change the way we do business today. We can't just continue doing the business as usual. And that means we need to shift from a very linear production that we have to more circular production.
And yeah, I have to say, as it is now, there's not been enough economic incentives to actually produce less, produce better. There's really a lack of these incentives, and that's why we are where we are today, right? We're really missing some regulations in this industry. So I would say, no, right now as it is, it's not a great business case, but what's happening is that the EU is proposing a lot of new regulations. There are going to be a lot of new requirements for brands to comply to a much more, let's say, responsible way of producing clothes. So with these new regulations, we're really hoping that brands both get a kind of support and guidelines that will actually help them to see, okay, where can we do a change here to produce with a reduced footprint, but also to hold the ones accountable that are not really following the rules as it is right now. And I would say for the brands, I think a lot hold maybe back and are very overwhelmed because it's not been very beneficial to act responsibly, and that's why companies run the way they're running it now, because they haven't been held accountable and they've just been able to produce clothes and do this sustainability squeeze. So like we're making more money, but actually the lower ends of the supply chain are not. So I think that's an important shift, and there is a lot of potential for our economy actually in this. I think there is going to be a business case because you can make a lot of money. There's been made studies of the secondhand market, for example, recycling plants, new jobs within technology, digitalization, all these circular business models such as repair, renting, all these things that require new setups and new infrastructures, and that will probably boost the economy in a very different way. And that's what we need, right? Economic incentives to do it in a better way.
Okay, so you rightly mentioned that business as usual is not the way forward. Now we have a chance to hear from someone who's disrupting the system, first with Wigga and then with Continued Fashion. Peter, what do you think is stopping the textile industry from becoming circular? Both businesses and customers are on board. We have all these targets and commitments from brands. Why do you think it's still not happening? We're not moving towards circularity.
I think it was well put here. Maybe with accountability and overwhelming. But I know one thing is I'm an avid fly fisher. So when I go to a stream, I would look at what does it teach me and take that approach. We know there's a problem here. We know there's some pain and gains, and we somehow walk a bit around it. So I guess knowledge, taking it serious, and then setting a course. And doing so in a transition where you have an old company, old rules, old standards, and also outsourced. Most brands, they design and sell. They don't have a production line themselves and so on. Most of that they purchase there is invented 100 years ago. So there's a lot of infrastructure around it and mindsets about it, I think, that needs to be changed. So daring and having some guts, and maybe set you one free. Maybe put a team on the side, break free, make a new sub-brand, try something else inside of try to fix something that might not be so repairable in the end after all, or just a percent of it would be prominent to do so. Take the cheap clothes you mentioned at the beginning. It has no resale value, has no properties of quality in it. It can only be discarded after a few uses. So these kind of products needs to stop, and making your dime on what you don't have as a strategy, but more what is actually your core business and what you put in your mouth is where the money goes somehow. That would be nice. And that said, of course, I talk a lot to brands too. I don't know if it's I think abstract is a good overwhelming term of this state we are in. And the funny thing is that what we tried then to achieve is we tried to do a lot of production gains with working with materials and so on. But It can only maybe, with the technology we know from now, go from impact, flatten out and some measurements, but as long as the sales and the growth is expanding, those two lines would never meet. So the gap will be worse and worse, and looking into that one is something you need to take serious if you want to save the planet or have a benefit.
Okay, on the note of saving the planet, Kim, I'm going to come to you. What do you think are the barriers to the systems transition? And since you work a lot with SMEs, how do you think they fit into this transition?
Well, obviously there are a lot of barriers and they are really tough ones. I'd like to start with the obvious one, that within the last 20 or 30 years we've accustomed ourselves and the customers to having clothes, buying clothes that's becoming cheaper and cheaper. And you know, the part of the ordinary family's budget that is taken up by clothing is really falling, has been falling for the last 15, 20 years. So there's a custom here we need to break away from. Obviously, these last 20, 30 years with the globalization, and I think it's fair to say that the fashion industry is really one of the most globalized industries of all. We have seen an immense investment and optimization in this very linear mode of production and of selling. And I'd like to say linear selling also, because what we see as one of the very big barriers is that the big buyers of clothing are what the French, they call them the grands espaces, which is the big outlets, the big, you know, co-ops and the big supermarkets, hypermarkets. They are the one pressing prices and quality down. And the rest of the industry, more or less, the rest of the industry has to follow. So it's really also from this linear selling model, which then turns into this very, very strange situation where, you know, the buying of a new piece of clothes is it's not actually dressing yourself with quality clothes and, you know, experimenting and you know, really you know, savoring quality and taking care of it as in the old days. I mean, I'm so old that I can remember going into a shop and, you know, the people there actually knew something about clothes. That's not the situation today, unfortunately. So let me just stop there. I think, and when we come to SMEs, obviously, some SMEs are really, you know, challenging this model, insisting to produce quality, insisting to use continued fashion and other platforms in order to make clothing garments last far longer than just 3-4 times. That's very important to kind of stop this. Right now, the world is producing 100 billion pieces of garment each year. I mean, it's unsustainable by any measure. This has to stop, and it will stop. For various reasons, it's going to stop. So the business occasion or possibilities is actually to be first mover here, because obviously, for so many reasons, this will stop. So being an SME, you tend to be kind of, you know, needing to adjust to prices and the conditions of the market, and you tend also, as a Danish SME brand, to, you know, having your stuff produced overseas in India, Bangladesh, China. So it's very hard to influence your direct upstream value chain. That's a problem. So I'll get back to what you can do as an SME to kind of meet that challenge. But obviously, many SMEs that has not found this little new market of green clothing. Fortunately, there's a lot of brands going that way, but still the mainstream they're still really, you know, dependent on this very linear production and selling.
Kim, you mentioned, you know, the role of key stakeholders. You mentioned the challenges of upstream value chains for SMEs, and we all know that businesses are driven by demand and customers. Katrin, to you, what do you think customers' role in this systemic change is, and specifically, you know, in terms of, you know, attitude and their behavior perspective?
Yeah, I think the customer is really, really important. So while we do clearly need change from a kind of top-down industry level, we also need this bottom-up from our consumers. And they need to change their attitudes and understanding of what clothes is. We can no longer just go into shops and buy clothes as we used to. We need to be able to buy reusable clothes. Maybe it's rental clothes, repair, and change our attitudes around those. Are we going to be accepting that our jumper has a hole and it's been fixed and that we'll still wear that? Is it okay to buy something that has been worn before? And is it okay that it's not completely brand new and has been worn quite a few times before? There's obviously a real uptake in reuse, in the reuse market. And we're buying vintage clothes, second-hand clothes, but it's really easy to buy the top level, the cream of that market. Are we going to be able to change our attitudes to that kind of middle market? And more than that, we quite often as consumers think that the problem is somewhere else. I'm sure everyone sitting in this room doesn't think that they are the fast fashion consumer that's causing the problem. But interestingly, if a young fast fashion consumer bought a jacket, they wore it once and then they donated it and got rid of it. Everyone's like, no, that's terrible. It's terrible, they should be wearing it loads. But what happens if you bought a jacket, wore it once, and you had it in your wardrobe for 10 years, unworn, still that once? Is that better or is that worse? So sometimes we need to think about the way we as consumers use our fashion. Might it be better to have donated that coat so someone else could have worn it rather than just hanging in your wardrobe doing nothing for 10 years? Also, the type of consumer that buys fast fashion, it's very easy to blame them. But we also have other consumers, the people that go and, do yoga or go to the gym, that buy new yoga pants every few weeks. They want an upgrade in their wardrobe. And I'm not here to shame any consumer. I like to refresh my wardrobe and feel good about my clothes. And we need that. It's part of, feeling amazing. But there are different models and different things. And consumers, we as consumers, we need to think carefully, or not we as consumers, but we need to try and change mindsets and behaviors so there are different outlets for this refreshing of our fashion.
That's a great point. I think mindset change is key to how our relationship with clothes changes, right? Like how do we perceive as using and buying clothes that we're doing right now. So on this note, I'm going to be moving on to the next topic, which is going to be the role of circular innovation and design. And Catherine, to you again, as a researcher in the field of design, what do you think is the role of circular design in a systems transition, and why is it so important?
So circular design, just in case anybody doesn't know, is where you take into account the materials, how it's going to be produced, the user, which is super crucial, and then of course once that clothing has left the user, how it will be recovered. And that's a very kind of simple 4-step way of thinking about circular design. We need to think carefully about the materials that we use, whether they're better virgin materials, so for example organic cotton rather than normal cotton, but even better, can we take waste materials? So that's not just from recycled materials, that could be actual waste fabric and cutting that up and reimagining it. And then thinking about how you change those production methods. When you've got new materials and different ways of sourcing those materials, we have to adapt our production methods. We also need to think really carefully about the user. So all the stuff that I've been talking about, consumer and understanding how they are going to use, how that's going to cycle round. That might not just go to one consumer, that might be multiple consumers. And then of course, when it really does get to its end of its life, you don't want to have done anything that will disrupt its recovery. So making sure that it can be recycled. And this is really, really, really vital in the circular economy, this idea of designing the product so it's fit for some of the business models, whether that's rental, whether that's reuse, all of those different things. So the designer in the circular system is really, really, really vital. And actually, the designer often isn't, and we're seeing more of this being involved right from the beginning. My research is in recycling, and so it's really important for me to talk to sorters and recyclers, as well as thinking about the people that produce some of those materials, because I know where that material is going to go. I'm the designer, I know exactly what type of market, what type of business model that I'm designing it for. And so therefore it's really important that I speak to the recyclers if I'm wanting to use recycled materials. But equally, they are getting their resource from the sorters. And so the sorters need to be able to sort all of this stuff out. Of course, that does come back to the designers that have designed the product in the first place, but we haven't got a beautiful circular system. So the idea is that we take these resources and we can design them so they can come back around, so that the sorters can sort them perfectly for the recyclers, which can then go into the design appropriately.
So I think the intervention needs to be done upstream, like you mentioned before, like at the design stage, right? Product design dictates up to 80% of the life cycle environmental impact of a product. And knowing this, Kim, what mindset should designers adopt when, designing products and services?
Well, for the risk of repeating what you just said, I think it's really about understanding that we need to disrupt this very linear model we're in, where garments are going to be produced as cheap as possible. Designers need really to go back to the old virtues of designing clothes for longevity and repairability, meaning using really cloths and constructing garments so that they're really worthwhile keeping and maintaining and repairing. And this is also something that will be put into the new EU legislation. The only problem with this legislation is that it's going to take some years before it's really very specific and really becomes kind of a demand, because there's a lot of work, defining what is repairability, what is quality, how do we measure quality. Now we know we can measure, we can test out the working clothes, we can test out furniture for office users in terms of quality and longevity, how long they can last. But this kind of thinking and methodology is need to be put into consumer fashion, which is a whole different ball game. It's far more diverse and stuff. But this is the way we're going. So the future designer needs to know this and needs to really understand how to include the whole value chain, including almost the cotton being sewn somewhere in India, to having it finally sent off for fiber to fiber recycling or whatever. So this whole value chain the designer needs, and more specifically right now, because we see some of the SMEs that really want to change into producing more quality products, higher price products. The first encounter they meet is the conservatism of their sales and marketing people. Yeah. So that we also need really to connect the designers with the knowledge of what is good quality, what used to be good quality, to the salespeople, and give them tools in order to go out and actually begin working with customers and working with the retailers and say, this is possible. If we do it in the right way and we actually stand up and guarantee that this is another kind of product we're now making, it's twice as durable, it doesn't lose its color after 2 washes, and by the way, we have also instructions and we can learn you how to maintain it, and if a button goes out, then come to our shop and have it repaired. This new way of thinking demands that you take on board sellers, the retailers and stuff. So it's a systemic change, but I think the designers need to be in kind of the core of this.
Exactly. And moving on from designers to businesses, and how this gives them an opportunity to be innovative. The circular business landscape is moving in a very innovative space, and it's constantly challenged by this ever-changing, fast-changing policy landscape, like you mentioned, in particular the EU strategy on textiles that will set product-specific eco-design requirements, increasing product repairability, durability, and reusability through new measures like digital passports and labeling requirements. And Marie, what do you think this strategy is? Is this a unique opportunity for the textile industry? And what are the challenges that you foresee for the Danish industry?
Yes, I definitely think there are some amazing opportunities for brands to reinvent themselves, to rethink. What it requires is really to be bold, to be brave, to invest. I think you have to really see this like a long-term investment. We know that it's costly as it is now, but I think we also know that it's a matter of changing now, and now it's more a question of how exactly. But I think one initiative as the extended producer responsibility, so that means that the brands or the producers have more responsibility for the products they actually produce and put on the market. Like before, they would produce something and then they would just be like, now it's out of my hands. And that is going to require or like make them maybe work more on their products. I think it actually creates an opportunity for them to get more feedback, to get more data, to get more insights on the clothes they produce. So if they interact with the consumer, you know, they will provide feedback and they will see, okay, can I maybe adjust something? Can I amend something? So I think this may be interaction, and also not only with the consumers, also with the suppliers. All these initiatives coming in terms of control, those will force the producers to work more closely with the suppliers, which is a really, really good thing, I think. In terms of challenges, I think there are like 4 main challenges. One is the cultural challenge, the mindset thing. We need to, be bold. We need to take this maybe courageous step for the brands as well to like, okay, we need to do this in a different way. We really need to shift. That requires some change, and it might take some time. And then the skills competency challenge, I think when I started working a couple of years ago with sustainability, I was often talking to companies that didn't even have a CSR manager, and it was like the designer or the product developer taking that task. And now I can really see a shift in like CSR departments growing, and they actually are able to hire people with maybe environmental background, with like technical background and these kind of things. Which is a nice development, but I also see that a lot of, especially SMEs, are struggling finding skilled labor that can take on these tasks that we haven't been required to, and also within compliance and all these things. And the 2 last are infrastructure, technology. Now we get some requirements on like, we need to use some more recycled fibers. We don't have enough recycled fibers as it is now, so we're really working on a pilot stage, and we need to scale that up. And that needs to go very fast. So and the last one is a data challenge. We have, compared to other industries, not as much data available as we wish we had, that we could base on our making our decisions. And I'm working very closely with the public consultations with the EU, and we need to feed in with a lot of facts, and we don't have enough data about the use phase, right? So that would be so important to get more of, to be able to take some good decisions and form the laws so it makes sense and it's realizable.
Peter, I think we were discussing before about how there's enough data already out there for us to, look through and take these strategies out. I would love to hear more about, the business models that you adopted in the past, and briefly describe for us, what you did both with Vigga and Continuous Fashion. What kind of business models did you kind of thought through and execute and so on?
It started a bit before the business models, having a kidswear brand, having kids ourselves, hit a sweet spot with some new design preferences in time where everything was pink or bluish. It went very well. Great growth curve, so forth. 1 year in, we went to see how the products were made. We were just designing and selling, and it was not for kids. So we immediately decided, pure indignity, to say, okay, this is not for kids. We don't want to raise money doing this like it is. So we wanted to change stuff, and we started just ad hoc, being idiots, demanding, and trying to practicize stuff, getting rid of the most hazardous chemicals, would question how to do it, trying to solve it out, finding some partners, so on. It evolved into, we felt like superheroes. Then suddenly a epiphany came after experiment with more than 3 million pieces of clothes, tried most, I think still relevant for most practices today, that this beautiful product now was not utilized enough. Didn't understand the usage of it. So kids grow, clothes do not. How to solve that? We couldn't make it into technology with garments that were self-evolving or whatever. So we had to come up with some kind of system, how to put that in. People already interchange clothes. It's going on in an unofficial level and has been since so for since the dawn. But we wanted then to come up with a system where we first of all got rid of the old, started afresh, so we had freedom to express this idea. And it was about quality, making garments that was from design phase, intended to be taken back at all points. This should be ours. We put it into the world and we take responsibility for it to the end. So we built a software service where you could get clothes in the right size for kids, then interchange it when you grew up the last size, we take it back, had the logistics system around to maintain and prepare for the next one. Super easy system, everybody understood it. And like you mentioned earlier, it has been a showcase for circular economy in the textile industry for years. Still get inquiries from all over the world of, I want to get started something like this, can you share some knowledge? Because it simply has a purpose. So that's was nice to see, and you could democratize price, you can democratize access to good quality, and I mean that was not bad because sharing is somehow also caring, and having people in usership is also a way where you can prep people and get to know and try to build some journeys where you take them from the initial idea to into being more in the known. So it was a good example. And of course, when you start stuff like that, it should never be your own merit or island. You need to share and enable other businesses to do the same, because no way we'll be changing everything ourselves and catering all kids in the world or something like that. So that's why we will continue the next iteration, which was actually just a system that other brands can partake in and try to do it themselves and try to make it as a turnkey solution based on our experiences, of course, with consultancies, but also really how can you sandbox what you have and then try stuff out and learn and fail fast, and then hopefully also scale your new findings. So that's what we did, and I don't know why. Can? But I was just thinking the funniest thing from a small linear circular system was once in the days 2006. We took these poly bags you wrap all your clothes in when you get them from the fabrication bag transportation, and we put a handle in it and printed it so it would be a nice shopping bag. So when it was delivered to the wholesalers and to the shops, it was just they had them already. But we got taxation because now it was not a poly bag; it was actually a shopping bag, and so on. So I'm just saying that when you start to work with this, it's a can of worms. You get the ideas and you need to solve them as they go. Sometimes they work out, sometimes they don't. And this perfection in fashion, maybe we get rid of it because the world is open and you've got to stay afresh. So the question is how to do that in a way where it's possible, also with stakeholders and governance and so on. So
go-getters and problem solvers is all we need. Moving on to you, Kim, I would like to know, what do you think could help SMEs in this transformation of the system, and what would drive this transformation?
Well, I can really talk from experience here because Lifestyle and Design Cluster have, managed projects that has seen more than 400 SMEs coming through our development projects. So one thing is very obvious, and it's the same every time we start up a new team, a new group of companies wanting to go circular, wanting to go green, starting from wherever they start. Some, from really scratch, and some having an idea of where to go, like you, Peter, and you have a wonderful example, I think. But they all need knowledge, and they all need inspiration. That they need to be inspired by each other and really need to feel that we can do it because they have done it or they are going to do it as well. So that's the reason with SMEs, even though they're very, very different, can be, they always have this lack of resource and lack of, knowledge and updated knowledge. So just bringing them together and, giving them knowledge, giving them, you know, what are these EU regulations, this product passport, what is it, and when it's going to be there, and what kind of actually potentials does that raise. Then one very important thing that is quite hard, but we often, you know, really recommend them to join forces and see if they can find the same providers, the same, you know, producers, be it in India or in China, overseas in Turkey. Try to make some purchasing cooperatives in order to strengthen your purchasing or your negotiation power. Say, we want to, you know, you to change this and that garment. We want to, you know, see if we can do something together. And then definitely also collaborating on how to measure, document, and communicate the impact you're doing. And I think that would be wonderful for you too, Peter, as well. You were early starters here, and I think that the bigger case, it really did a lot of slowing down, and you have saved the atmosphere for a lot of, you know, 100 tons of CO2s. But, you know, if you had started today, I would definitely recommend that you build that, you know, the documenting and the measuring part, the benchmarking part, into your business model for starters, because this is going to be very, very important. The customers really will demand transparency and, you know, trustworthy figures. So that was 3 bullets from on SME and how they can collaborate.
Thank you so much, Peter. I'm now going to quickly give the stage to Leah Kress, who is a member of the Green Youth Council and has worked within sustainability and human rights for several years.
Yeah, thank you so much for this great panel discussion. I'm quickly going to summarize the key points that I took away from this discussion. And as I can see, there's a lot of barriers to redesigning our system in the fashion industry right now. And it really requires a new mindset. A new mindset in terms of how we think about designing clothes, designing them fit for purpose, but also that they can be repaired in the future, that they can be resold, that they're made to last, and to be also recycled. So in terms of fibers, but then also the repairability and the user base. At the same time, we're having, of course, a lot of opportunities as well here, like to start new business models, to invent digital platforms, for example, for reusing and giving clothes a new life. And that can be or has to be also fostered by the regulation in the textile industry, which we didn't really have in the past, providing us with a system that is very messed up at the moment, with a lot of people though that see that there are so many problems that we can't ignore them anymore. And the current proposal on the EU strategy for sustainable textiles provides a framework for businesses to move ahead, to think new, and yeah, reinvent the fashion system. Just very briefly, I feel we've been discussing a lot about the sustainability, like environmental sustainability aspect today, but there's also the whole social dimension to production. Like you've been touching up on it, that production is not happening in Europe, it's happening in mostly Asian production countries, and there are a lot of labor rights violations and women's rights violations in particular in that industry. So I feel if we want to take a holistic approach now, thinking in circular and new ways, we also should really ensure that we include that social dimension into our strategies, that we talk about living wages, that we talk about business practices, how we can change those immense pressures on lead times, on prices, etc., and take responsibility for our supply chains.
Thank you so much, Leah. Thank you so much, everyone, for a great session and your precious insights into how systems could be redesigned through circular innovation, design, and new business models. I'd like to thank our panelists once more for the lovely session. And thank you for being a lovely audience, and hope you have a great Green Impact Week.
Thank you, Apora. Thank you for inviting us.
Gonna be
Yeah, so. But det ved jeg ikke. Det kan jeg godt se meget. Ja. Ja, ja, det skal nok. I don't, yeah. I don't dare to say anything.
You turn it on. Yeah.
Ja. Fordi du gør det helt rigtigt. Kan vi ikke skifte plads?
Ja.
Okay. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Should we close the door? Anybody?
All right. Welcome everyone to this talk and conversation about regenerative agriculture. I promise we will keep the 45 minutes. We'll start with an introduction, then followed by the panel debate, and then we'll leave 5 minutes for questions in the end. My name is Cindy Christensen, and I have a background in food. In 2015, I founded a company, a boutique gastro agency, and I had focus on food and sustainability. However, in 2020, I decided to move beyond sustainability and into regeneration. So today I work as executive director at the organization Footprint Nordic. Our mission is to change how we grow food and scale regenerative food for humans in the Nordic countries. We do that by engaging all eaters, restaurants, and food businesses, and then we team up with innovative farmers who want to grow food with regenerative methods. I must say I've been extremely excited about this conversation today, because while regenerative agriculture is a hot topic around the world, and is something that companies right now are adding to their strategies and wanting to move forward with, I still meet lots of Danish people that never heard about regenerative agriculture before. So let's change that today. Let's start the conversation and let it spread. Hopefully for the people you meet today, talk about regenerative agriculture. For our panel today, I'd like to ask a few questions just so we know who you are and where we should take this talk. So let me know, how many of you have known about regenerative agriculture for years? This is like, it's not new for you. Okay, there's a few. Someone who saw in the program, regenerative agriculture, that sounds pretty cool, never heard about it before, but now it's time. Is this the first time for someone? Okay, very cool. Anybody working with regenerative agriculture? Okay. Anybody investing in regenerative agriculture? Right? Very good. Okay, we are a mixed crowd. That's good. I'm gonna very brief introduce our panel today, and then we're gonna move into a more about what they work with and why they feel that this is super important. Milo, we can start with you. You are a master student at DTU studying environmental engineering. You're also a member of the Youth Council, a Sustainary, that works to highlight the bright young minds. Sandra Willumsen, regenerative farmer at Farnløse Mosteri. You're also the co-founder of the association. The founder and CEO of the company Habitats, that designs nesting shelters for solitary bees to increase pollinator diversity. Kirsten Lund Jensen, you are moving the organic agenda, first as organic farmer, today as head of organic unit at Landbrug and Fødevare, and also as the board member of the International Center for Research in Organic Food Systems. Welcome, everyone. The big question today is, how are we going to make agriculture and food part of the solutions, while we also feed ourselves and at the same time protect our soil and our planet? With that said, and because we also have people in the crowd that never heard about regenerative, don't know so much about it yet, I will say, at least in Footprint Nordic, we define regenerative food as food grown without pesticides and with methods that are building healthy soils at the same time. But to get into this, I want to start with you, Sandra, because you work as a regenerative farmer. Could you tell us a little bit about your work and share with us what is regenerative agriculture and why is this really important for the future?
Yes, I'll do my best. I'm a regenerative farmer at a small farm because it's another agenda, difficult for young farmers to
finance more land. But we are starting small. It's a very diverse farm. It's a multifunctional farm where we integrate orchards, fruit and nut and berries with grazing animals on permanent grazing underneath the trees. And then we have more intensive productions without soil disturbance, without pesticides, without chemical fertilizer that produces vegetables. We don't have enough land to grow regular corn and grains, but that's so we're very focused on food for human consumption.
What is regenerative agriculture? We hear often that there's no definition yet. How should we define it? How do you define it?
There are plenty of definitions. There's actually too many definitions.
Okay.
So it's more about, I think, for each country or each actor to find the definition that fits that country or the situation that country is in. Where I think Denmark is in a very special situation compared to, for example, the US or other countries where the organic movement is very big, is that we have a very strong organic movement and a very strong organic brand. So we can't, as in the US, where it has been, the regenerative movement is spraying, at least in the years where you transition from conventional into regenerative, typically taking 5 to 10 years. In Denmark, we have both a strong organic movement and a strong movement within the conventional farming that is called conservation agriculture, which is matching pretty much what is going on in the US. Now I'm saying the US, there's lots of definition in the US, so it's just a broad movement in the US, but where you are still allowed to spray. So what we're trying to define it in Denmark is no pesticides, no chemical fertilizer, no soil disturbance, building up microlife in the soil, building up diversity above the ground, and integrating animals in the productions. What we see right now is an organic movement that is has a lot of focus on biodiversity. We have conservation agriculture that is focusing a lot on storing carbon in the soil, which is a direct consequence of increasing the microlife in the soil and increasing biodiversity above the ground. And then, so we have a big focus on biodiversity. We have focus on storing carbon in the more conventional farming systems. And when you talk about storing carbon in the soil, there's also a big economic aspects in that, because the farming community need to go into that, because otherwise it's going to be quite expensive for them in the future. But what a regenerative system demands is that we both increase biodiversity and store carbon and produce food enough, have a healthy business, and integrate animals. Right now, what we can see in the Danish movement is both in conservation agriculture and in the organic, is that there is very little integration of animals in the production of food.
Exactly. And now that you are mentioning the organic movement, here's none of that.
Yeah, I think it certainly is. First, I can say that my work in Danish Agriculture and Food Council is that I'm taking care of the interests of our organic farmers and the companies that process the organic food, and we are doing a lot of work to make the right policy decisions and to get the prioritization of the organic development. So that's what I do on daily basis, and I have a lot of board meetings with very enthusiastic organic farmers, and they all want to achieve the same goals as you say, Sandra. So I'm so pleased to listen to you, because it's I think we have shared goals, and that's very nice. And And I also agree that we are not home safe in the organic production. We have work to do. We have development to do to go up beyond the step where we are now. But if I should say what have made the success of the organic production, not only in Denmark but worldwide, but especially in Denmark, EEC certification that is same all over the countries in the EEC. And it's also setting the standards for trading with the rest of the world. And so it's beyond borders. It's also beyond, it's also across borders, and it's across production type, you know, cows, sheep, pork, cereals, vegetables, everything. So it's a standard that is also cross type of production. And then maybe the most important thing is that it is also across goals or these issues that we are trying to attempt, like climate, biodiversity, no pesticides, so environmental issues, animal welfare issues, social issues, and so on. So I think that's the greatest learning, I think, for others and for the regenerative movement is this: how to make a certification, so that you can trade. So you can trade with the consumers. It's our contract with the consumers. They have to pay premium prices, but you can't deliver all these goods, all these public goods and private goods without coming with a premium price, and you need to have a contract. And the certification, the strong certification system is the contract. So I think that's the really main issue behind the success of the organic farming. And it's not easy.
No. I think we're going to follow that up later on when we move to the panel. Thank you so much, Kirsten. Andre, we're talking about biodiversity here.
Yeah.
I want to hear all about what you're doing.
I come from a little other perspective, because if we kind of like pull things out and pull it back a little, we can see, well, if we think about bees and pollinators and bee pollinator plant relationships, you can say that bees and flowering plants go back to the Cretaceous period. That's more than 100 million years ago. So they evolved, they were co-evolutionary in that sense, and have created the landscape that made our life on Earth possible. Today, we have more than 20,000 different bee species. More than 90% of these are solitary bees.
Yes.
They don't produce honey, but they're excellent pollinators also of our crop, but also in nature. So they contribute to biodiversity and to crop pollination. Now, we say that almost around 40% of our pollinators today are also at risk of extinction. So for me, I think like bringing this into the equation, also knowing that, well, the main crop pollinator that we've been using has been honeybees. Yeah. So I would propose that for you to be regenerative and for you to have organic farming that makes sense in the future perspective, we need to bring in more bee species and work with them to pollinate. And to do that, you need to have a greater sense of a lot greater scope of biodiversity in and around the fields, because you can't move solitary bees around while they're active in the same way that you can with honeybees. Which means that when we work with solitary bees in the fields, we work with creating better biodiversity, and this way you also you gain that you could say initiative and on a sustainability scale, right? Conservation projects. And we're doing a pilot now in Finland where we're also creating, you could say, we designed a learning environment for school children and researchers to explore how climate change is affecting solitary bees. And we can do this because solitary bees are ectothermic insects. They rely on an external source of heat to regulate their body metabolism. So we have 3 climate scenarios. We have a black nest, we have a white nest, and we have a neutral nest. The neutral nest is our baseline, and the black nest is our future scenario. So we have rigged all these nests with data loggers that measure the temperature inside and outside year-round, and you can just go download the data with Bluetooth, right? So there's a lot of ways of like creating communities, creating environments, and to use solitary bees. Solitary bees have also been historically managed in apple orchards in Japan since the 40s. So, and they're also being used at least cavern nesting bees are being used in the U.S. to pollinate other orchards and berries. So there is a lot of initiative being taken, but it's also like difficult to wean people off honeybees as a pollinator. What I'm thinking is like, well, we don't necessarily have to wean ourselves off honeybees, but we do need to have some kind of distribution where solitary bees go into the mix to get to kind of have a more or less risk-averse agriculture.
Yeah.
That's also regenerative. That also contributes to biodiversity.
Exactly.
That's what we're about.
Good. So pollination, if we don't have that, we have no food. Just to make it
We have
very
no food.
clear.
We have no food. We actually have no future, right? I mean,
Exactly.
And yeah, so that's it.
Milo, how did you come into regenerative agriculture? Why is this just super important? We know now it's because of biodiversity also, because if we don't have that, we don't have food and we have no future. But what attracted you? How are you working with it?
So I'm from Belgium. I studied in ULB in Brussels, where I did both chemical engineering and agronomical engineering. And the agronomy courses that I had, they were really interesting. Also, Belgium is kind of the hotspot for union, for workers, and the forefront of regenerative, or at least safe agriculture, both for nature and farmers. So I really got into it there, and then I worked in honeybees in opposition to the wild pollinators in urban farming in Brussels. And I think the big question is, how do we feed the planet? And then you can put a year in the question as well, but even now we have around like 500,000 people undernourished, despite having enough calories to feed the whole population. And so there's so many parameters that we need to determine. Is like, you need around 2,500 calories to survive. And then do we put that limit at 3,000 for everyone? And then we calculate it from there with an expected population. And then how do we meet that target? Like regenerative only, I don't think we have the space. Conventional only, that's too much externalities, and then it's a very short-term solution. So how do we find the proper balance and the proper mix? And that's why I came to Denmark in environmental engineering, to kind of look into what is the proper mix of different types of agriculture. And I don't know if you've heard about Malthus before. It's a philosopher that predicted that because the population is rising exponentially and our agricultural capacity is only rising in a straight line, there's going to be a catastrophe where we're not going to have enough food. And there's actually a Danish philosopher who opposed that, her name is Boserup, who said that no, actually agriculture always follows human population and we're going to manage. And neither of them are wrong or right. There's been Malthusian catastrophe in the past, and agriculture did manage to follow up. But now we need to look into more long-term. We might be alive today and have a full belly, but what are the externalities of that? What is the slow violence that we impose on a lot of population because of that type of agriculture? And how do we address it today?
Thank you. Andrea, you had...
Yeah, I think, it's super interesting also because if you think of it, you have like, if you look at the last 30 years, you've had a 5% increase in pollinator dependent crops, right? So berries, fruits, and nuts, or like big crops that have like just exploded, right? Mm-hmm. And if we're also transitioning into plant-based diets, of course, that's also going to like increase the need for pollinators, along with the massive explosion of the population from 7 to 10 billion in 2050. So I think there's something to be done, and we need to act on it now. I mean, we have seed banks, but if we have to activate the seed banks, we need pollinators, and we're not doing enough to think about pollinator diversity or create living pollinator banks, and that's what we're trying to work on. If we have the banks, living pollinator banks, to bring to be able to activate the seed banks, then it's fine. But otherwise, we're going to be doing hand pollination.
Yeah. And with that said, I think we are ready to move also into like the main topic, right? Because I feel that we're talking about regenerative agriculture, but we're also talking about how do we feed the world. So my question today is also like, can regenerative, and that's for everyone here, can regenerative agriculture feed the world? Or do we need to some extent keep the conventional farming and compromise a bit on the biodiversity? Like, how are we moving forward with this? Can agriculture, like regenerative, feed the world? Sandra?
Of course it can, but I don't think it isn't as simple as whether it's conventional or whether it's regenerative. It is also about how our food system is constructed, because I think it's more interesting to talk about extensive and intensive productions compared to conventional and regenerative. Because regenerative can both be extensive and intensive, and so can the conventional. Regenerative has to be very high technological in the future. It's not only reserved for the conventional. So in that way, I mean, we need these streams to merge into agriculture production where we that are founded on the regenerative methods when we talk about soil, animal, and how we manage and distribute the cultivated areas in the world, if we talk on a large scale. Because when you say you don't think that there is enough land, I'm like, whoa, we have plenty of land. I mean, that's not the limit right now. Right now, it's more a concern that we are using way too much cultivated land to grow food that are not being for human consumption. It's taking the loop, everybody knows. I mean, we are putting, in Denmark, 80% of the cultivated land is being used for making fodder for animals for human consumption. It is a really, really ineffective way of reducing calories, if we're talking about 2,500 calories. So if it's that calculation, I'm not worried. Another aspect about the regenerative methods is that you're using microlife, active and diverse microlife in the soil. You're building that up to be self-sufficient in nutrients in your soil. Right now we're adding really a lot of nutrients because we in agriculture think that that's the way to make things grow. But in reality, everything is present in the soil. It's just not bioavailable. So we need microlife to be present to make that bioavailable. We have seen a tendency in the nutrient content of food being halved over the last 50 years, meaning 50 years ago, the nutrient content in food were the double of what it is today. Because what the food we eat is a product of the soil it's grown in. If the soil is poor and is fed by really, really basic, simple nutrient, nitrogen, phosphorus, kalium, and of course some micronutrients, we're getting poor food. So if we want to both have a higher micronutrient level in our food and meet the calorie that are needed to survive, then regenerative is definitely an answer to both. You know?
Yeah, if I can react to that. So I think even though I wish we could feed everyone with regenerative agriculture, I think there's several points that prevent us. First, we've passed certain tipping points according to planetary boundaries, where it's not possible to regenerate all the way. We've passed some points that are too hard. Second is climate change. Like I was in Greenland last time, and then the soil there is permanently damaged, and that's back from the Vikings doing a bit of fodder for their sheep in the winter, and we still can't grow anything there, even though it's been centuries lived to its own. And then now, if we think about 10 billion people in 2050, which are the estimations, the Haber-Bosch process, which is taking the nitrogen out of the atmosphere and putting it into the ground, is feeding 5 billion of them. So if we were 5 billion in 2050, Earth would be great, and we could feed everyone with regenerative and save biodiversity and everything. But now, entrance and poor soil quality, I can bet that we're not going to have like full regenerative in 2050, because it's just not possible. I think where we can act is definitely regenerate the soil that can still be saved, but also reduce the chain. 1/3 of the food we are producing is wasted. So producing shorter circuit reduces the waste. A bit of hydroponics, a bit of vertical farming, a bit of urban agriculture. Like biodiversity is not only for nature, it's also in how we provision ourselves. So if we have all this array of solutions and we can produce it very small scale and then local, we're going to save already a lot of problems.
Okay, Andre, you had something?
Yeah, I mean, climate change is definitely a big factor, especially for plant bee pollinator interactions, because we're seeing more and more asynchrony in terms of like bees emerging before plants are flowering, and we need to try to hedge that, because that is a certain downhill and die off of our species, yeah, and of pollination services that bees provide, right? So there's some ways of hedging that. I mean, right now we're hedging it desperately by harvesting cocoons and shoving them into wine refrigerators and storing them so we can like release them and time the release with the flowering of the plants or crops. So I mean that's one way, but it's such a small scale that we need more people doing it. And I think like the initiatives being done in regenerative agriculture would be a fantastic site to start thinking about these things as well and hedging for that, yeah?
Kirsten?
Yeah, I was just going to make a comment on the issue if there can be produced enough food in the world. I think we should not look at like regenerative farming or organic farming as something that is on stable state. It's possible to develop. I think there's been put a lot of money into research and development in the modern agri-chemistry. And if we put the same amount of money into research in these more, how could you say, balanced methods, working with the microorganisms in the soil and so on, and how to make the crop rotation and everything, I think we could get much further than we are today, and we could even increase the yields as well. So it's not like you have to compare conventional intensive farming with the organic or regenerative farming we have today, because there's a huge room for improvement. And that's why I'm also engaged in the organic research, because I think it's very important. And just like, for example, the robots are coming, and they are coming in the organic farming, and it's fantastic. It's the most amazing thing I've seen. I've been an organic farmer trained back in the 80s, and I've been doing this, you have to deal with handcraft. Maybe you're doing it still, I don't know, but now we have the robot that can clean between the plants, and it's organized by the GPS signals. Yeah. And I mean, this is just the future. It's going to be totally different being an organic farmer in the future. Yeah. And we can increase and we can intensivate the growing, and we can higher the yields when we get all this modern technology customized to the farming methods. Yeah. So I think there's a green future ahead.
Absolutely. But I want to challenge also the topic a little bit, because we always talk about can we feed the world? But I'm just thinking, do we need to feed the world? Does Denmark need to feed the world? If you're looking at the increasing population towards 2050, we're looking at 9% or something in Denmark. So how do you look at that? Do we as a country in Denmark, because it comes back to like, how do we want this country to look like? How do we use our land in the future? So what are your, do you have anything to that? Sandra, should we feed the whole world from Denmark?
No, of
with
course
regenerative food?
Not. And I don't think when we hear that being said by agricultural organizations in Denmark, they don't mean that Denmark should feed the world. They mean they are contributing, to feeding the world. But I believe much more in local food systems, definitely. But I also think there's a huge potential, or I don't think we should only focus on local food systems, because again, we have to be smart. I think it's way more interesting to talk about regional food systems. In our situation, it could be the Nordic Scandinavian countries that formulated a food system policy where we ensured that we could sustain at least each other, and then whatever we could produce as a surplus, of course, we can help feeding the world. But first of all, I believe also what the Danish farmers are really proud of, both in the conventional and organic and so on, is that we have put a lot of money into research. We're really, really good at doing good agriculture, producing a lot and doing it in a responsible way. So if we can continue that and then just improving into a way more better and regenerative method, then we can help this system spread in the world. And where we now see, you mentioned Greenland, that's just one example, but I'm just thinking, okay, if the soil up there can't be cultivated, how are they trying to cultivate that soil? Probably the most conventional way they can even imagine, because but it's just, could we do that? There are really, really great examples from all over the world that, especially with the focus on microlife in the soil, you can do major improvements just within 3 years. Of actively inoculating microorganisms into dead soil, and then just creating the right circumstances for it to be brought alive again.
Are you doing no-till?
Huh?
You're doing no-till?
No-till,
yeah. I think that's like super, because like if you think of it in terms of pollinators, there's a lot of ground nesting bees that are also important. If you have no-till, of course, you'll get a lot better.
I mean, the regenerative is based on no-till and based on a constant green cover, or I mean, at least a constant soil cover. Yeah.
All right.
No-till.
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 It's another discussion also how that looks like. However, we have a few minutes left before we have questions from the audience. So I just want to know, and we can start from the end, Kirsten. What is the vision for Denmark? How should our land look like over the...
I think we have to look further than 10 years.
Okay.
But in Danish Agriculture and Food Council, in our organic board, we have the vision. We want to support the vision of the Danish politics that we should have 20% organic farming within 2030. So that's actually before 10 years. And on the EEC level, it's actually 25%. And achieving these goals is amazing. If we can achieve that, I think that's actually quite fantastic. And I know somebody could think that it should go even faster, but what is very important for the success is that you also have the populations, the citizens who want to be part of this. And if they should be part of it, they also going to pay for the food stuff. One of our biggest problems today is that consumers don't want to pay so much for their food. So this is a transition that is going beyond just the farming sector. It's the whole society, and it's the private persons and it's politicians that should support this. So, vision.
Andre?
Yes.
2 minutes,
Well,
1 minute actually, 1 minute
I would like to propose to Kirsten that we get a certification for bee pollinator diversity in our food group.
Certification on bees?
Certification of produce where pollinators are taken care of, and pollinator diversity is part of the equation.
All right.
I think that's essential. That would be my
Sandra?
dream.
Future visions?
Okay, a landscape tour.
Landscape tour. Let's imagine how you like to...
You're on a bike or in a car and you're driving around in the Danish landscape. Right now you see big fields, a little tree here and there. In 10 years, okay, I really like to be optimistic. So we say 10 years, but it's probably not 10 years. There will be much more diversified landscape that you're biking through. Many trees, still larger areas where you can grow more main crops, but they will definitely not be as large as we see today. We will have many more people working in the fields. You will see people out there. You will see animals out there grazing, which is very rare today. You will see lakes and watersheds and scattered forest, but still connected forest areas that are connected by tree lines going through the fields. So you have much more integrated land, much more life going on in the land. Also a landscape that are much more inviting for you as consumers and as citizens to
to be and live in. Okay, 1 minute for you.
Yeah,
We
just,
have 5 minutes left now, and we have 1 minute for
Yeah.
the vision.
As a closing remark, I would say that, of course, I think regenerative agriculture is super important and is part of the mix. I also want to challenge food production beyond the numbers. So we talked about calories, we talked about waste and everything. But for me, the vision of robots is almost dystopian. Like now you have cows being raised in Saudi Arabia that are, we have to spray them with water, and it's a robot that does that. It's super nice, very efficient in terms of numbers, but it's completely dystopian. And I think we're in a more and more complex world. And so now if I have a courgette in front of me, I can kind of trace it, how it grew. But if it's a robot that took care of it, and then what is our cultural understanding of food? What is our like social understanding of food as well, beyond just like the calories, the numbers, and the production?
Thank you. All right, according to my watch, we have 3 minutes, but I'm gonna close it now. Thank you so much for coming, everyone. My hope with this conversation was to give you some new knowledge. It was also to give you knowledge so when you choose food next time in the supermarket, maybe you ask new questions. Maybe you ask like, where is this grown? How is this contributing, or is it contributing? Can we meet down here for a few questions? Andre, you have to leave. Sure. We'll stand down here or outside for questions if anybody has anything. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah. Oi. That.
This work.
Yeah.
Yeah. And people are coming now. Det var derfor, jeg talte engelsk. Ja. Den er der.
Ja. Nej. All right, I think we will slowly start this presentation. I'm not sure of how much you people, audience, know about what's going on next door, but we have a very big international conference called the Green Deal Conference. And the gentleman here will explain a little bit more about what that is about, or where they come from, and much more. The Green Impact Week is part of EU Green Week. And that's because EU really believe in the green transition, in the green economy, and much more. So with us, we have gentlemen who really understands and work with the EU from both an EU but also a local context and perspective. We are so fortunate that we had borrowed them from the Nextdoor International Conference, and they are here to enlighten us of how can we as a nation and a region be part of these great visions and ambitions from the EU. Niels, who is head of the conference Nextdoor, he will give a little bit of an intro, and then we have the EU office, who are experts in what goes on in Brussels and how to get in the loop or ride the wave together with the ambitions and visions of EU. So with no further ado, I will introduce Niels, and he will take it from here on. So please welcome Niels and the team.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bo, and thank you for coming here. As Bo said, we are very busy having a conference next door, but of course, during this time when we will be done speaking, the participants at that conference will also be taking part in all of the other activities here at the Green Impact Week, and we are very excited to join forces with Sustainery and with the rest of the Green Impact Week, and of course also all the partners outside showcasing their solutions within the green transition. As Bo mentioned, this section is of course about the EU funding opportunities, and that is not something that I am a particular expert on, but it is something that the people that are here with me today will tell you more about. But I will have important stakeholders and partners in the project, but also together with the Greater Copenhagen EU office. One of the things that we want to do in the project that we are running is create new innovation partnerships and find and develop new green solutions to get talent and attracting foreign investments. The latter part is something that we do as than just attracting talents to companies from different companies. So we don't want to cannibalize on the resources already in the region, but we want to strengthen the region by finding new resources and keeping the resources that we already have here that are not originally from the region. In doing so, 4 innovation forums. These 4 innovation forums is today presenting the results, or just presented the results from the innovation forums next door. Nevertheless, what I think is important here is the way that we have been working with innovation opportunities through what's called the European Green Deal, the decision to allocate a lot more funds in the EU to the green transition. In these forums, we have had workshops, 3 workshops within each of them, where we have focused on finding the innovation opportunities that are relevant for the Greater Copenhagen region. The Greater Copenhagen, in this part being both the southern part of Sweden and the eastern part of Denmark. These innovation opportunities, I can tell you, our partners from Clean, Sustainable Business Hub and Energy Cluster Denmark can tell you a lot more about. I won't dive into this right now, but what is key in all of them is that they are directly related to the EU, the European Green Deal from EU, meaning that the calls that are coming with the much higher allocated funding for green transition, these innovation opportunities relate to that, so we can work directly from the innovation opportunities towards the applications that we want to form within these partnerships. Short notice about the talent, which really is not too much related to the EU funding opportunities, but nevertheless it is important for me to note that we are working with talent attraction, and really this is something that we have done through matchmaking events. We've done this through digital campaigns, promoting this region, promoting this city, because we cannot carry on with the green transition, we cannot achieve a green transition, whenever that might be, without all the talent that we need to do so. This is both highly skilled talent, but it's of course also people working with skilled labor as well, and we're working across the board on all of these. The results, not so much related to the talent here, but more related to the awareness that we are trying to create and that we have created through this campaign, especially the campaign having 12,000 people signing up looking for jobs in the region, having 170,000 people visiting our campaign is something that I'm very proud of. And maybe the more tangible one, 873,000 people clicked, liked, commented or shared our campaign content. So really a lot of people are looking towards this region, and I'm hoping that just a little bit of sharing here will maybe assist in realizing, if you are already in the region, how great of a region we really do have. And if you are looking to find talent, please come and reach out to us, because this was one campaign. We're doing somewhat around 10 campaigns a year, and there's still possibility of joining going forward. The total results from all of these works, we have created 3 new partnerships. We have 35 organizations that participated in these cross-border innovation activities, being municipalities and knowledge institutions mainly, but also other organizations like our own, public organizations. 85 companies has participated in this, and I think a big reason of why 85 companies participated is the 2 men that are standing right next to me and that will be joining me on stage, because these are the guys who will be actually telling you about EU funding opportunities and how to utilize the funding opportunities that lies within the European Green Deal. So the partners, and otherwise I will leave the floor to Rasmus, and I think a round of applause for him as well is due.
Thank you, Niels. Thank you. Thank you for the nice introduction. Yeah, my name is Rasmus Mørk. I work for the Greater Copenhagen EU office. Together with my colleague Jesper, we will be explaining EU funding opportunities related to the Green Deal for private companies and also for public organizations. So we are an organization member-owned by all the municipalities in Eastern Denmark, the 2 regions, as well as the 4 biggest universities, Copenhagen University, CBS, DTU, and Roskilde University Center. And what we do, we're based in Brussels, almost all of us, so we use that to create network to the EU system and to other people making projects. So I will give some examples of what type of projects we are making. But of course, one of the things that our owners are very interested in is how much money do we get back. So we invest this much in having people in Brussels, so how much are we getting back? And this is important, of course, but of course the real value of the European projects are the results of the projects for the companies starting export, getting their first product on the market, for example, working together with universities and other companies in other parts of Europe and beyond. But I would claim that we are worth the money so far. But enough about that. For the funding for private companies, why is it interesting? This is non-dilutive, so you're not selling part of your company to get this funding, which means you retain control and also motivation to still strive to make it. It's not easy being an entrepreneur, and especially many of the entrepreneurs I talk with, about one a day, they have big plans, big ambitions, and born globals, and they have this new and exciting idea for a new product, but there are many things that they have to consider. Many of them is not their first company. They either successfully sold another company, or they failed and tried again, and that's of course okay. Some of them already have international network, but not all. And we also help with trying to find key partners in other parts of Europe. But this is some of the value that I was talking about, which is not the actual funding, is also the network and the knowledge you get from international partners. And then it's a sort of quality stamp on the company. You were able to make it also in the competition for European funding. The competition is fierce. So if you get it, then the investors also look at you with other eyes, saying you are a team that can make a complicated application and convince other people that they should invest maybe 2 million euros in your idea. maybe we should also invest, join the wagon. And the EU funding is a lot about risky capital being utilized to make companies able to then attract less, venture capital, for example, or other invested corporate investment who are not so willing to take a risk. So the EU funding will de-risk your company as an investment for future investors to come in at a scale-up phase. So as Niels mentioned, there is actually a link to talent attraction, because if you get this money, many times I talk to maybe companies of 5 people, maybe less. Then if they get 2 million euros, they don't have enough people to actually get all this money out and running. So they will need talent to do that. And then suddenly they have these big ideas, but also the money to actually attract and pay wages to talent. So they are in a whole new position to attract talent. And also we've seen that also Danish talent from universities like the Danish Technological University, they see a European project as something that adds well to their curriculum. So it can be easier, not only having the money, but also you can be part of the success if you join this company. Some companies, they're in a competition for especially software engineering people. So saying that you are starting on a journey which could also be interesting for you can be a good way to attract the right talent. So what does it take? As I said, competition is fierce. And the EU is very much focused on tech-based products. So it doesn't have to be within a specific sector. Could be anything from water utility, smart grid, new pharma products. I had the other day, I spoke to a company who does VR simulations while you're at the dentist. So that actually makes good sense for the dentist to invest in that you are in a calming experience while your teeth are being cleaned or even removed. And it makes it easier. You don't have to make so many breaks. And of course, for the dentists, they are also competing for customers. So yeah, so these are one of the ideas. That could be also international. Dentists are all over the world, but payment measures are different, cultural differences are different. So they could do perhaps a small demonstrator proving this also works in Germany. It's not only in Denmark that people are used to VR or things like that. This can also be relevant for the German market. And for the German dentists to buy this, they need to see a German customer from there actually using it, and to also, will the price then be higher, and how will the insurance company deal with that? So different sort of things. So if they can get a German partner in a project, that can really boost this company also to export, which can be difficult if not. And of course, then you need your own resources. The EU seldomly pays everything. And even when they do, because they do sometimes in very research-heavy projects, then it's a heavy process actually writing the application and talking with the universities and that kind of projects. So you need your own resources. So what do we do to help? Well, mostly I call up companies and I speak with other people in the business support environment to find the companies that this is relevant for, because it's not relevant for everybody. I also speak to a lot of companies and I help them not to seek EU funding, because at the moment, at the maturement of the business, at the time I speak to them, maybe it's not really realistic that they will get this funding. And there's some Danish funding which fits much better with their needs and ambitions. So then I explain how does the Danish funding work and who can help them with that. And then they are happy, even though they got sort of a no from me. Oh, they had this, I want 2 million euros to go and make a demonstrator in Canada. And I said, sounds like a good plan, but not really realistic at the moment. Start with Danish funding, and then we'll talk later. And we have a lot of companies then maturing their products and their business with Danish funding, who then becomes mature enough for EU funding. So we have this initial talk with the companies where I basically ask them, what do you want? What is your product? Why is your product special? What team do you have? What are your plans for the future? And then I try to match this to EU funding. So mostly I match it to this bottom-up programs, which I will explain shortly. Can be eligible. You don't have to fit into very tight descriptions of the EU wants exactly this problem solved. You can really, you already found your problem and maybe parts of the solution. Now you need money and probably partners to actually get there. Then we pay private consultants who normally take your money to write an application, but now we pay them to have an introductory sort of validation. Yes, you fit the criteria, you could apply, but do you have a good enough chance of funding, actually getting the funding? Because otherwise, I mean, companies' time is very valuable, so they shouldn't waste their time if it's only like 5% funding chance. At least they should know then that it's 5%. And sometimes the investors should also be informed of what's the risk here, how much time do I use on this, which I can then not use on other things. So we try to give the SMEs and entrepreneurs, you know, the knowledge of, so how risky is this? What does it take? Which kind of projects could actually get the funding? And then we leave it up to the entrepreneur to decide. We don't tell anybody, no, don't apply, or yes, you should really apply, get going. We just, and we also advise you on maturing the projects. Again, the private consultants will write a 2-3 page project pitch. Who are going to be the partners? What are the ambitions of the project? Why is this product unique? And what sort of societal challenge will it solve? And then there's Danish funding, pre-proposal funding for covering some of the costs for writing an application. So we help you get that, a voucher, so, which you only get the money if you actually apply, but it's up to 10,000 euros. So it's not a small amount of money that you actually get some revenue in your company and start growing your ideas. And then an idea for an EU project can also sometimes be reused in other aspects. And this program, the EIC Accelerator, it works much like private capital works nowadays. So a lot of the pitch, you can see a short application. It's a video, 10 slides and 5 pages, maybe similar to what you can actually use for private investors, seed investors, probably not very big VC funds, but still you can reuse it, and you can also use the process to mature your ideas and to make them wild enough, because this is really, you need an amazing, really amazing product to succeed with this. A really new idea for the world. It's not enough that it's new for Denmark, it has to be new to the world, and you have to show that you can actually do it. And you have to know who are the competitors, who are the customers, and how can you make a profit. Because the next sort of step is actually EU also committing investment into this together with other investors. So you get a grant of 2 to 2.5 million euros to make a large-scale demonstrator of this prototype that you have. You have tested in small scale. Now you get money to test it large scale with the first customers. So you would typically involve your customers, often corporations or maybe cities. And then after that, you also need to show, already applying for the grant, you need to show that you have the money for scaling up. And for that, you need investors because you need to scale up fast, because other people are working on ideas like this in the US or in China or anywhere else. So you need to show that you are ready also as a company to scale up fast, and you are also ready actually to sell part of the company to do that. So it's not easy. There's some challenges. So more than half of the money is open bottom up, but then if you have a green challenge, you have a better chance because the EU wants to give more money for that. And also there's strategic autonomy, which is more like microchips or other sort of key to strategic technology, which the EU wants to, at least for now, keep on EU hands. So then you have a better chance. And there's 4 application deadlines a year. Some are already passed. And there's a two-phased application sort of process where you would also need to pitch. Now it's done online, but soon it will be physically in Brussels. You will have to go there and pitch to a panel of 5 people who are mostly tech trends people from universities, VC, venture capitalists, and other companies and sort of business support people of different kinds. So an example. This is actually a good example because these are 2 Colombian guys that Nils and others from COPCAP helped attract to Copenhagen. And I spoke to them, Juan Pablo Medina. They are, you can hear me, I hope. They are really passionate about coffee beans. So they come from Colombia. This seems like a cliche. But then they are so, I mean, only it's like maybe 10% of the value of the coffee bean is actually made into value when you make coffee. 90% of the value of the coffee bean just get thrown out. And you can use it for lots of things, but after a lot of thinking and different models, they just wanted to reuse the coffee grain. But of course, you cannot go into every house and say, can I have your coffee grain? And take it back. You need partnerships with big players, hotels and other places where you have a lot of coffee ground. And then you need to find a product which is worthwhile doing the logistic platform that you need for this. And they found out that you can make high value cosmetics from the oil that you can get from coffee grain. And then it's an added value also to the cosmetic brands that this is recycled, this is green, that's a problem for them. So they have solutions both for these people making cosmetics and for the people who wants to choose a green solution and wants to also pay a bit more for that. So it's a win-win for everybody, but you need the logistics to really be good, and then you need to convince investors that they should invest in this reusing coffee grains. It sounds crazy when you hear, but they were able to not only secure a grant of 2.5 million euros, but also talk with investors of up to 60 million euros investment in refinery of these coffee grains. So they had an idea, maybe a simple idea, and then they were able to believe in this idea and go all the way and convince a lot of people to do something and get 60 million euros to make their dreams come true. Quite amazing people. And we helped them a bit, talk to them and what do you need, and then they tried. And to be honest, they tried many times before they actually got the funding. But as you know, entrepreneurs do not take no for an answer. So they tried again and again and again. And then last, they actually got it. And now, I mean, they have big plans. And another program, is time running to, yeah, okay. So this is more for taking sort of technology and make a prototype. So you have some idea that needs a really high-tech solution, but you don't know if it will actually work as the professors at the university say. Then you make a partnership with the professor, your own company and a foreign partner, and you make a prototype. This is less money, but less competitive, and also easier to write the application. But then, of course, you need this partnership. And it's not always easy to make a partnership between 2 different companies who both need to earn money on it afterwards. So, an example is this Lola Nielsen Inventions. They work in the building sector, a very conservative sector, but they do only innovation in this area. And actually, a lot of new innovation, also refurbishment now is done, where you cover the whole building in a sort of, well, you can see it there on the picture in a structure, and then you can tear down things and you can build new things in, and then you could make a sort of smart crane in there, so you can control it with your phone. You have an app for the crane, and then it will go where you need it to go. And you can call it, and it goes back to charge the battery, because of course it's electricity when needed. And then they also make an AI to say, okay, so the building process is like that. So if they need first some stones or bricks there, then they will need to have the things putting on top afterwards. So you can actually pre-program everything to make it a lot more productive, and at the same time reduce CO2 emissions quite significantly. So that's it for me. I don't know if is there time enough for some questions? No, Jesper tells me you will have to wait. Sorry. Yeah, so this is Jesper, my colleague, who works with EU funding for public organizations, but of course also in partnership with private organizations.
Yes, hello and good afternoon, everyone. So yes, Rasmus said it exactly. I work with EU funding for public organization, especially for our members, the municipalities, the regions and the universities of Eastern Denmark. But what is true for most EU funding for public organizations is that you can't have it yourself. You need to collaborate with other organizations around Europe, or within your country. So this is funding that is available for public organizations, but it's also available for a lot of other organizations. Actually, what is true for most of the funding that I'll be presenting today is that it's available to everybody except for natural persons. So NGOs, companies, universities, whatever. You can apply for this funding if you fit the theme of the funding. So I have now 10 minutes to present to you the funding structure of the EU for green funding that is hundreds of millions of euro every year. So pardon me if this is a bit shallow and a bit fast, but my slides do contain a bit more information, and I'm sure that you can get it from the organizers afterwards. But let's dive in to the Interreg programs first. The Interreg programs are the interregional programs, so they just represent a small corner of the European Union, and they are made to work across borders. In these kinds of within these kinds of programs, you can work together and make all kinds of different projects. You can make networking projects. You can make projects that is going to analyze a specific area. You can make projects to pilot or demo different new ideas. So if we look first at Interreg Øx or Øresund Kattegat Skagerrak, this is a program that covers parts of Denmark, parts of Sweden, parts of Norway, and it has 4 different thematical areas within which you can apply for funding. For this program, it's innovation and entrepreneurships, it's green transition, it's transport mobility, and it's boundless labor markets. In order to apply for funding from this program, you need to only be 2 partners from 2 of the countries represented in the programs from within this geographical area. And you can get up to 60% of your project funded by funds from this program. The next deadline for the program will be late summer 2022. Another Interreg program is the North Sea Region Program. You can see here that if you look at the headlines, robust and smart economy, green transition, climate resistant, and better governance, it's not particularly different from what can be funded under the Interreg Øresund Kattegat Skagerrak. What is different here is the partners, is the geography. Here you can find partners all the way from northern France to way up the Norwegian coast. The rules are a bit different. You need 3 partners from 3 different countries we're in. There's also the Interreg Baltic Sea region. Here it's innovative communities, it's water smart communities, it's climate neutral communities, and collaboration management. One of the different geography. So when you're looking at Interreg programs in general, what you will look at first is who is it that we want to collaborate with? Where are the good partners for the project that we want to apply to? And well, if they are around the Baltic Sea region, then you might be a little bit lucky, because here you can get a larger part of your project funded by EU funds. Another Interreg project in the Baltic Sea region is the Interreg South Baltic. The themes for this program is improving the level of innovation, internationalization of local actors, is promoting sustainable development and blue and green economy, it's activate the tourism and cultural potential, and it's better collaboration management. Here you can get funding up to 75% of your project, and you need only 2 partners from 2 different countries, and we will have a deadline for this program later this year. Usually all the Interreg programs will have 1 or 2 deadlines each year. The last Interreg program that I'm going to mention here, because it's the last one except for Interreg Europe, that's a bit of another thing, that covers the area of that Greater Copenhagen EU office represent, is the Interreg Deutschland-Denmark program. This is for projects that will work in collaboration between the northern part of Germany and the southern part of Denmark. The thematic areas are an innovative region, a green region, an attractive region, and a functional region. Here the EU support is up to 65%. You need only 1 partner from each of the 2 countries, and you have a deadline for a sketch or a first phase application in June, and then a full application in August this year. So Interreg is a very good option if you want to work with partners from around the region that you're already in, and it gives opportunities to work in many kinds of projects. But it's not the only program that funds green in the European Union. One of the others is Horizon Europe. It's the Central Research and Innovation program with a budget of 95.5 billion euro. And the absolute best part of this program is that if you apply for, if you get a project funded through this program, and you're a public institution, it will be 100% funding. It will cover all the cost. It will even cover overhead. If you are a private organization or for-profit organization, for some projects it's down to 75% funding. Here you need 3 partners from 3 different countries around Europe. But that's an absolute minimum, and that is very rare to see projects that small. You will see projects funded under Horizon Europe with 10, 20, 30, 40 partners from all over Europe coming together in order to solve some of the, or find solutions for some of the big problems that we stand in front of. And I have taken just one example of what is a topic in Horizon Europe, and it's in one of the missions of Horizon Europe. So it's just one example, but there are plenty of different examples within all kinds of different topics. Here we have one that related to climate adaptation, and it's one that has a deadline on the 27th of September. So if any of you are interested, there's still an option for actually applying for this topic. It's called Testing and Demonstrating Transformative Solutions on Climate Resilience, Mainstreaming Nature-Based Solutions in the Systemic Transformation. So the key word here is climate adaptation and nature-based solutions. So it's a research project on how do we find new nature-based solutions that can help us adapt to the changing climate. And you can see here I have pointed out 2 of the expected outcomes that the Commission has listed for a project that is seeking funding under this topic. And as I mentioned, 100% EU funding. As time is definitely running, we're going to move on to another program. So Horizon Europe was research and innovation. So this is not products that are particularly close to market through a project. under Horizon Europe. For LIFE, it's different. Here, LIFE is a program where we know the problem and we know the solution. And within LIFE, you can seek funding for applying that solution. So simplifying that terribly, we, in this municipality in Denmark, we are recycling 20% of our plastics. We're going to do a LIFE project, and when we're done with that, we're going to be recycling 80% of the plastics. You can do that either using new and innovative solutions. If you can argue for it, you can even use best practice and get that funded through the LIFE program. LIFE supports projects within different areas, in particular nature and biodiversity, circular economy and quality of life. Quality of life understood as, for example, air pollution or noise pollution or something similar like that. Also climate change mitigation and adaptation and clean energy transition. LIFE has a 60% funding rate and it has a deadline in October, except for the energy transition part that is on the 16th of November. I have 3 more programs that I want to run through very, very quickly. They're a little bit different. The first one is ELENA. So it is a project, a program where you can get technical assistance for your projects. The projects that you can get technical assistance for are large investment projects for more than 30 million euro that run more than 3 years, and it's within the areas of energy efficiency, including housing or transportation and mobility. So here you fund your project, but ELENA can help you fund the technical assistance or the project management around the project. Another program is the Innovation Fund. It is a program that focuses on, for example, carbon capture and utilization, and as well as renewable energy. Here you can get some funding for actual infrastructure. They work with 2 different kinds of projects, small scale and large scale, so less than 7.5 million euro and more than 7.5 million euro. So this is the way that you will be looking if you're looking for large energy-related infrastructure projects. And last but not least, Connecting Europe Facility. It is also an infrastructure program that supports infrastructure priorities within transport, energy, and digitization. And there's generally no requirement for international partnerships, and you can get up to 100% financing. For all these, you can contact us to hear more about how does your idea fit into any of these programs. Can we collaborate with any of the members of Greater Copenhagen EU office? As you can see, we are quite a few colleagues, and we have different topics that we are experts on, and we'll be very happy to hear from you and guide you in the direction of the correct funding for your projects. And this is just all our members. Thank you very much for listening. I hope that this very, very, very quick run through of some of the funding opportunities for green projects was relevant to you. And yeah, thank you for listening. Hope you have a lovely afternoon.
stiller os bare. Det er det. Perfekt. Ja. Ja. Et billede. Ja, kan du ikke bare sende det til mig? Tak. Eller til os. Kan man jo reklamere.
Yeah. Okay. So, when you guys are ready.
Yeah, it's fine.
I think so.
Fantastic. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Vincent Broen. I'm from Talent Garden, but today I'm going to be your moderator on this talk on energy efficient buildings. I'm really delighted to be welcomed by Pia Rasmussen, Thijs Huisman Pedersen, and Thomas Mondrup.
Yep.
Welcome to you all.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Can we start with you, Pia? How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
You good?
Yes.
Pia, can you tell us a bit about you and your work? So I understand you represent the Teknologisk Institute and also the, quite a long name, the Knowledge Center for Energy Savings in Buildings.
Yes.
What's all that about?
Well, this knowledge center for how to make energy savings in buildings, we asked. We existed for 13 years, and we've been working all along with how to introduce energy savings in buildings, how to do it in a technical right way, and how to make sure that the energy savings we make are as large as possible. So we are targeting the professional part of the building industry and not the building owners, but the ones who are going to do the renovations. And we are providing knowledge on how to do this the right way. And you can say that hasn't it run out of fashion to do energy optimization of buildings, because we've been doing it for so long time, but study shows that the potential is still huge, so we have a lot to do.
Thijs?
Yeah, my name is Thijs Pedersen, and I'm with Copenhagen City Properties and Procurement. And we are the municipal property owners, so we have the legal ownership of all of the public buildings in Copenhagen, all the schools and the daycares and the sports facilities and so forth. And I work in the Department of Energy and Technology, so that's very much in line with achieving energy savings in the public building portfolio. And I'll quickly agree with you, Pia, that there's still a substantial potential in reducing energy use in the existing building mass, especially larger buildings and buildings like actually this one we're in now, which is one of our buildings. So there's a lot to come with. I'm mainly charged with project development and project management in international collaboration projects and so-called innovation projects on how to raise the bar even further, so to say. Yeah, so that's a short version of a long story here.
And Thomas?
Yes, yeah, thank you for the invite. My name is Thomas Fene Mondrup. I work at the Green Building Council of Denmark. We have Green Building Councils around the world, so we have one in Denmark as well. It's a non-profit members organization. So here we target our projects and tools for building owners. We have this DGNB certification scheme that somebody may know, which is our practical tool to work with sustainable buildings, energy efficiency, and so on. So we have this members organization with approximately 600 members from the building industry in Denmark. Together we work on raising or optimizing the building industry in general, and also on energy efficiency. But I agree on with Pia that energy efficiency, we have been working with that in many years. So now it's a bit more about the materials and CO2 emissions and so on. But actually the energy efficiency is very much still a subject that we should focus on, because it's a part of the total optimization in these buildings. So, and my main focus is actually existing buildings, as you mentioned, Thijs, where the large potential is in terms of energy efficiency. So the new buildings we're quite okay with. They are quite energy efficient. They can even be better, but the existing building stock is very much where we should focus.
And Thomas, how does your definition or the definition of energy efficiency in buildings at GBC come about? Can you go a bit deeper into that?
I mean, it's a very broad question, but yeah, in general, when we work with sustainability and energy efficiency, we look at it in a more broad or holistic view, so to say. But if we focus on energy efficiency, one thing is new buildings, which we talked about, we are quite good at actually. But even though we're quite good at, and the regulations are quite strictly, they can even be better, you know. So an energy efficient building, at least a new building, should be run almost carbon neutral, you know. The energy efficiency should be zero almost, you know. Cannot be zero, maybe at some day, but not now. But that should be the goal for at least the new buildings, you know. Then we have all the existing buildings, which could be a building like this, and buildings that are 10 years old, 50 years old, whatever, you know. They are on a total different journey in terms of reducing energy consumption and reducing the carbon outlet. But you need to look at the building in itself, the structures, the daylight in terms of not using electrical lighting. Why is the electrical lighting on here? It's not. We don't need the electrical light here. There's plenty of daylight, you know.
Right.
So why don't we? That you start optimize. Then you look at the technical systems, and then at the very end you look at the user behavior. You know, optimize the building, and then the last point should be the users that should be in this process as well. And that we work a lot with in our existing building scheme, buildings in use.
Very nice. It's interesting to hear you talk about the light sampling. So, Thijs, you've been given a little task here. But you said there, Thomas, it's difficult or hard to get to neutrality.
Yep.
Why do you think that is?
There will always be like a energy need or a consumption in that specific building, whether it's 100 years old or 1 year old. But you can, put on solar panels, then you produce energy yourself, and then you find some balance in what you use, which should be very low, and what you produce. And then the balance should be nearly zero. Actually some buildings that are run positively, so to say, they produce more than they use, but those are only the very efficient buildings, you know, that not that old, and they are built to be energy efficient. And on top of that, they have renewable energy systems producing energy, putting energy into the grid that others can use, not only for themselves. You know, that's the optimum of an energy efficient buildings. But that cannot not be all, of course. But yeah.
Great, thanks, Thijs. So you just got a little task from Thomas there. But how has Copenhagen City Properties minimized energy consumption in their buildings?
There's not a short answer to that question, so forgive me
We've
for
got
the
some
longer
time.
spiel and do
We've got some
interrupt
time.
if I'm taking too long. We can see that from 2010 up until last year, we've reduced the energy consumption in our building portfolio with around 20 to 21% across both heating and electricity. Also considering or including that our building portfolio has grown around 10% in that sort of span of time. And how we sort of began with this before, I would say 2013, 14, 15, there was the regular approach to building energy retrofits. You would look at envelopes, you would look at the deep energy retrofits. You would take the the classical approach, so to say. But during the years I just mentioned, there's another development going on with actually with the utility companies exchanging most of the meters in buildings, going from the manually read meter, where you would in your apartment or in your house, you would have a guy come to read your meter every once a year, to bill you with, basically. The same was in place. We pay our heat bills and our electricity bills fairly similar to regular households. But since we are based in Copenhagen, 99% of our buildings are on top of Copenhagen Utilities district heating grid. So obviously we are quite a large customer at Copenhagen Utilities so far. So when they began exchanging all of the manually read meters to smart meters and getting this 4-hourly or even hourly data update on the consumption, my colleagues realized if we can get this information, and we will not only have an overview of our energy consumption that's better than looking at the bills one time every year, we could actually use this to analyze building operations, basically. And with this, with regards to district heating, the energy meter that reads sort of the electricity or the energy consumption or the heat consumption does not only read like kilowatt hours or megawatt hours. It has some other metrics as well, flow rates and cooling rates. And this information was through long dialogues with Copenhagen Utilities. Actually, it resulted in an energy monitoring system that we started implementing in 2015, where we aimed to get all of the buildings and the smart meters into a single platform, so we could log in to this solution, to this monitoring system, and basically have the overview of the entire portfolio online, without having to go to the basements, without having to read the bills and all that. And with it was a long process and not an easy process either. It helped that Copenhagen Utilities are city-owned as well. So we essentially had the same boss, which is the mayor, that said work together, and that was quite the incentive to figure this out. Sorry. So we could suddenly see, and this is just around when I started, the first 100 buildings were in this system, and we were thinking, all right, now we've got hourly data for 100 buildings spanning back a few years. What on earth do we do with all this information? And obviously, taking the highlights or the high consumers, benchmarking and these ideas, but also going into the metrics of cooling and flow rates. What's wrong here? Why does this building have the same flow of water through this central heating installation in winter as in summer? There must be an issue here. And then we suddenly had a tool for our technical staff to start analyzing these numbers. And instead of we have got probably 900 properties within the city of Copenhagen. So trying to find the most, the highest consumers, or what to say, in these buildings was like looking for the needle in the haystack. Where do you start? And obviously you would start where the complaints are the most, but that's not necessarily the sort of the best place to begin, but more a symbol of who is complaining the most. It's million Danish crowns in streamlining building management systems, where we are now at a stage where almost all of our systems, ventilation systems, heating installations, are accessible centrally. And this gives us a load of other metrics as well. So we can, when we get a complaint on the phone, or when we can see something is wrong in the monitoring system, we can just log into the building management system and say, oh yeah, I can see this, the opening percentage of this valve is way too high. Restart the valve, closes, fixes the issue. So these are the two key components, I would say, in achieving these targets, is overview of the consumption and then overview of the controls of the buildings.
Right, thank you for that. Pia, I want to come back to you. We heard Thomas and Thijs both say that they agreed, or we had a lot to agree on. Do we? And you're from a knowledge bank. You know, you're about looking a lot, very critically, perhaps even into what's going on. How far, in your view, have we come in terms of making buildings more energy efficient in Denmark?
Yeah, well, as I said, it somehow became a bit old-fashioned to do energy renovations, and I want to protest against this. Because the potential, as I said, I think new calculations are saying that we could save 25% energy consumption in our building mass, even though we at the same time increase our indoor temperature. So the potential is huge, but the challenge is to make it happen. And I think the way we need to continue on to emphasize this, but we need to keep on educating our professionals. We need skills, and we need energy skills at carpenters, installers, the counselors in the building industry, and so on. So we need knowledge, and I think the need will increase, and especially we need skilled people actually doing these renovations. That's the technical part, and then I see what I would call the soft part. We need to understand better what happens. What happens after we renovated our buildings, and I think the data, what you describe, is an answer to that. We need to focus more on our energy behavior in the buildings, and I think data could be an answer to that. And we also need to gain more knowledge on what happens in the decision processes, what make building owners invest in energy renovations. And that's the big building owners, like you represent, but also the one-family building owners. And I think what we need to understand is that our professionals, it could be the carpenter, he's the trusted advisor when he is in a family home. And they should be aware of this trust situation and maybe push the building owner more in, because they know what to do, but maybe they're not aware of how much power you actually have when you're in a home, for example. So I think more technical skills, but also a better understanding of what happens in the decision process.
But how can we do that? How can we achieve that? The more, and you talked about the labourer, the plumber, perhaps the carpenter who's installing that, and that they have such an important role. Like sort of like, often hear that term, like the last mile. They're the one there putting up the plasterboard or what have you. Is it about simply more certification, more education for them?
I think it's about long life education. And of course, we are also sort of helping the schools, and we're also doing education for educated installers and so on. So I think we need to make education available to all, and I know it's also a focus area, and we are about to develop more material on that matter as well.
Right. Okay, so strategic. It's all about strategic partnerships.
It's about
strategic partnerships.
Well, what we produce is available to everyone, but of course we need to make sure that it's implemented at the school. So I wouldn't call it strategic partnerships, but I would call it, spending money on producing the right materials, spending time on education, and so on. Yeah. I think it's about priorities.
Fantastic. Well, as a learning manager at an innovation school, I can get behind that. It's all about education and future skills and knowledge. I want to jump over to you, Thomas, and talk a bit more about some of your member organisations within the Green Building Council. How do you help them minimise their energy consumption in their buildings?
Well, we don't provide solutions. That's not what we do. But we have this certification scheme, DNB, which is a manual with criteria on specific topics in the holistic, sustainable tradition. But in terms of energy efficiency, we could have some. We have some criteria focusing on that. Rules of thumbs, how to have a good process, as you know, which people should you bring in that process to make the right design from the very first line you draw, which energy solution should you choose, and then at the very end, how should the users behave. So we don't provide solutions for the specific building based on this manual, these criteria. It's the same transparent process that the engineers and architects look into, and at the very end, the contractors and the carpenter at least also. So the idea with the DNB scheme is to have a transparent process with standardized criteria that everybody in this building project is based on. So we have educated around 1,200 consultants. That's both engineers, architects, building owners, material companies, and I don't know, a lot of people, you know. So we kind of push the idea of having a common language of how to define more sustainable solution, more energy efficient solutions. So that's a system you can use as a process management system, but our owners, our members, they need to provide the different solutions themselves. The building is the solution, but they all build on our scheme, our process management criteria scheme.
Okay. Yeah, well, I like how you put it, like a common language.
Yeah.
I feel that it feeds into the earlier talk we had about the Interreg schemes and what have you.
Yeah.
So you're able to collaborate across borders.
The statistics says that every fifth building is a new building, a larger building. Every fifth building is GDNB certified. Today, 20% is GDNB certified. So that's quite a lot, and that's where we see the effect of having a common language, so that they can have an optimized process, because they have all been on this same course. They talk is making an effective process.
Do you see that there could be an evolution? Because I know like the DGNB, Deutsche Gesellschaft für Nachhaltigkeit und Bauen. Yes.
It's Danish, though. We have translated into Danish. So.
Yes, very good, very good. My partner is German, and she's always making.
Okay.
I'm from Australia. She's always making fun of our buildings, because we built a lot of our residential homes in the post-war period, and she said they're very energy inefficient. But do you see that could evolve further into a much wider European network?
Well, yeah, of course, but we have been here for 10 years, as I said, but we kind of helped on defining this common language. Next year, we will see the requirement of CO2 emissions evaluations, you know, that those criteria, specific CO2 emission criteria, they build on the 10 years we have GDNB certified buildings. So that's based on our data collection of a lot of buildings. So we kind of provided a common basis for the industry. So now we want to push our system even further. We're not satisfied with, you know, being basis or standard. We kind of want to be the system that the building owner can use if they want to do more than standard. So been here for 10 years, introducing system, tweak the buttons, and create more strict criteria.
Yeah, go for it, Pia.
Yeah. Can I add a comment? Because when you do a life cycle analysis, you will see that energy renovation is actually more sustainable than building new buildings.
Yeah.
And you of course have the building in use. The way forward must be to increase this building in use.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, one thing is building in use, where we look at the usage and not much only the energy efficiency, but we kind of want to push energy renovations, because, you know, the most sustainable building is the building not being built, you know. So,
Thijs, for you, how often does it come to that conversation of talking about renovation, completely new?
I think actually in the city of Copenhagen, a lot of what my fellow panelists and expensive, and there's so many players here, and not a lot of sort of guidance in a way. We put forth building standards that come with every procurement of a new building, saying we need the building management system to be not technology specific, market changing a little bit. We know that our BMX expert went to the headquarters of Trant, a large BMS supplier, because they wanted to change their ways based on less fortunate people's bills, basically.
Right, thanks. Pia, I want to ask you about Copenhagen Properties as a representative of a large city and the power that they have, or the responsibility. Do you believe that they have a responsibility to influence? Perhaps you mentioned this instance where you've gone in and said, "Hey, we need that system changed."
I think it's a huge responsibility to put on, because also you have budget.
You can do
follow.
that. They can handle it.
But I think it's so interesting by sort of changing the market, and I know for sure the BMS market is horrible, and every time you need an extra data point, it costs like a fortune. So good job. So of course, I think they have a responsibility, but I think we all do. And I think sometimes the challenge is actually not the well-educated, the ones with the biggest muscles, but I also think the challenge is when we are in the outskirts of Jutland, where houses cost nothing. And so we have a huge challenge at places where you don't have the money for investment. How to solve that, I don't know, but we need to solve it.
Absolutely. Guys, we're coming to the end. I want to give final word. Thomas, how would you like to?
A final word? Well,
Yeah.
I think we come around quite good, actually. But yeah, I agree on the different parts you mentioned, you guys. The very first question you gave me was, what's an energy efficient building? I kind of want to mention that again, maybe that the building in itself should be well designed in terms of depth and height and windows. And then you have the energy systems. You talked a lot about that. That can be very, how to say, intelligent. And the supply systems as well, you know. And then the very end, the building users, the behavior of the users. That's you kind of have those 3 points to optimize. Some buildings you need to prioritize one part because the other parts are quite good. Sometimes it's all 3 parts. But that's kind of how we target our requirements on those different groups in this criteria manual we have.
Thanks. Nice.
The final
1 minute.
Yeah, it's always more, isn't there? I think that looking into greater collaboration with the utility companies and power providers will be the way to go forward. Obviously, as mentioned, we are one of the biggest customers of Copenhagen utilities. And I think in terms of sort of raw megawatt hours, we are the largest customer that really provides a basis for collaborating on pilot or innovative projects. What are the issues in their grid, and how can the buildings or the end consumers help to effectivize or make their system even more efficient? Is grid flexibility an option? And there's some thermal storage capacity in some buildings. Can we turn down heating in the morning where everybody in Copenhagen is taking a shower to avoid the morning peak? And a bunch of other things. And I think the same goes with electrical companies as well. Energy doesn't stop and begin with an installation in the wall somewhere. It's a full system from power plant to radiator or from power plant to light bulb. And we need to begin considering this.
Certainly. Yeah.
Yeah, my comment. We talk a lot about sustainability, we talk about power to X, we talk about how to make this green transition. And today I heard somebody saying that in the future we don't need to save energy because the energy is green.
Yeah.
But that's not true, because saving energy, reducing our energy consumption is such an important part of reaching that goal. So my final statement is never forget the energy savings.
Agreed.
Thank you all. Yeah, that was it. 1, 2, approach Pia, Thomas, Thijs, for follow-up questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. Thanks.
Am I up next?
Good. Tak.
Hello, everyone. Good day. Feels like almost good morning. Yeah, this is going to be a really intimate session. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to share some of my insights on the business case for circular healthcare sector, which is what we do in Green Innovation Group. We work on decarbonizing the healthcare sector. Since there's just the 6 of us in the room, please don't hesitate to ask any questions, and we can make this more of a conversation rather than a one-way street. I think that's to everybody's benefit. My name is Frederick van Deurs. I'm the CEO of Green Innovation Group, and I have one mission in life, and that is helping decarbonize the healthcare sector. And the reason why this is important to me is that the healthcare sector is responsible for between 4 and 6% of all greenhouse gas emissions. That's quite a lot. It's also a fact that we're going to be more and more old people in the world. We're going to have more and more money, and we're going to have an increasing demand for healthcare services. So we need to fix this, and we institute. And in general, I find this to be a pretty good framework. Also, somehow the slides are not full screen. No, they are almost. Okay. Well, anyway, the Stockholm Resilience Institute defined those 9 planetary boundaries that go beyond what we have as the greenhouse gas emissions and the global temperature, but take into account 8 other areas and illustrate just the complexity of the issue that we're facing. And I'm going to illustrate that a little bit. So if we're looking at the Paris Agreement, we have a 1.5 degree scenario and we have a 2 degree scenario. Both of them are what would be a rise in temperature. Will no longer be able to form their shells to the degree that they can today. Why is that a problem? Well, it's a problem because they use the shells to protect themselves. That's the reason why they can survive, to clean our waters, to clean all of the water-based ecosystems that we have around. It's not just the seafood buffet, which I love. It's a much bigger problem than that. And if we have a 2 degree temperature rise, they are significantly going to decrease their capacity for forming new shells. It's a huge problem. The water deficit is going to double. This is a problem that doesn't just get twice as large. It multiplies with the significant factor. If you just imagine how large the water stress is right now, with areas where we have crop failures, we have scarcity of drinking water, we have conflicts over water, we have literally wars fought over water. If we're doubling the water deficit, it's not a good look, and the problem is not just multiplying by 2, it's multiplying by a much higher factor. On top of that, we're facing mass extinction of species. So in the past 50 years, we've managed to kill off 67% of all known species with a spine. That sucks. That really sucks. How did we do it? You ask yourself. Well, we did it primarily through habitat loss. So when we have a high degree of biodiversity, it's because we have many niche habitats that can accommodate different species. When we have climate change and we have radical change in our environment, we're removing habitats and we're removing the realm where these animals can live. And that's the primary driver. And that just means that we're going to be in a much more boring world with generalist animals and species rather than some of these niche specialists. That means that an animal like the crow is going to have a really good time, where a more sort of specialized niche bird will have much harder conditions under which to thrive. Well, luckily, Denmark is the greenest country in the world, so we can thank ourselves for that. What do you see here? You see kind of half the slide. Okay. So Denmark is the greenest country in the world. Everybody knows it. Everybody recognizes it. The problem is that if all of the listed companies in Denmark in the C25 index, if they all reach their sustainability targets, then we're going to make it, right? Then we're going to be good. No? How many of you believe that the C25 companies are going to reach their sustainability targets? Raise of hands. It's funny because I've never seen anyone raise their hands to that question. Why do we put up with that bullshit? I think that's a very real question we need to ask ourselves. No one believes in it. Why are we not calling them out more often? Secondary. If they reach their sustainability targets, we're fucked. We're literally screwed and on track for a 3-degree temperature rise. Now, I just outlined to you just how fucked we are at 2 degrees temperature rise. If they reach their targets that no one believes they can reach, we're on a 3-degree path. Okay, sorry to be the bringer of bad news, but we radically need to change our way, and that's why I'm really excited about this topic. I worked a lot with it. Amongst other things, I advised the Green Future Fund that manages 24 billion Danish kroner on how to invest in a green future through technology that exists. Let me just emphasize that. Technology that exists, no hockey stick. Or as we say in Green Innovation Group, ce n'est pas une hockey stick. That turned into this book, A Green Future. Wow, this is not a good fit to the screen, is it? Let me just see if I can give you a better view. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna go rogue a little bit because this PDF is not it's not dancing, as they say. In its essence, the healthcare sector is 13% more carbon emission intensive than the automotive industry. That's not a very good metric for them, right? But they're saving lives, right? So it doesn't matter as much. It's per euro revenue generated. Great question, though. So it's Marcus was asking by what metric. So they emit 13% more CO2 per euro generated in revenue. That's pretty freaking bad. I mean, it's the automotive industry. It's not like the candy industry or something. You know, we're talking about some of the bad folks there. The pollution in healthcare has 3 primary sources. So we're looking at general medical and hazardous waste. This is of course a problem. We're going to have a lot of blood, glass shrapnel, drugs, all kinds of bad stuff that will qualify as hazardous waste, and that's messy to get rid of. We can eliminate some of it. Then we have non-renewable materials. I mean, what do you call an endoscopy that has been used for a rectal surgery? Let's just call it waste. I don't have an answer to the joke, but I like the setup. So a lot of the challenges we're facing is that these materials are very hard to renew and to reuse. And then of course, the consequence of that is also environmental pollution. For every kilo of active pharmaceutical ingredient we produce 23 kilos of byproduct. That byproduct is not always all clean. So it is also absolutely the most byproduct intensive industry, the pharmaceutical industry. It's really, really, really immense. But there's a little bit of hope here. In the 1970s, in order to produce 1 pound of insulin, I'm sorry about this setup, we would need 23,500 pigs take their pancreas, that's the bugspytkirtel in Danish, in order to extract 1 pound of insulin. And may I remind you that in 1950, if you were diagnosed with diabetes, it was a death sentence. You had 3 years left to live, on average. Then you were gone. Today, most diabetics live with the disease. And what I find really interesting here is that we had an industry where you would need 23,500 pigs in order to produce 1 pound of insulin. But it evolved, and they came up with a methodology to produce that through fermentation. And this is the kind of evolution that we see in most green innovations. It develops on something we call an S-curve. Why do we call it an S-curve? It's because it looks a lot like an S. The problem with an S-curve is that you can predict the behavior of the trend, but it's very hard to predict the timeline. So you get the overall shape of the adoption curve, but it can be 1 or 2 years, or it can be 5 or 10 years, or 50 years. So that's the tricky part. But we've seen this development many places, and what's really, really crazy here is that from the invention of fermentation-based insulin, it only took 13 years to have 95% market adoption. Try and wrap your heads around that. That is the speed of radical innovation. Once it's there, we take it for granted. But when we are on the take-up of the S-curve, it feels like we're so far away from the end goal. Right now, what we are observing in the healthcare industry is that the procurement policies are changing. So the National Health Services in the UK, the Danish regions in Denmark, they are all changing their procurement policies. They're asking their suppliers for a life cycle assessment. They're saying, hey, how green are you? What can we actually expect from this product? And what's going to happen is that this wave is only going to go in one direction. So what we usually say is get your surfboards up, because the green wave is definitely coming. We just don't really know how to read the water yet. So we don't know if we have 1, 2, 3, or 5 years before the wave really strikes, but we know it's going to strike. Some of our clients have been saying on a very high level, well, we lost a few tenders in Sweden, but we don't think it's anything. And I think this mentality is really going to be what killed the dinosaur. We need to be very much on our toes about the green agenda, particularly in healthcare. Because everyone who continues to live in the old world is going to eventually die off if they cannot answer on how good is the treatment measured in value. So that this is what we call value-based healthcare in healthcare. How much care are you actually getting per euro you invest? That's a good metric. For a welfare society, that's a great metric. But if we do it at the expense of the environment, then we need to add that to the cost. So if you're not able to give a strong value proposition where your holistic cost is included in your value proposition to the healthcare system, you're not going to sell anything. I thought you would never ask. Okay, so I'm just going to move away from the slides a little bit now and go rogue. There's something in the Nordics that we call the 5-5 aspiration. The reason why we call it the 5-5 aspiration is that today, just around 10% of most welfare societies' GDP is allocated to healthcare services. And the reason why we call it healthcare is because the person that's getting treatment is not healthy. We might as well call it sick care. So that's actually what it is. We're not trying to make people healthy. We're trying to treat the sick. So if we adopt the mindset of 10% GDP going into sick care, only 0.5% is going into something that could actually be called healthcare or preventive care, where we are trying to predict what is it we're going to suffer from and how might we invest for prevention. There's a really good analogy going on in the main hospital in Copenhagen, Rigshospitalet. Their cardiology department only has 26 beds. So if you have 26 beds in a hospital that treats cancer patients, how many treatments do you think it's feasible to have? How many patient contacts can you have in a year? Let's do the McKinsey exercise. How many treatments, how many patient contacts can you have per day if you have 26 beds? Yes. Sebastian, what do you think? 13. Okay, good guess. Been 65 times 50. Okay, 3,500 times 5. Okay, some 20,000 patient contacts, right? Then you have 2 patient contacts per bed per day. Can we buy into that, all of us? They have 1 million patient contacts. How is that possible? They do remote treatment. So a lot of the time they do at-home monitoring. So they don't have a limit at 26 beds. They actually have the patients at home, where they have a really good time, where they're not next to sickness, death, being confronted with their own mortality every single day, being outside of their comfortable home environment. So by moving some of the allocation we have for the 10% we're spending on healthcare, moving it into preventive care, we could actually get a lot more value for our money. That's why it's called the 5-5 aspiration. It's transitioning into having only 5% GDP in sick care and 5% in preventive care. And the potential there is really truly astonishing. I mean, if you think about it, the emissions associated to 1 hour of surgery, let's say it's a gastric bypass operation, need a surgery, it's just approximately 1 hour. It's 53 kilos of CO2. It's not that much CO2 at the end of the day, but it's very long time you have to be sick, that you are unproductive, that you're not contributing to society. If you compare that to being preventive, to investing in the prevention of you getting so sick that you need a gastric bypass operation, then we're not just saving a lot of money, a lot of life, we're also saving a lot of CO2. So what I see as one of the key ways of reducing the CO2 impact that we have per patient we treat is to do a transition towards preventive care. And the key enabling factor there is telemedicine. So in telemedicine, where we can actually do remote monitoring, remote diagnostics, and remote treatment, remote consultation, it's eliminating a lot of the associated emissions to the healthcare system of today. So when a treatment is produced, do any of you have any insight on how that works? When, let's say, just a thought example, we have a global pandemic coming out and we need a vaccine. What do? We have some smart people, they start developing treatments. Okay, how do we figure out if it's safe? We have a system for that that's called clinical trials. A clinical trial typically takes around 7 years. So what we do with a clinical trial is that we have some super smart people that have done some research, and then we have a company that wants to get the rights to market this treatment. Typically, there's 3 different phases to a clinical trial. So typically what you do is you set up the trial. You invest a lot of money because you know, okay, the lead time here, we're going to need to invest for 7 years straight. Most clinical trials fail. So you need to invest a lot of money, be incredibly patient, and then if you succeed, you really need to milk it in the other end. You need to make sure that that investment gets the return to justify all of the failed trials you had on the side. The key reason why clinical trials fail is because of patient recruitment. So it's very hard to recruit enough patients continuously in order to be able to qualify the results that you have. And say, okay, this is enough patients that are experiencing a better health outcome or better treatment outcome that we can actually justify putting this into the market. On average, when we run a clinical trial, how long do you think a patient travels in order to participate and just have a consultation. So let's take me as an example. I'm an allergic. I eat some pills. Let's say I'm a participant as an allergic patient going into a clinical trial. What do you think would be my average travel distance to partake in the trial? 10 kilometers. Nice guess. 30 kilometers, what do you think? A lot more? You're American. Yeah. What do you think? Or do you do kilometers or do you do miles? Kilometers. How many kilometers do you think on average? We have 10, we have 30. Yeah. You said 200. We're at 160 miles. So just around 200 kilometers. That's the average distance that we travel just to go to partake in a clinical trial. Then just imagine how much fuel consumption, transportation we can save by just calling on Teams. For 80% of all treatments, we don't need to be physically present with the doctor. It's completely bonkers, right? The reason why clinical trials fail is because they cannot recruit the patients. They cannot secure the patient retention. So take myself as an example again. I'm a grass allergic. That means that every summer sucks. I have a cold for 6 weeks every year. In the best months, arguably, to live. That really fucking sucks. It sucks so bad. I mean, if you're not an allergic, I think it's hard to imagine how much it sucks to have a cold every single summer. The only time it's actually worth it to be alive in Denmark, I have a cold. It blows. I mean, it really, literally blows. Problem is, in order to get cured, there's actually a cure. I need to eat grass every single day. The average patient on that cure stops before 1 year is done. So it's a 3-year cure. But most of the patients, they don't sit through. So just imagine how difficult it is for a pharmaceutical company that cannot provide an economic incentive for the patient to actually make sure that the patients keep on coming back. 200 miles on average per session, right? And even though it blows so much to have the grass allergies, we can't be bothered to treat ourselves. So we need to remove barriers in order to make sure that we're not wasting all of this investment, all of this CO2 that we're putting into the clinical trial system. And besides, yeah, fuck the presentation, I shut it down. So that's one thing we're working on developing a line of sight for the life cycle assessment for a clinical trial. So we actually know how much energy, how much CO2 are we spending on developing the treatments. What will be the impact of the treatment becoming a success, being deployed in the market? And how can we then figure out how much pollution we're causing through our treatments? And that's really, really interesting. Do you have any idea, any of you now, I suppose you all care about the green agenda. What do you do if you're a major pharmaceutical company and you want to know what your carbon footprint is? I mean, you work with this. What do they do? Yeah, they call me or you, right? They call us as consultants. We go out as the Ghostbuster team. We run an assessment, or we do a baselining exercise, and we figure out how much do they pollute in scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. We can never know, but we make a guess, or we say we look at this category, but we're going to disregard these other 15 categories, because if not, you wouldn't have any chance of affording us doing the analysis, because we're really freaking expensive as consultants, right? So what you do is you take a dollar cost and you extrapolate. So you say, okay, 25% of my budget, that's clinical trials. I suppose that I'm just going to multiply that by the factor of how many CO2 emissions can I expect per dollar invested. Okay, great. Does it say anything about whether you're using 23,500 live pigs in order to extract their pancreas, in order to take out their insulin, or you're using precision fermentation? doesn't. Does it say if you are actually having a plantation of wood where you're growing the pollen from the trees in order to produce a biological treatment for people that have allergies, and that you're actually sequestering carbon? No, it doesn't. So it's just as good a guess as any other conceivable guess you could come up with, meaning that it's not very useful. So that's why we need a much clearer line of sight on what are the associated carbon costs to the way we're doing treatments. Because we have a pretty good idea about what the euro cost is right now. We also have a pretty good idea about what the euro benefit is every time we invest in it. And that's also why I believe that we're actually going to see change in this industry relatively fast. Why? Because there's a lot of freaking money on the table. So it's not just the welfare state that has an interest. In most of the world, the healthcare system is financed by the insurance industry. And if there's one thing the insurance industry hates, it's paying too much for something they could pay less for. And that's why I'm an optimist in terms of us seeing a transition towards preventive healthcare. When you asked about the development world before, I'm sorry I didn't quite answer that question. What I believe we're going to see is we're going to see an increase in digital treatments. We're going to see an increase in telemedicine. We're going to see an increase in at-home treatment that is based off of a smartphone. Because what we're seeing in the development world is that they skipped a lot of the development stages that we went through in Europe. They skipped the fax, they skipped the cable telephone, they even skipped the payment card and went on that cell phone payment system in Kenya that they had. We were so proud of mobile pay, but we didn't realize that they had that service in Kenya on like brick phones since forever, right? So I don't see any reason why telemedicine will not be the main driver addressing the access to healthcare problems. It's just going to be so affordable to deliver health to the masses, especially on a preventive basis. And we can see that the investment that you make in preventive healthcare versus sick care is paying by a factor of approximately 10. So it's a really sound investment. And that's why the 5-5 aspiration is actually also considered to be economically feasible, because you're going to literally get 50 times the impact. In short, the demand in the healthcare industry is changing. We have reason to believe it's going to change quite rapidly, probably much faster than anyone is expecting, because of the adoption curve that we're seeing on the S-curve. We're incredibly early on the S-curve. As I said, we don't know if it's going to be 1, 3, 5, or 10 years in adoption time. I think it's going to be much, much shorter, because the climate emergency is going to get more on people's minds, and they're also going to learn that it doesn't always have to be a cost compromise, simply because the investment in preventive care is such a good business case. So at the end of the day, change is coming. There's a great business case for it. It's driven primarily through telemedicine and prevention that I mentioned before, where they're having 1 million annual patient contacts with only 26 beds available. That's a great circular economy business case, right? They're actually managing to take an existing resource and multiply the usefulness of that resource so many times. We're seeing a company like Philips. I had a slide on that, but now you're just going to imagine it in your heads. So when I say Philips, most of the time I imagine the electrical razors. I think that's because of an advert that ran in my childhood. But apparently they're also really big on medical equipment. They do MRI scanners and CT scanners and all kinds of stuff. And if you look at the inventory of a hospital, a lot of their devices are actually Philips devices. They have a target, 25% of all of their sales in the year 2025. So this is really easy to remember. 25% of all of the revenue generated in the year 2025 has to come from circular products or services. And they're on track. So when you go out there and you hear companies boasting net zero, you can call bullshit on that and ask them, what are your sales targets for circular businesses or services? Because that's essentially where it really matters. If we're not demanding that of the companies, then what can we actually expect? If we do not demand for companies to deliver something that gives more than it takes, we're not going to reach drawdown, and we're utterly fucked. So I think that's all I had to say. Any questions? Yeah. You're welcome. I made the slide myself. No, I didn't. It's a different one. I thought it was black screen when I said it. Yeah, I think there's a few things. One thing that I have observed is that I see a correspondence between people that are active in the climate space and people that are skeptic towards sharing personal data. And the key enabler for telemedicine and precision medicine and preventive healthcare is actually increased access to health data. So I think developing a literacy on what it actually means to be being with distributed access to your health data in order to enable a preventive healthcare system. I think that's probably a key area of literacy where we can actually do something. Then another area would be to keep an eye out for mental health. That's a major it's a major buzzkill and also a contributor to harm and emissions if we look at human life being inactive and not being a contributor to the solution as sort of the base premises. If you're diagnosed with bipolar disease as a man, you have 20% likelihood that you're going to kill yourself within 3 years. So that's just a suicide rate that's completely through the roof. And one of the things that are more and more common, probably not because we're experiencing more, but we're also getting better at spotting it. So I believe that a lot of the preventive care can actually also be done through automated diary apps like Uper is a personal assistant that works a little bit like a because we are facing a trauma where no one takes it seriously. No one with enough power to take it quite seriously takes it seriously. I mean, all of us take it seriously. That's why we're here. But that's also a problem that I usually say we cannot waste sort our way out of the climate emergency. It's just not possible. It's looking at the problem from all the wrong angles. Physical product. If you're producing cars, say you're Volkswagen, can you deliver that product without selling your client a car? Can you sell them access to a car? Can you sell your client access to a treatment rather than the full treatment? That's if we're going all the way radical. Very concrete terms, do they purchase only green energy? Do they produce their own energy? They have a lot of money in their pockets. Did they invest in PV or wind? You know, that's it's simple. We can make 1.5 degrees global temperature rise with known technologies, not with fairy tale technologies. So we need to remind ourselves that it's actually quite possible with things that exist. We don't need fairy tale technology to get us there. Power to X is a pipe dream. I believe carbon capture is a pipe dream. We have proven technology that we can invest billions in already. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We need to stop overconsumption, and we need to stop putting more fossil energy out there. That's it. That's all I had. Thanks a lot for listening and for asking. Cheers.
Moderating the
No, you're on the panel.
Hello.
Yes. Basically, nobody's moderating. Because when it comes between me and you and Sif, it's impossible. We all like to talk.
I've been going to the gym.
Yeah? I know. I've been
Already.
eating a lot.
Then
we
see how
need
this
the person
circular
sitting here
system.
to moderate us.
Yeah, don't
Yeah,
worry. I will do it.
All right. Okay, can we ask them to move closer? Like you're
We
all
can
at the
try.
very, very back of the room.
Try.
Sit here. Step forward. How about we sit on the edge of the stage? Because I mean, we're already like 7 of it. Is this being streamed? We could make it look
being streamed. Yeah.
Sophia, all of you, step up, step up, step up. You want to sit down? Am I the only person that's been standing up all day? Peter, kill us. All right, I'll get behind the table. This
All
is
right.
Denmark. I need to have something to hold
You know
on.
what? I think you should moderate.
Boom.
Yeah.
Cool, then let's sit down. Let's make it a little more. Stop all the way up, all the way up, all the way up. You stopping right there. Here. Monsieur, s'il vous plaît. Step closer, step closer. There's 10 of us in the room. You in the back, I'm watching you. I see you causing problems back there.
Vamos.
S'il vous plaît.
Downstairs?
Yeah, come on.
I don't think the camera is going to catch us.
No,
Camera
that's
is
a
sort of
problem.
over here.
That's fine.
Get
That's
up.
fine. You know what? Then we'll step down. But let's avoid the tables because that's what we've always got. These things we're hiding behind it. Might it be one thing if we weren't attractive, but we are. All right. I'll come out here and join
What
you
have
up.
I said yes to?
This is not. This is odd, man.
I know. This is about stepping out of our comfort zones.
No, it's
No.
just
I'm not
it
comfortable.
looks. Yeah, I'm not also not
But
comfortable.
you want to get back behind the thing?
Ask
Yeah.
the lady. Yeah. You go back. Thank you.
I need
Oh,
to
that
rest
was
my
wise
hands.
choice. Thank you
All right,
so
I'm ready.
much. All right.
So
I tried.
let's go.
Boom. Whom has got the subject?
Yeah.
We're going to moderate.
All right.
Go.
We just had a roundtable around this topic, which is a topic that interests all of us, is how do we assess green solutions, especially startups. And when it comes to startups, early stage startups, born green startups versus non-born green startups, everybody's talking about being green and having a solution that is climate friendly, that is impactful, and so on. And when we have too much of these buzzwords going out to the market, it creates insecurity because then it becomes a buzzword and it loses its value. So there are billions and billions of euros being poured down into this system of creating green solutions. They come from European Union, they come from the government. When is a startup green? When is a startup impact? How do we measure? So with these small words, I would like to invite all of you to join this talk. Now I'm going to stop being serious. Yeah. With us, we have ecosystem builder, Nick Houghton, who has been around tech startups and tech scene in Denmark and in Nordics and globally. With me in Portugal. We have done a lot of working with startups and tech development. We have Sif actively with the solutions, digital solutions especially, and also working with supporting the ecosystem and figuring out how do we make these solutions regardless if they are small or if they're big, right? So I let you talk. And of course, just for those who don't know me, I have been the CEO of VentureCup, which is the Danish university's common platform for innovation and entrepreneurship, where my job has been how to support more technologies coming from this research environment to see the daylight. Believe me, that's also multi-million business. And also very nice students. So back to you.
Well, I'll start with my role, and I have colleagues sitting down there, so you'll correct me if I say something not right. I'm working at Devoteam, which is a consultancy that specializes in the digital transformation journey. And lately we've been working with a lot of our clients on a sustainable digitalization journey as well. And why do we do that? Because every time you want to do something with sustainability, then you need data, and you need some pretty awesome technology to make it worth your time and your effort. And it costs if you don't do it right. So we experience that more and more of the large companies, they look to data specialists and people who can figure out how to make algorithms into a business case to become greener. And this is very exciting. I've been working with startups for a couple of years now in my former job as well. And I've seen that a lot of new startups are born sustainable or born green. But on the other hand, they don't know how to measure it. So they can't really go out there and say, I did better this year than I did the year before, because they don't have the numbers. Just like Ørsted is still missing some numbers, Maersk is still missing a lot of numbers on sustainability. This is how it is. We don't have the numbers yet. So what can we do if we don't have all the numbers? And how can we go out and tell people that we're actually becoming more and more sustainable, and they should choose us as a company or as a startup because we are more sustainable than others? We can report on progress, and for that we need a baseline. And that is something that we work with at Devoteam. If you are trying to become more digital as well, we always start to say, so let's figure out what's under the hood. What's going on with your data? What's going on with your business case? Is your business model even digital? Are you the company selling CDs and films that forgot to become digital and lost to Spotify? Or can you still be saved? That is something that's very important to work with right now when it comes to sustainability as well. We have to take the power of digital innovation and have it work. So that is why it's a lot easier to do assessment today than it been a couple of years back, because we have a lot of data and we just have to learn how to use it. And we have a lot of assessment tools out there, and it's a jungle. And what you want to look into is who's validating it and who has the interest in it. There's a lot of standards that we've heard over the last couple of days, like science-based target and the ISO family certification and all of that. But you can't use that to prove that your business case is more sustainable than your competitors right now. It takes like half a year to get the ISO certification. How many of you have it? Any ISO certifications? Science-based targets? No.
B Corps.
B Corps could be, yeah. Well, it's very expensive and it takes a lot of time, and even though you are digital. So what can we do? We can figure out a way.
I will get back to this because there's also different things to measure. So when we measure, what is it exactly that we measure?
Hello. Cool. Well, yeah, well, I like this. I was invited onto this round table. I thought, okay, what do I have? And I thought, well, actually, I'm an old guy. I have some wrinkles to prove. And I've done an awful lot of counting of an awful lot of things across a number of different industries. But I really like the way this was set up, that we brought, it was a group of 12 of us upstairs, just over the entrance to that hall next door, and then we divided into two groups. First we did an intro round, which helped, because then you knew what everybody could do, and then we divided into two groups, and we talked for 45 minutes or so, and then we got back together and we shared what we did. you said, and then we just need to, and I'm always like, because my thing is how do we do it? You know, like I get the concept of golf, you know, you take the stick, you hit the little ball, and it's supposed to go. Anybody that's done it knows it's a lot harder to get the ball to go into the hole than it sounds theoretically, yeah? And, but so when Human mentioned facts, I'm like, oh yeah. I remember a couple of years ago in the States, there was this, you know, facts versus true facts. Yeah, and that you know, you don't need to go very far to know that, you know, that one person's opinion is another person's fact and otherwise. Yeah. But that in our group, it was really, really cool that there was a woman called Linda who works at Vækstfonden, and she was an engineer, and she'd been with Rambøll for forever and a day, and that she introduced that in this green assessment thing, there are actual like internationally agreed standards that the International Standards Organization, which I always imagine works in like a really, really gray building in the outskirts of a really boring city somewhere in Central Europe, that they've sat down and figured this out, and then the EU has standards underneath it. That's where we're like, cool, yeah, but, and the angle we took in our group was, okay, there's lots of these standards, but how do startups apply them, and how do we, you know, where do we bring them in? Again, Linda pointed out, she said that 80% of the decisions about the environmental impact of a product are made in the initial design phase. That the decision to make it out of X versus Y gets made super early on, and that when we're in execution phase years later, it's way too late. And so we had a big focus on how do we help startups find these assessments and figure out what to measure, because apparently it matters right from the very, very, very beginning. Just like, you know, childcare for very, very small babies up to the age of 5 determines what happens to them later in life. So how do we reach them? And we had a bunch of interesting thoughts on that, but it was just a kind of frame for you guys. Come on.
Well, we when we started Sustainary is a association. We are not a company. And associations in Denmark have to have a purpose. It's written, foremost. And our purpose is to, and has been from the beginning, to promote sustainable technologies, or technologies to work for sustainable development goals. That was when we started. So we decided to one way of doing it is to identify the sustainable solutions out there. And coming from Venture Cup, if you don't know what it is, this is one of the biggest competitions, startup competitions going on for 22-3 years in Denmark. Coming from that background, we knew some of the ingredients to figure out tools to identify and get to know the technologies, so we could create awareness around them. Because first, when you know them, then you can also maybe use them. If you don't know them, you would not use them. So we started what we call SDG Tech Awards. Have you heard about that? Please tell me. Yes. Yes. Thank you. And no. Shame on you. No, worry. SDG Tech Awards is a competition. Is an award, not a competition, where we identify sustainable solutions, and we don't care where they come from, if they are from research or they are used in a startup or at a huge organization. Doesn't really matter. Then we look at it, and when you have to reward or choose between them, then you have to kind of figure out, well, how do we compare this with this, and then SDGs, for crying out loud, 17 different things, and you go east and west, and it's so complicated. We just went ahead very startup-like mindset and just say, we just go ahead and do it, and then we start to build up something and improve it. The point is, when we do these things, we ask our participants, does this create any impact for you? What we do, does it deliver any impact for you or not? Because God knows we don't make any money. So we don't do it for the money. We do it because we want to support. But if the owners of the technology think it's not working, then we shouldn't do it. So we asked them, and they said, most of them, it's really, really great because there's a third party looking at us and telling our story, which is the most important thing. And we really love it. Please, please, and especially during the COVID, please, please don't stop doing it, because we really need somebody to tell our story and to point at us. And then the other thing they said was, by the way, if we don't make it to the final, then it's a little bit disappointing, because there are so many good solutions, but we don't get that much attention. But we still need this kind of seal to be able to talk to the investors and so on and so on. Could you please make a certification for us? I'm not kind of no. I mean, you participate in an award because somebody nominates you. You can basically nominate yourself. It doesn't mean that you are green. You know, you need to kind of look at it. So we started 2.5 years ago, and then we built something up, collaborated with the ecosystem, collaborated with the startups, collaborated with the universities to figure out, okay, what do we look at? There was nothing there. And then we based it on 5 different things. You can look at it at greenimpact.io. It's not completed. I don't think is ever going to be completed. Is it evolution? But then we went to the ministries and said, we are not measuring any footprint. We don't care about the footprint. It's not our job. We are looking at a startup solution. Does it do what they say it does or not? So, and what is it made of? Right? So, product life cycle, and then we look at the climate impact, we look at the social impact, we look at the adaptation, because if it's too expensive and nobody buys it, and it cannot be adapted to different markets, then it doesn't really matter, because you can have the best solution, but it's so expensive that it's never going to be used. So what good is that? And then we look at the governance to see, have they the green impact DNA in their way of thinking. It's not perfect, but that's something.
Maybe we should include
I got a
our
question.
audience here.
I got a
before
question.
that.
Anyone got a question burning in? Because I've got some questions for you guys. I thought just in case I was moderating.
Yeah, I was going to ask them a question too. Is it my question?
Go with you. What's your question? Yeah.
Because my question is, we're talking about something very complex now. We're talking about assessments and certifications and all that all of us just want to forget and just look at some little stamp on the water that says, oh, this is done from sustainable sources of wood. Fine, I'm good to go, I'm gonna buy it. But just out of curiosity, how many of you look for little marks here and when you shop? Yeah, it's most of you. Are you satisfied in what you found? Have you got some favorite ones, like
is anyone else
ecology
confused
or
about all the different things that you can put on that? Of yeah.
Yeah. Any other favorite stamps? Svanemærke, the Eco Swan. Yeah. Yeah, there's the European flower as well. Some of you might know it.
This is one of the questions we had in our group, is like, where do we start? Right? And I was like, we're kind of looking for like Linnaeus with his, giving everything a name, that, like, is it organic? Is it inorganic? You got to start somewhere. Does it exist? Does it not exist? Does it, but I mean, you got to have like a fixed point from, if we've got somewhere we can agree on starting, then we got somewhere we can go to. With the startups, one of the things we were talking about, say, can we make it simple enough that the startup can go, okay, yeah, we should look at this, or, this is never ever going to matter, yeah? One of the guys on one of the panels before was, Tommy Alos. I was one of the guys. That Tommy Alos guy, he said a couple of things that were pretty smart. One of them was, he said, was that digits, that we're not going to solve the climate crisis with digital solutions, just moving bits and bytes around, that we actually have to do some hard science and move artifacts, atoms. And so it was like digits, atoms, I thought. It's like simple enough that I can remember it.
He made a lot of money, so it must be smart.
Yeah, you know, you don't have to hold that against him. I grew up in London.
No, no,
you know,
no,
You
he's
got
a
to
good
get
guy.
past the hating on him
But
because
it's-
they're rich, right?
Yeah.
But I'm with you.
He's a good guy.
Just because he's rich doesn't mean he's stupid.
Just to go back to your question about the brands, when we put stamps on things, these are usually consumer, targeted brands. So for you, as when you go to supermarket and you see, okay, I buy this because this is better than the other one, right? But when we talk about startups, it's not the consumer brands that we are building.
No, it's the entire company sometimes.
Not even this, but who's the target group for this brand? I mean, when we make green impact assessments,
It's a B2B product.
is not for a startup to go sell it to the customer. It's for a startup in an early stage to be able to be engaged and enrolled in the right programs, get the first funding, and sort of
So it's
be
investors in
backed up.
other companies
Exactly.
is the target.
So it's also a lot to do with who is the target group, what is it, this brand, what is it that it does, what is the purpose? So with these things, I think they're awesome if you know them, and I think most of us we know them depending on what we are looking for. If you ever have diabetes, you look at the smiley one. If if you're vegan, you look at something else. If you're organic, you know the USDA. There are about 3 or 4 different of them, but you know them. So, and I think it's really, really important because this industry we have a lot of programs going on for startups. And we say, if you're a green startup, come join our program, accelerator, do this. But we have basically no clue if they really are, or also we cannot help them with the right notes. Now we're starting to see some of the things happening. I think one of the things that I like about your product is to understand your potential within sustainability, right? That's the other way. That's the educational wise and also business wise.
And you're referring to the maturity tests that
Exactly.
we do in Devoteam, and a lot of companies are doing. It's what I talked about earlier. It's about figuring out where are you and how can you move forward in the areas that means the most to your business, meaning where do you make your money? And I think all of us have seen companies have brilliant projects about sustainability that looks like charity or looks like something where they just throw some money at something to look better. But instead we should focus on, are you actually becoming better and more mature in sustainability on your core business? So when we as a company sell hours of work by technicians in putting up a cloud solution or figuring out an algorithm for some purpose, then we look to what are the suppliers doing? What is Google doing? What is Microsoft doing? And then we talk about them, about their science-based target plan and making sure that that works.
Well, how you count things really, really matters, and where the money comes from. So a similar thing I've seen is companies always have a little bit of money to invest in, sponsoring sort of ecosystem activities. And there's always a little bit of something to, we want to pay back to the community. And I swear, every time I used to think that was cool. About 30 years ago, I'm like, people are always buying something. And so there's a company downtown, big IT company, and they have a standing invitation that if you want to host a meetup, you want to get together and talk about some weird niche industry, programming language or whatever, they're like, fine, we've got the space, we've got the AV, microphones and big screens to show stuff on, and we'll have somebody to let you in, let you out. We got a fridge with Cokes and beers and whatever, and you let us know how many people you're on, we'll order pizzas. And when they tell most people are like, oh, wow, that's really good that they're giving back to the community, big heart. Until you find out that if you talk to the head of engineering, that they've organically recruited almost 200 developers just by people walking in the door for an AngularJS meetup or a, imaging software meetup. And the person goes, hey, my name's Bob, and you guys are Cool. Well, whatever that was, I hope you enjoy it, and I'll be in the back, and if you need anything, let me know. And oh, by the way, we're looking for, you know, a back-end developer and somebody that knows how to
And this
do
is not bad, just to make sure. This is
This
actually
fantastic.
brilliant.
It's genius. And the way, and one of the reasons is because they measured, they said, well, what is our total cost of recruiting a developer? Oh, okay, so that is approximately, you know, 6 figures. How much pizza can 25 humans possibly eat, even if they come twice a week, 45 weeks a year? For the price of all of that pizza, one developer, or we can get almost 200 developers walking in our doors saying, man, you guys are cool. So can I work here? Sure. You know, and so what you're measuring.
There's a question.
There was.
We will refer.
What's your name, sir? You're doing a project on? Rock on.
When you regenerate the soil, basically, right? There's a lot of value in that, right? But there's not a lot of valuation when it comes to nature-based solutions because it is quite something innovative, right? In our perspective. So I'm wondering, like, how do you value that possibly, or are there any sort of assessments for nature-based solutions?
Yeah, just maybe repeat the question as he got the microphone a bit late.
Yeah, so you're asking how do we evaluate new innovative nature-based and or social solutions? Yeah. So one of the ways is a really good question because one of the things that we ask ourselves was, what if we were to assess ourselves as an association? We don't have any product, we don't have any, you know, an RV, we produce a lot of waste, we have this event going on, there's a lot of things that, you know, they have footprint on things, and how do we really, what is the effect? How do we measure our impact? That's one thing. The other thing is, of course, is there are some scales for that you can actually look, there are some measurements, SDG plus and those that you can actually look at. They don't cover all stuff, right? So there is definitely a lot of gaps still going on. The Danish Social Capital Foundation, they have actually developed a quite good, it's not perfect, a quite good assessment for social businesses. When it comes to your solution, which is the regenerative, using earth in a different way, and so on and so on. So what we do, because we are a very early stage assessment, we ask you, right? Because you are the expert. So we ask you, say, okay, your solution, what is the impact on the climate? What is climate impact on it? Then you will answer us and say, I don't know, right? Or you say, it has this and this effect on it. Then our question to you would be, the next question would be, okay, if you don't know, where do we find anything about this? If you say no again, then we actually would look, because we collaborate with the EU Commission, to figure out if they have something in their EU taxonomy or anything like this that we can use some of these numbers. Then we go back. If you have calculated some numbers, then we ask you, how did you get to these numbers? And you will tell us, well, it's because, I have measured, documented on a lab, from this lab, and this is it. Then you get 4 stars, right? You say, it is based on a technology that has been used before, that has been tested. Good, please send us documented. 3, it's something that we have done ourselves, right? And still, because it's early stage, we what we have decided is that we don't give top assessment certification. You have to have at least 40 points until you get it, and you won't get the top even though the rest are good. But we would ask you to go find documentation. And it's difficult because that's exactly the reality, is that there are a lot of new things happening, a lot of new technologies merging, and a lot of new things that are happening that are not numbered. If you want to measure your footprint, there are a lot of LCAs. Oh, for crying out loud, you can find the LCA for walking, right? And then you can actually really measure them. But for these new technologies, there is a challenge. So if I were you, I would actually look into it and see who has done some research about regenerative soil and what is the impact of it per square meter.
If I could, Linda from Vækstfonden, she had this initial comment about how most of the decisions about your future footprint are made in the initial design stages, what you decide to make your product out of. There is something similar also with, there's the thing you're doing, and then there's the effect and what it does for others and who you're selling it to. If I could, if what you're doing is let's say is a technology, and you're trying to, let's say, develop a technology or a way of regenerating, or you have a single project, you have these square meters, kilometers, hectares, etc., or you're creating a financial instrument. I hold that last thought just because, this also ties together, who your project is, what this thing is you're doing. Is it a project? Is it you have a social goal that you're trying to achieve in the country of Uganda? You're trying to stabilize Uganda and help it become a more flourishing democracy. Is it an ESG type thing where it's a specialty financial instrument? Or are you all the way down in, this is a really rock solid return on investment. If you give me $1 million, I will give you $1.5 million in 7 years. That's a great return on investment. I don't care what you're doing. I want that. Whether that's, and there are plenty of investors, as we can tell, that do horrible things to the planet because there's a great return. And this again ties together with where you're getting the money from to do what it is you're doing, whether you're getting the money from a private fund, whether it's something small or it's Bill Gates, whether it's a government fund, whether it's a specialty investor, or whether it's from an institutional investor, a pension fund. And the reason I mention these last ones is that they are getting, is that because now some of this will change obviously over time, but the bond rate, the interest rates have been very, very, very low. And so this is, and as we understand it, investors have become more adventurous or have been looking for new things to invest in. And so you see, they've invested in buying up huge amounts of agricultural land in rich agricultural areas. So there's a guy down in Material 1, Alejandro, super lasting, and what he's looking at is one of the things he works with is turning a climate change into a financial instrument. So for example, if you are the city of Jakarta, you can issue a bond secured by the city of Jakarta to build a concrete wall to protect a kilometer of coastline. And so there is a formula, this many kilometers, this many millions of dollars in a bond. And one of the things he's looking at, for example, is, well, how about instead of a concrete wall, we create a bond that is not backed by the concrete wall, but is backed by X kilometers of mangrove swamp. Yeah, so it's taking this, what you do with the hectares with this project and what you turn it into, is it for some people, for the people,
I can answer.
Yeah, go.
So what we do is we look at collective impact, actually. So I'm a director of several NGOs, which are already doing permaculture throughout 10 years. And we do projects in refugee settlements, in schools, and we also consult small-scale farmers as well. So we looked at multiple levels of, what kind of impact can we actually generate. And here we have social dimensions, such as, job opportunities, promoting entrepreneurship. But at the same time, we regenerate the land which was deforested, for example, in the refugee settlements. We have a demonstration site, for example, as well, where we practice regenerative agriculture, which also stores carbon and works against climate Yeah, it's climate mitigator. Right?
Protection.
So there's a lot of different impacts, a lot of different benefits deriving out of that, such as also increasing food security, but then also raising people out of poverty as well. So there's a lot of multiple perspectives where we have an approach on, and now what we're looking into as well is also systemically, how can we make this change in the country of Uganda? So we connect with the government, we connect with the universities, we connect with all sorts of alliances, which are doing, for example, biogas, technologies, for example, as well. So there's a lot of collectives which come together.
But
in order
I
to
think
promote
there are a
this
lot of
one
agenda. There are a lot of data available for you to actually measure all of these impacts.
There is.
A few of them would be a little bit complicated, but your job is to gather them.
Yes, there is a lot of data, but my initial question is, it is always something, I mean, it's also more philosophical as well, because again, nature-based solutions, it is not something new, right? And we have the knowledge, we know how much impact actually nature, when we live in balance with nature, how much it could benefit us. But this is not our primarily focus when it comes to, for example, new innovations and technologies, right? So which is why funding is always something hard to get, because they're looking into more.
So can I ask you something? What would you need assessment for?
So I kind of like, so what I need an assessment for is just, social as well as environmental assessments at the moment.
With
but then
the
again,
purpose of?
For example, like how much carbon we can store.
No, I know, but the purpose of getting it, is it because you want to communicate it to your users, or is it because you want to get a better access to funding? What is your motivation for it?
So this is a good question, because we're at the stage, we're really still in an embryonic stage. So we try to get funding as well.
So it's for funding purpose.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So we need to make a case and prove them
Exactly.
what the impact actually is.
Come and talk to us later. Yeah?
Thanks.
And we agree with you that there are so many different things you can measure on and get assessment of, and it's a jungle. And how to pick what can give value to you.
It's great that why do you want to be assessed? Like, I guarantee, if you look at the back of most things, they've got multiple badges, and each badge is for a different reason.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and so you can be almost like a Boy Scout, with 75 badges. If each one of these badges.
And you want to know what the VC that you're looking for funding from, what he wants.
Yeah.
So if or they, if they are looking for something specific with nature-based solutions, then you should definitely work with that. Maybe that's a trend. Maybe that's something that all VCs are looking for to add to their portfolio right now. So then that's the focus. But if not yet, then you should find different things. And most likely, you would look like a Boy Scout in a good way.
Because they bring many things for many
I need
people.
to bring more clothes.
One thing that we suggest to all the startups that we collaborate with on this, before you take assessment, understand why you're taking them, and understand who is it towards, who do you want to engage with.
Because there's an opportunity cost in time, for sure.
And also,
when
look at where are you in your journey, right? So there's a time for you to take our assessment, and there's a time for you to take B Corp or something else, right? Depending on where you are in your journey and what do you need it for, right? So what is important is as anything else for any startup is to kind of understand where am I, where do you want to go, where do I want to go, and what is it that I have to do to get there. And that goes also when you want to select, it's like when you select the accelerator program. If you want to join an accelerator program, you always look at what is it, who are they targeting, what are they offering me, how can they support me in where I want to go. Does it fit with the startup profile that I am right now or not? That's what you ask always before, because there are millions of accelerators. You have to do the same thing when it comes to assessment. Exactly the same thing, because there's many, and you can also have a lot of them. One thing I would ask you not to do is to put a lot of SDGs on it, because you think that you work with 17 and 10 and 15, and you think this is the assessment. It's not. It's a very good communication of your values and what you try to solve, but it's not an assessment. And everybody is doing it right now, so it's kind of, yeah. I love SDGs, but
Yeah, and that's a good point, because there are some assessment that you can measure and then you can get third-party certified, and then there are those who you can use for communication. And Nick is leaving us. Shame on you.
Yeah.
Just one example of the power of the SDGs. A couple of years back, I worked with a large company in Greenland, and they were trying to work closely together with the municipality in Nuuk. And they wanted this project about kids learning how to code, because they wanted more education for the people in Greenland, and they sell internet. So they figured this is a good way where it's still part of our business. And at the meeting, when they prepared with the slides, in the beginning of the meeting, they started laughing because they put all the same SDGs on their presentations. And that kind of made everything go very smoothly. But at the end of the day, when the municipality is buying a lot of services from the telco, then they will demand to see certifications. They will demand to see in the future, near future, science-based targets that you're signed up. They want to see in some specific areas, maybe an assessment like the one Human and his people did. But it depends.
our assessment is, of course, the best one ever made.
Of course.
No. We are still developing it, and we're still working on it. And there are a lot of different things. Again, it depends on really who you are and what you need it for. I think we have done a good job targeting startups in an early stage that can also use it as a guideline to how they could move on and also get the first. And that's why if you can document the soil, the regenerative effect of the impact of the soil, it doesn't really matter, because then you know what you have to do later on, because that's maybe something that you have to do. If the data is not available, maybe it's available in a year or something, but the rest, for investor or for the accelerated program or the government program that would like to accept you or invest in you, the rest is really useful. Then they say, okay, you have these things in place, you have to work with this and this and this, right? So it's not only about getting the assessment and getting it's also a guidance to see where you want to go with it.
Yeah, that's part of the mega trend right now, where everybody is measuring progress, because that's what regulation is all about. It's not, you can't be perfect, but you have to, like the EU taxonomy for one, it doesn't say that you have to do this and that to be this sustainable. It does in a few points, but it says that we need you to tell us where you are, and you have to do that next year again, and the next year and the next year, because we want you to be aware of your own footprint. And that's the approach. That's actually good for business as well, because it helps you become more resilient. Okay. And that's part of why they chose to go in that direction, instead of just putting the bar somewhere where it would be way too low to so many. Are we out of time?
Yes, I think
Great.
that we should start an assessment school.
Yeah. So we have to teach them to know
when to take the footprint, when to take the other one, when to take the footprint. Yeah.
It's a jungle out there. Yeah.
It is.
And we don't know them all.
No.
But probably we know somebody who knows somebody
We're
who
pretty
works
good
at
pretty good
the
at knowing
commission.
people.
Yeah.
You're pretty good at knowing people.
Yeah.
So if you want to know somebody, come and ask us, right?
We know a lot
thank
of
you so
boring
much.
regulatory stuff.
There's a new panel getting ready. So we're gonna finish off. Thank you so much. I
Thank
hope
you
it
for
was
listening.
inspiring. Yeah. Thank you, Sid.
Hello, testing, testing. Hi, everyone. Welcome to what I was just told is the last debate, at least on the impact stage of the Green Impact Week. I hope you still have some energy and some questions for us here today. The subject of this debate is science-based targets. And just raise of hands, how many of you know the Science-Based Targets Initiative? Okay, quite a few. Okay, that's great. How many of you know of the Science-Based Targets Network? Not so much. Okay. We will keep the debate around climate and the Science-Based Targets Initiative. And my name is Joachim Christensen. I'm the head of programs for climate and environment in the UN Global Compact Network Denmark. So we are, on a global basis, we're the largest private sector initiative for companies who want to be more sustainable. And in Denmark, we have about 500 companies committed to work with human rights, anti-corruption, labor rights, and the environment. We are also one of the founding organizations behind the Science-Based Targets Initiative. So I'm up here being incredibly biased, moderating this debate. So please be critical, ask critical questions. Now you know. I thought it was important for you to know that I'm formally a representative of the Science-Based Targets Initiative. I just want to quickly introduce the panelists here today before I give you the word and give you an opportunity to describe what you do in your daily work some more. But we have Markus Ma over here. He is the Regional Business Development Lead for South Pole. And we have Magdalena Zara, who is the Senior Sustainability Consultant for TDC Net. And then we have Mikkel Søvndal Poulsen, who has now a Master in Economics and Business Administrations. Congratulations, Mikkel. And who's also a member of the Youth Council for Green Impact Week. So I'm very glad you're also here today, Mikkel. Thank you. So just a quick introduction to the Science-Based Targets Initiative. After the Paris Agreement was signed in 2015, there was this need for a framework for which companies can deliver on the Paris Agreement. And therefore, the Science-Based Targets Initiative was founded by the UN Global Compact, World Resources Institute, WWF, and CDP. And so it is a framework for companies to set science-based climate targets that are aligned with the Paris Agreement. So it is as objective a framework as we can have. We can always discuss the methodology, and I know you have some interesting points, Mikkel, on that. But it is basically companies saying we are ready to commit to setting climate targets that are aligned with a 1.5 degree future in which we don't go above 1.5 degree Celsius increase at the end of the century. And so today it is going incredibly well, and it is. It's not just me saying here being a representative. The numbers speak for themselves. We have exponential growth in the initiative. Today we have about 3,090 companies committed to the Science-Based Targets Initiative. And we actually had some a progress report coming out a couple of weeks ago, and it had, it was data from last year, so it was already outdated, which is a good story. So there's a lot of companies committed on a global level. In Denmark, we have 90 companies, but we are, considering we're such a small country, we are number one in companies committed based on, that we are a small country. So there's a lot of the bigger companies in Denmark that have committed to the Science-Based Targets Initiative. All right, let's get started. And I just want to give the word to each of you, so you can just describe a bit more about yourself and what you do in your respective companies, and as a newly ready for the job market, I guess. Mikkel, why don't you start?
Yeah, I can start out. So today I'm here representing the Youth Council and the younger generation.
also in this panel. As you said, I'm a master in business and economics and has also a minor in ESG, where one of my subjects or one of my case assignments were on the Science-Based Target Initiative. So I think it's a very interesting initiatives where you can say there's also, of course, some problems related to it, but all in all, it's a great opportunity for companies to actually align with the Paris Agreement.
Should I continue?
please.
I hope you can hear me well. So, as you said, Magdalena Sarah, I work for TDC Net. I started working for the company in February. I work as a senior sustainability consultant, and I'm responsible now, among other things, for the sustainability reporting, and also I contribute to our application for the net zero science-based target that we have set, and now we are in process of getting it validated via the Science-Based Target Initiative. I am a civil engineer and environmental engineer, and I have background in the construction industry, working with life cycle assessment in the beginning of my career and moving to other topics related to sustainability in the last 5 years.
Can you just briefly explain what TDC Net is now compared to the old TDC? I know you split up in two different companies.
Sure. So TDC Group has been split into TDC Net and New Day. TDC Net is basically the infrastructure provider responsible for the 5G rollout, the fiber rollout, and New Day is basically has the responsibility to the end customer, so has all the brands like UC, etc. So we are two separate companies.
Great. Okay, thank you. And Marcus.
Thank you. And thank you everyone for showing up. I'm very happy to see so many people here. It means that there is luckily a movement happening. And with this kind of topics that we will discuss today, I think it's very hopeful to see so many people here. I come from a company called South Pole. Unfortunately, I don't think we put in the startup category anymore. We have 15 years behind us. Originally started in Zurich in Switzerland by 5 environmental engineers, and have since grown to now be around 900 people in 28 offices. And what we do is that we help companies like TDC or any other company to along the climate journey. So that could be both measuring your ESG accounting, so your greenhouse gas emissions, helping measuring the climate-related risk and opportunities that lies in the changes that we will see in the environment, helping set science-based targets that we will discuss today, and obviously is also implementing those targets across different sectors like renewable energy, agriculture, plastics, and so on.
Great. Thank you. So, science-based targets. I think that instead of me just talking about the initiative and what it's all about, I think maybe it's a good way to start with you, Magdalena. Just putting a few words on TDC Net's journey with the Science-Based Targets Initiative. Where did you start? How have you done it?
Yes. So as I mentioned before, we are now getting our net zero target validated, but the journey started some years ago. So in 2019, we put our commitments to science-based targets in the first place, to 1.5 degree scenario. The coming 2 years, from 2019 until 2021, we created a roadmap, and we identified the initiatives that would help us drive the emissions down. And last year, in July 2021, we got our target validated by SBTi. This is aligned with 1.5 degrees Celsius. A couple of months after, we said, okay, maybe we can go one step further, become even more ambitious than that, and started our process, let's say, of getting the net zero target validated. So now we are in the last stages of the validation process, and we have a goal of getting to net zero across all scopes, scope 1, 2, and 3, until 2030. So in 8 years, which is very close. Yeah.
Great. And what has been the biggest challenge for you? Because what I hear when I talk to companies, and I do talk to quite a few companies, and I just brought a very, very bad, sorry for that, very bad illustration of the greenhouse gas protocol. Because it's important to notice that the Science Based Targets initiative is all about validating goals. It's about the pathway towards deep decarbonization, what we call it. But it's all based on the greenhouse gas protocol. So there's really nothing, in terms of the reporting part, there's not a lot of new stuff under the sun. Of course, if you dive into the methodologies, there is. But it's still classified, the emissions are still classified in Scope 1 and Scope 2 and Scope 3 emissions. Scope 1 being the direct emissions from company cars, from factories, from anything owned by the company. We have Scope 2, which is all the heat and electricity that the companies buy. And then there's Scope 3, Magdalene, which is the really tricky part. There is 15 categories within the Scope 3, and it's all the indirect emissions. So if you're a shoe manufacturer and you have to get your shoelaces from somewhere else, you have to find that source. You have to engage with your suppliers and see what are the emissions from producing shoelaces, for example. That's not the best example, but that's just and one of the things that are categorized in Scope 3. And then there's also the transportation of your products, not only the raw materials you use for your products, but also getting your products out to the customer. So it's perhaps leading you a bit towards the answer, but what has been the biggest challenge in setting science-based targets?
Actually, that was in my answer in other words. Just to say that for sure, whatever is beyond your control and the further away it is from your direct control, the harder it is to basically put a number, first of all, into it, and an accurate number, and second, to manage and reduce it. So if you ask me, the first thing, and I think a lot of companies can agree on that, of course, is Scope 3 emissions, because it's beyond your direct control. You need to engage suppliers, to massage them, to convince them that decarbonization is the right thing to do. And secondly, then we can have a very big discussion about it, but it also has to do with the data sets and how accurate is the data that you have on Scope 3 emissions, the emission factors associated with that. There are a lot of different ways to do that, from LCA, which is very specific, to having spend models, so based on your finances and having assigned emission factors on that. So there is high uncertainty.
Can you put a few words on the LCA, what it is and how to go about it?
LCA stands for Life Cycle Assessment, and it basically means quantifying the environmental impact of a product across its entire life cycle and taking into account the extraction of raw materials, the transportation to the factory where the product is manufactured, the emission during manufacturing, and then taking into account also downstream. So basically the transport of the product to the customer, the use of the product, and the final disposal. So everything. So it's essentially, in Scope 3 terms, it's upstream and downstream. So whatever is beyond the direct operations of the company. But it can be quantified via LCA. In TDC, we are doing that now with spend models based on finances of the company and emission factors on that, but we have an ambition to go into more specific emission factors from the LCA, so basically do the LCA work and be more accurate in our accounting in the future. But to answer your first question, Scope 3 emissions, it's very challenging, first of all, because of the data, but also because you need to have a goal to drive them down massively until 2030. So we need a lot of convincing on the way, and we need to engage with suppliers that believe the same as we do in decarbonization, critical suppliers that also have an ambitious plan going forward.
Right. So you have 8 years to actually engage your suppliers and decarbonize your whole value chain, Scope 3.
It's not that we haven't done anything yet and we start now. So it's fair to say that with our most critical suppliers and the ones that basically constitute the big bulk of our Scope 3 emissions, we are already in dialogue with them, and we know that there are big international cooperations that they have also already made a commitment to science-based targets, and they have already goals. So this is why we feel also more certain in putting this plan forward for as early as 2030. And we also have a very strict policy for new suppliers, making sure that climate commitments are part of the selection process, as well as pricing and quality, for example.
That is great. So you're building on all the good work the TDC group has been doing, and then really raising the ambitions.
Exactly.
It is one of the most ambitious climate targets I've seen out there from Danish companies. So it's really, really impressive, the journey you've set out for. But data quality, engaging with suppliers, identifying all the suppliers. If you're, for example, Novo Nordisk, you have 6,000 different suppliers. So if you want to decarbonize your value chain, it's quite a feat. Marcus, from South Pole's perspective, are these the Scope 3 challenges? Are these some of the challenges that the companies approach you with as well?
Yes, indeed. It is kind of, as you say in Danish, the hot potato, the varmkartoffel. Because there is so much uncertainty and it's so new, the collaboration you have to do with your suppliers in a completely new way. We went to the healthcare, how to decarbonize the healthcare. Now you mentioned Novo Nordisk. And Frederick, who was up here presenting, he also said, well, one of the biggest drivers for the healthcare sector to decarbonize is the green procurement. Is the public institutions to start to say in their procurement, saying you need to have, for instance, some kind of science-based target. So there is the pressure that comes kind of, you can say, downstream, that kind of moves you towards also doing impact on your upstream, your suppliers of the raw materials, of the transportation, and so on. We've helped companies like Nestlé and Adidas, Beiersdorf, Grupo Bimbo, which is the largest bakery in the world in Mexico. And all of them all sit with the same challenge. How do we do Scope 3? Where do we set the boundaries? Where do we do the assumptions? And where would the good not stand in the way from the perfect so we can move forward with it? And have a plan how we improve on data quality. One interesting case could also be that we did it for a Swedish mobile game developer. And their question, which is again up for how do you want to perceive it. When you play a mobile game, the electricity your phone is using from the battery, should that be counted in your Scope 3? And if so, how do you know if it comes from renewable sources or fossil fuels? And where would your user sit around the world? And you can see kind of how that could magnitude into a very complex calculation. So we definitely help companies on those very, very specific challenges.
Absolutely. Great. So do you also experience companies coming to you and say, we want to get started, but we are kind of afraid of communicating anything because we don't know about the level of the quality of the data and so on? Yeah,
Definitely. And I think one of you asked what was the biggest challenge for kind of get it going with a science-based target. It's definitely, in my opinion, corporate buy-in. So when you do a science-based target, you get the CEO to also do a public announcement of your science-based target. So it becomes very personal. This guy or gal have to stand up there with a photo, with their, krusedull, with their signature on a piece of paper saying we're actually committing to keeping a 1.5 degree scenario within reach. So I think one of the biggest value that we can provide to a company is to sketch out different scenarios, different routes that could go to a science-based target, reaching your science-based target. And we do that very iterative, but also very inclusive. So that means hosting a lot of workshops internally, seeing which kind of interventions are already ongoing, of carbon reduction interventions are already ongoing, which one are planned, and which one
is ideated like a moonshot, right? What could happen if we start to actually be aggressive about this and put a plan for it. So quantifying and doing the business case of where do you get most bang for the buck for the next euro, USD you're going to use, where do you get the biggest carbon reduction potential?
Absolutely.
Super fun exercise, to be honest.
It is, and I'm very happy that more Danish companies are starting to look at those moonshots. I mean, even a company like Maersk, they're saying that we want to be carbon neutral in 2050. And they got a little bit of backlash for that because, oh, how can you do that? That's so easy for you to say. But it's really an exercise of them imagining how can we get to net zero in 2050, right? We don't know quite how yet, but we're doing something to achieve it. And now the goal is out there and they can be held accountable. Yes, please.
They just, 3 months ago said it's not 2050 anymore, it's 2040.
It's 2040 now. Wow, I didn't even know that. But I've also been in the jungle in Costa Rica. So, but amazing. It just goes to show that they're also putting a little side note. They're putting a lot of efforts into the zero carbon shipping initiative. I think that's the right initiative. If I'm not correct, please let me know. But making biofuel, making power to X based fuel for the shipping sector, for example. A lot of research going into that. But Mikkel, I'm curious to know, because you are one of the few, because it's also a very new initiative, but you've actually studied the Science Based Targets Initiative and actually used it in your studies. Can you put a few words on how you have used it in your studies?
Yeah, so we did a case study for Nordea's finance advisory on science-based target, and we looked into a couple of different companies. And what we found is actually what also Marcus is saying. One of the hard things is for the CEO to communicate it, and also for the company actually to continuously communicate on their targets. And another thing is also that the methodology within the science-based targets has a potential to be improved, because right now it's for the fewer than for the majority, right? That it's not that simple for every company to go in. There's a lot of base work to be covered. Yeah.
Right. And how do you envision the science-based targets in a few years? Do you hope that more companies get on board? And do you hope well, let me rephrase the methodology part. That's probably the most interesting thing because you've actually dived into it. What would you like to see change?
I would like to see that we kind of have more transparency within the methodology, that we are communicating or that Science-Based Target Initiative are communicating what are the problems right now. What people don't know is that the two methods that they use, there is an ACA method and there is an SDA method. Those methods, the ACA method has a tendency to overshoot the carbon accounting part, where the SDA method has a tendency to undershoot. And this kind of creates where there is a little bit like the calculation doesn't really add up in the end. So I would like that that Science-Based Target Initiative are open about the methodologies and are improving on how to actually do better. Also, in terms of a lot of this goes back to what we had in the early start here with the Scope 3 emissions as well.
Great, that's a very, very good point. And also, I think you're completely right. In terms of the transparency of the initiative, I know that they've just established the Secretariat, the Science-Based Targets Initiative. Before, it was very decentralized. We had a target validation team of 12 people in Berlin who had to validate all of the climate targets from around the world. And it's just not been enough. Now they've established the Secretariat, they've hired a CEO, and I know that next year there will be some kind of measurement and validation system for companies to actually report into. That's one thing, but also a kind of they've hired a person specifically to take into account all the constructive criticism, let's call it that, that comes to the initiative. So it's definitely not perfect. Thank you for pointing that out. So I have a lot of questions for you, but time is also a bit running out a bit. Magdalena, can you put a few more words on your work with your suppliers, specifically just whatever you can tell us about engaging with them and defining who are emitting the most?
So just to give you an idea, imagine that roughly our top 30 suppliers constitute a little bit less than 50% of the Scope 3 emissions.
Wow.
And our top 100 suppliers constitute a little bit more or less 80% of the Scope 3 emissions. So we know where to look at and we know which suppliers to focus. So we have a big focus on big international companies that are our suppliers, and we ensure that they are committed to the same ambition. They have signed up, they have a science-based target. We also work a lot with EcoVadis, which is a platform where the suppliers are invited to just list their goals when it comes to decarbonization and their emissions, so that we can keep track on them. And then we have smaller suppliers that they are based in Denmark, so they have very good conditions to improve in the future because the Danish grid will gradually also improve. So their emissions will essentially reduce. So when it comes to the small suppliers, they are mostly based here. And then we have a supplier engagement program that we have launched. So for the new suppliers, they have a huge questionnaire that they have to fill out with their climate ambition and their targets. And we just want to make sure that climate and environmental targets have the same, let's say, value, the same gravity as price and quality for our procurement as well. So we are working very intensively. I must say, not a lot of years now, but 1 or 2 years we're working very intensively on suppliers because we acknowledge that Scope 3 is a big part of our overall emissions. So it's really crucial to have the suppliers on board.
Absolutely. And it's really such a big shift that you are starting to have these big asks for your suppliers. Just for context, if you are a big company with more than 500 employees, you have to cover 2/3 of your Scope 3 emissions. And, you know, not all companies are as cool as TDC Net and are able to cover almost everything. But that is a very, very big task. So if you are Danfoss or Vestas or any other big company, you will start to look at your biggest emission sources, which might include the smaller companies. So what we're telling our companies in the Global Compact Network is that even if you're a small company, you have to get started now by gathering the climate data, doing your climate accounting. I just wanted to ask you, Marcus, are you getting inquiries from companies saying, being kind of, our clients are asking for us to have a climate strategy now, that's why we want to get going. Do you experience that more now than before?
Yes, obviously, I think we all can also look at the progress that have been of companies signing up for the Science Based Target Initiative, which doubled last year, I think, or even more than that, right?
Even more, I think.
Even more than that. There you go.
I actually have the numbers from my case study back in December 2021, and that was 2,100 companies, and now we're at 3,000. So just from December to now.
Amazing.
Yeah,
right?
that says a lot about
Already there.
the curve.
1,000 more in what, half a year or something like that.
Yes.
So I think we see the pressure from two sides, right? One of them being so being able to operate in a 1.5 degree world, you need to have science-based target. You need to have a plan how you can have your daily operations as TDC, as anyone else, within the scope of a 1.5 degree scenario. The longer you wait, the more you have to reduce at a faster pace, the more pressure you put internally. So you might as well just do it now. What's interesting is that you see a push from investors also seeing this as a way to risk mitigate your portfolio of invested companies, right? So we now, for instance, work with a Nordic private equity firm that have a lot of companies in their portfolio that they bought or acquired, or even just if it's a small stock, still the same way. And they want to set science-based target beyond for all the companies in the portfolio, because they know that will be part of having a lower risk in terms of that future climate scenario. So I think it both comes from the pressure of obviously civil society, activists, NGOs, everyone pushing this agenda, but now you also get the money makers, the financiers, to also see there's not just a risk mitigation, but also a business opportunity actually moving forward with this. And for me, it gives me a lot of hope. So.
That is, I very much agree, obviously, but and it's very new that we got a specific pathway for financial institutions to set science-based targets. And not all, of course, it's all about decarbonizing their portfolio. So they're going out there and asking the companies that they invest in to start getting climate targets and start delivering climate data to them. And so it is a pressure from a lot of different places, even for the small companies, as you mentioned. It's both the clients, it's the smaller, it's the investors, it's the consumers as well. So in the science-based targets, you operate with near-term targets and long-term targets. And we've discussed both in your case, but that's because you're so ambitious. But most companies set near-term targets that are in 2030. So they would maybe decarbonize 50% from a 2018 baseline in 2030. And then you have these long-term targets, which are the net zero targets. And we just had last year, we had the world's first net zero standard, which really shows the path for companies to reach net zero, not emitting anything. And the curious thing about it is that in the standard, they are asking for real emissions cut. So until you reach about 90% of your real emissions, so not offsetting, not neutralization or compensation or anything like that, only when you've reduced 90%, you can start counting in compensation and neutralization measures. But the net zero also asks companies to go beyond the value chain and invest in nature. And of course, we're also in a biodiversity crisis, not only a climate crisis. We're talking about the dual crisis. I just want to pass the word to you, Marcus, once again, just to put a few words on how South Pole is helping companies investing beyond the value chain, on why they need to do that.
Right. So maybe also to add a little bit to the context of South Pole. South Pole is also a project developer in what's called the carbon market. And I won't go into the details of it because it can be fairly complex. But if you look at companies that have said they're carbon neutral or they have a target for it, and they want to compensate or any kind of way neutralize their residual emissions after having a plan and already start reducing, South Pole have been in that market since before there was anything called carbon neutral, more or less. So what kind of projects can a company invest in? Well, right now, every third second, the size of a football field is lost of primary rainforest. And that's in the Congo Basin, that's in the Amazon rainforest, that's in Southeast Asia. In the ideal world, that wouldn't be a problem. We wouldn't have to cut it. We wouldn't have to have expansion of grazing areas for cattle and so on. But we also need to meet the world where we are right now. And that's just a fact. Every 6 seconds. In the conversation we've had up here, I don't know how many football fields have been lost, but a lot. So how do we fix that? Well, right now there's a very, very efficient financial mechanism that is called our carbon credit. And that's, I think, also what you're referring to. Because when you have a science-based target, obviously you need to do your reduction. If every company went carbon neutral, we wouldn't have a big enough planet to plant enough trees, to protect enough forests, to restore enough mangroves to serve that need. So obviously we have to reduce. And that comes first and foremost. But while you've done that, you can either say, well, I'm gonna, in 2050, for instance, that is 30 years out in the future, I'm gonna, at that time, invest in planting forest. That's fine, and I definitely believe in that, but there is also a crisis right now. Now we talked about the climate crisis, but the nature crisis is just as important. You cannot separate them. If we fix the climate, but we don't fix the nature and biodiversity loss crisis, then we wouldn't be in a good place anyway. So we might as well couple them together, right? So what we propose is also, while you are having your target, while you have a plan for how you're going to reduce, you've done your investment, you know how to get there-ish, at least short term. Long term, there might be some of these moonshots we refer to. But while you do that, obviously take responsibility for your emissions, because you're still polluting. With all due respect, every company that has some kind of operations have some kind of pollution. And obviously you should take responsibility while you're on the journey of reducing your emissions. So they don't, it's not a decoupled where you reduce in one place and you take action on your emissions in another place. They very much stand together.
Absolutely. And yeah, so the companies who have the resources, they should really be putting a price on, an internal price on carbon, and then reinvest that. And then the good thing is then you can count that into, once you reach the 90% reduction, you can count what you've invested in as part of your emission strategy. I was just thinking about, Magdalena, if you could put a few words on your TDC Net's path towards net zero. Are you investing in anything beyond the value chain right now, or is that going to be part of your way to zero? It's because it's in a few years, right?
Yes, exactly. Inevitably, yes. So as you said, very well put, the net zero standard tells you to reduce 90% and then neutralize the remaining 10. As far as I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, net zero standard hasn't published specific guidance on exactly how you will neutralize this 10%. So we're still anticipating that so that we plan ahead. However, that being said, we are investing, I don't know if it's for our direct emissions, we are investing in renewable energy, not via the purchase of renewable energy certificates, which is also an acceptable method for SBTi, but we are...
And a whole other theme to dive into.
A whole other
We don't have
theme,
time for
definitely.
today.
But we are investing in new projects. So we form long-term power purchase agreements, meaning that instead of getting a certificate for existing renewable energy, we are putting the money to create new solar parks, for example, or in the future, maybe wind farms. So for now, we have covered 60% of our total electricity consumption, and we plan to cover the remaining 40 within the course of the coming 4 to 5 years, so that we can meet the target for 2030. So you could say that even now we are investing in renewable energy, in projects to reduce the emissions, but we're still anticipating the guidance. They say what we will do with the remaining 10%.
Yes, it's a cliffhanger, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, it will come eventually. We're reaching the end of the debate because we also want to hear from you if you have any questions. But Mikkel, are companies doing enough today? I know we were discussing this question before, and you were you didn't know if I needed to ask you that or if you wanted to provide an answer for that.
Yeah.
I really want to.
Now you're saying that we are at the end of the debate, so do you want the long or the short answer?
The short.
The short one. I can try to make it short. The very short version is no. Of course we are not. Of course, companies not doing enough. We all see it. We can feel the climate change right now. We can see it everywhere, and it's not just that we're not doing enough. Companies haven't been doing anything for the last 4 years, 5 years. Since the Paris Agreement, we are status quo when we talk CO2 emissions. And it's just now that we see the rise. I think it was at the last COP where Science Based Targets initiative really got, going and reached out, and they got a lot of companies abroad. So I think out of those 3,000 companies that we just heard that has committed, they have not. Half of them have not even have their target approved yet. So we are not there at all. We also have this planetary boundary framework, which Marcus is also talking about, the biodiversity. And we have these 7 different areas where it's about, are we in a safe place or are we in a danger zone? And I think it's 4 or 5 out of those 7, we are moving beyond the risk zone and out in the danger zone, and we're already there with the biodiversity crisis. So yeah, companies are not doing enough. That's the short answer.
Thank you, Mikkel, and it's such a good answer. And I think you're also reminding us here in the room that, of course, we not only need science-based targets for climate, but also science-based targets for nature. And that's also the reason why I mentioned the Science-Based Targets Network, because that is a consortium of NGOs from all over the world that are working right now to define science-based targets for water and for biodiversity and so on. And they will eventually emerge for companies to use them. So we're very much looking forward to that. We also have an EU taxonomy, which will cover water, marine resources and biodiversity as well, which is super exciting. I think that we are good on time still, right? Did you sort of? Should we get started with the questions? Okay, that's a nod from the organizer. First of all, thank you so much to the panelists for great answers. And now, yeah, please. And of course, we could talk much more about net zero, much more about biodiversity and the different things. But we really want to see if you have any questions for the panelists.
Hello. So I think my question can be fairly broad, but it can also be case-based in TDC Nets. So I'm just wondering how you're working with your supply chain to actually get to these targets. How do you have this form of control? Do you have to renegotiate? What is the process here?
So what we are doing up until now, and of course we see and we go, so basically maybe this will change in the coming years if not a lot of suppliers are actually on board. So for now we are having one-to-one meeting together with the procurement department and our critical suppliers. We present them our approach to the science-based targets and our goals, and if they are not on board, if they haven't made a commitment already, a climate commitment, then we ask them to, in order for them to remain a supplier to us. So it's yeah, kind of a go no go up until now. We will see how that goes in the future, because it's not a lot of time that we are trying this setup. Yeah, and we started with the critical suppliers, as I said, that are big international companies that have already made a commitment. I'm sorry? Up until now, we haven't seen that. They have made this promise, but I guess that the coming years will be more and more critical, because it's one thing to make a promise and say, yeah, okay, we are committing. And then the coming 2 or 3 years, it's up to us to see if they actually made a decrease in their emissions or if it was just words. So it's, yeah, remains to be seen.
Thank you. Great question.
Yeah, I have a question for Joachim, maybe you or Marcus. And it's actually, I mean, we clearly also know that we're living in a world where there's a lot of overproduction happening, a lot of overconsumption. Also, I'm myself working in the fashion industry where clearly it's not only about shifting from one material to a material that is has a lower environmental footprint, but it's also about reducing the amount of items that are produced and sold. So I'm curious if there are any companies, when they're setting their science-based targets, that are actually on a path to of degrowth, where they say, okay, we need to produce less but higher quality and with a lower environmental impact.
That's a very, very good question. I know that there are, I mean, the whole concept of reducing in absolute terms, so a linear reduction every year in scope 1 and 2, is to decouple growth with emissions growth. So basically decarbonize while you're growing. A lot of the smaller companies, they are asking us, why can't we account, if we are a high growing company, why can't we emit more than if we weren't a high a company growing a lot. But that's because they have to decouple. So that's the first thing. So when it comes to energy and heat and so on, you have to be able to be a high growth company and still reduce your emissions. I know of a lot of companies that are working with more circular solutions and also trying to incorporate that in the Science Based Targets initiatives. We also have a specific methodology for apparel companies in the Science Based Targets, which also has to do with the quality of the material, for example, which is I haven't heard any. I don't know. There might be some criticism of that of that methodology, but at least it's some kind of pathway for the apparel industry. And of course, we need to consume less. I very much agree. And that is a big a big question on how you can set science-based targets and not only focus on the units you sell, but also the quality of the end product. Marcus.
I think that I know there is a last question as well as Franks.
Okay.
So
yeah.
also just to make sure everyone gets their question out. Thank you.
So we talked about our business is doing enough, and clear the answer is no, because most of the promises or targets they set are voluntary and non-binding. But my question is, how do you make sure from your side that they are not cherry picking science data to sell their products? Because the companies might have less CO2 emissions, but they might have more impact on other impact categories in the environmental assessments. So how do you guys make sure that they are not cherry picking data by saying, okay, we have less CO2 emissions, but they have much larger impact on any other impact category in the environment?
That's a very, very, very good question. The short answer is we don't.
Yeah.
It is a self-assessment, and the quality of the data, of course, they are getting validated, the targets, but it's really, really, the Science-Based Targets Initiative for Climate is very much isolated on the climate part. And maybe you want to put a few words, Magdalena?
Yeah, no, I was reflecting on your question. I think it's a very good question, very good point that you raised. I think that the only methodology that is able to give you that overview of the impacts is life cycle assessment. And the results from the LCA, either midpoint or endpoint categories, can basically give you that. But when we're talking about the Science-Based Target Initiative, this is focusing on the CO2, so basically the impact on climate change is one of the categories of LCA.
But we should also remember that Science-Based Target Initiative doesn't really stand alone. For example, we mentioned before the EU taxonomy. There is a lot of regulation going out there as the EU taxonomy, as a classification system, which also will help on at least give some transparency into this area where companies need to report on certain things and need to that they cannot do significant harm on other environmental objectives. So it's important to see it a little bit more as science-based target, not standing alone, that we have like this, that it's supported by other different regulations and initiatives.
Definitely, and I think adding to that point, what I said about LCA may be relevant for the environmental impacts, but then you have also this whole discussion about circularity, and circularity is not very well represented even in a life cycle analysis. So I think that sustainability as a whole, it's a more holistic analysis of many different elements. So one thing is climate change, the other thing is circularity, biodiversity, and many, many more. So it's not one thing or the other. I think these should work together. And science-based targets is just one initiative focusing on climate change. It shouldn't be the only focus of an organization.
And a guy from coming from Global Compact, it's a great way to end this discussion, because we always invite companies to think holistically about their work with sustainability. It might not be that they need to start with their climate accounting. They might need to work on their human rights, on their code of conducts in their value chain, so on. So always think holistically when you're working with sustainability. I think that's a very good way to end. Thank you so much to the panelists. Thank you so much for great questions.
So we have a closing ceremony just next door at main stage. Make sure you don't miss it. And thank you so much to all the panelists.